In the year 1390 on the northern continent, Zhuanwu City, humanity's last defensive stronghold, was plunged into unprecedented chaos. Piercing screams and desperate cries for help echoed everywhere. Help! The beasts are here. Run quickly. Panicked civilians scrambled, stampeding in all directions to escape. Behind them, a hideous monster with a misshapen body covered in arms, its blood-red mouth gaping wide, looked ready to devour every living being in sight. It was the Tao Tai, a giant, ferocious beast emerged from a rift hostile to all intelligent life. This monster possessed a bizarre structure, with a compressed space within its stomach pouch capable of swallowing things tens of times its own volume. Amidst the rain of blood, remnants of flesh and bone from the unfortunate souls it had just caught still clung to the corners of its mouth. Zhuanwu City was in dire straits. Sounds of weeping, terrified screams mixed with the frantic footsteps of people trampling over each other. Run, the beast is here. Don't eat me. Please save me. In the sea of panicked people, a young boy suddenly tripped over a rock and fell to the ground. The boy screamed in fear, Rami. His mother immediately turned back hastily, helping him up, her heart filled with anxiety. But just as she touched her son, a giant shadow engulfed them. The Tao Tai was too close. With a heaven-shaking roar, the monster stretched out its massive arm, snatching at the mother and son who were within reach. The trembling mother held her small child tightly, murmuring hopelessly, "Don't! Please don't! Someone save us!" Her eyes filled with terror as she saw the giant hand closing around them. Death seemed only a breath away. But just then a sharp flash of light tore through the air. A blade shot forward, piercing straight into the giant beast's body. The Tao Tai roared in pain, violently throwing the mother and son to the ground. Immediately after, successive attacks rained down. The figure of a valiant warrior swept across the battlefield like a storm. The blade in his hand swung. Each slash was a finishing blow to a monster. The blazing red sword cut through the sky like a firestorm, slaughtering the monsters one by one, cleanly and ruthlessly. "Do Yan Yan," a voice full of courage resounded in the gloomy sky. The blades began to converge in the hands of the warrior clad in powerful red armor. "Mommy, look." The boy pointed to the sky, his voice trembling but full of hope. "It's a soul general." The mother burst into tears, collapsing to her knees, choked with emotion. Thank you, my lord." The city's inhabitants also cheered one after another, shouts of praise rising like waves from all directions. "It's the fleeting shadow, flying sword. The soul general is here. My lord has come to save us. We are saved." High above against the pitch-black sky, a figure wore proud red and gold armor, standing tall like a war god, descended to earth. It was the soul general Dong Yuanchu. Inside the thin layer of armor, a series of warning sounds continuously beeped: soul power insufficient, remaining soul power 5.06%, forced soul disintegration time remaining 15, 14 to 13. Within that blazing red armor was a person gasping for breath after the fierce battle. Saint rank, Soul Master. Song Yungxiang, though exhausted, his eyes still shone with unyielding determination. This battle he could not lose. Removing the heavy armor, Song Yungxiang sighed softly, his voice hoarse with fatigue. "I am Song Yungxiang." Soul power depleted again. His breathing was heavy, his chest heaving with each rapid breath. As the last warrior of humanity capable of controlling a soul general for the past decade, he had single-handedly protected the last remaining humans. The weak huddled timidly within the fortress walls, fragile as candles in the wind. Suddenly a low growl echoed from behind, pulling him from his thoughts. Song Yungxiang startled and turned around his sharp eyes, immediately recognizing the imminent danger. Damn it! Before he could finish his sentence, a strange blue light began to condense in the monster's mouth, swirling like a fierce vortex, preparing for a devastating attack. Below in the city, the people were in turmoil, desperate cries for help, echoing help. "I don't want to die. Why, damn it, this time, there's no escape even if we run." Then in the blink of an eye, the monster launched its attack. A blinding blue beam shot straight down towards the ground, carrying terrifying destructive power. Song Yungxiang gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with determination. "Cannot let them die." He waved his hand, shouting loudly, Do Yan Jian, defensive formation. Instantly, a blazing energy shield deployed, blocking the entirety of the terrifying blow. A deafening explosion roared, the ground shook violently, the sky seemed to shatter, and the surrounding space felt like it was about to be torn apart. As the dust settled, the trembling civilians looked around, everyone stunned. Am I still alive? A trembling voice spoke, followed by successive exclamations. It's the Soul General, he blocked the attack for us. At that moment, a faint warning sound came from the system. Beep. Warning soul power body overloaded, temporarily unable to move. Do Yan Jian damaged by 90%. Do Yan Qin remaining... No! Song Yungxiang panted heavily, sweat pouring down like rain. This battle he had sacrificed too much. His sharp eyes swept across the battlefield. He muttered to himself, Damn it, must lure the beast to an uninhabited area. Thinking this, he immediately waved his hand, his voice echoing with determination, Soul General Dong Yuanchu. Dispel armor configuration. The pieces of red armor gradually faded, revealing a resolute but battered figure. The people in the city stared blankly at the scene before them, their eyes full of doubt. But without giving them a chance to wonder, Song Yunxiang continued to command Star-Lord System Deploy, Replicated Soul General for me, Soul Configure. Instantly, pieces of azure armor appeared, swirling around and covering his proud figure. Each piece of armor fitted together like a ritual of rebirth, preparing for a more brutal battle ahead. This time, it was no longer Dong Yuanchu, but a Soul General. Taoren Soul General, Taoren Transform Spirit Aspect. Song Yunxiang's voice echoed across the battlefield, and immediately the Soul General's body began to transform. The colors on the armor changed continuously, like a sparkling stream of light. A child stared blankly at the sky, eyes wide at the magnificent sight. High above Seoul, General Cao Ren had completed the transformation, donning brilliant golden armor, majestic and proud, exuding an invincible aura. Soul General Cao Ren not only possessed extreme flight speed, but also the ability to transform into phoenix form. A flash of light sparked, accompanied by the resounding command, Transform. Instantly, the entire body of the Soul General transformed once more. Its vast wings blazed with fire, radiating intense heat like the brilliant sun. The Phoenix Soul spread its wings, launching a counterattack. Powerful streams of fire shot straight towards the horde of monsters. Screeches echoed as the flames soared, incinerating everything in their path. Suddenly, a sharp sound rang out, ping! System warning host encountering fatal attack direction, 8 o'clock, rear left. Song Yunxiang was startled. Before he could react, a giant dark figure suddenly appeared from behind. It was a colossal monster, its gloomy eyes flashing with a cunning look. It smirked, speaking in a deep voice, Star-Lord System. Decades ago, I accidentally stumbled into ancient ruins and obtained a mysterious power. Not only can I replicate others' Soul Generals, but it also helps me escape critical moments. As soon as it finished speaking, the monster immediately swung its long arms, grabbing the Soul General tightly. With arrogant eyes, it continued, relying on this ability of the Star-Lord System and the replicated Soul Generals. I have been able to continuously survive near-death situations. Hearing this, Song Yunxiang gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with astonishment. Soul disintegration. Before he could react, the giant hands tightened further, crushing the Soul General's body. But he couldn't let soul disintegration gain the upper hand any longer. The Soul General swung its sword, shouting loudly, Soul Configure. Soul General Bai Qi Transform Spirit Aspect. The body transformed once again. This time, the system activated the Bai Qi mode, allowing him to reach a perfect state in both speed and power. Without hesitation, both charged into a fierce battle, continuously launching powerful attacks. Although the replicated Soul General could possess the original power, its soul meridian was incomplete from the start. It became a lifelong hidden danger, preventing Song Yunxiang from breaking through the saint-rank realm. Killing intent flared in his eyes. He gritted his teeth and ordered switch armament twin peak swords. Instantly, a pair of sharp swords appeared in his hands, gleaming with a cold, brilliant light. But even utilizing the spirit aspect of the replicated Soul General, its true power still hadn't reached 20%. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine. Damn it! Song Yunxiang paled as he detected a blinding blue light shooting straight towards him from somewhere. In just an instant, that light slammed into the Soul General, followed by a boom. A huge explosion shook the space-dense smoke and dust, obscuring everything. Unable to discern anything in the chaos, Song Yunxiang immediately commanded Star-Lord's system scan nearby radar. Check if anyone else survived. The system's voice sounded. Scanning. Scan complete for a 30-mile radius around the battlefield. No human life signs detected. A chill filled his heart, but there was no more time for hesitation. Song Yunxiang clenched his fists, initiating another transformation. Soul General Ao Bing. Transform Spirit Aspect. Light flashed the transformation process completed. He let out a satisfied laugh, seeing the successful change. Soul General Ao Bing in this state radiated immense powerful energy. Paradox form lock target. Without waiting another second, he immediately launched a new attack, firing volleys of blue cannon shells with terrifying force. Space trembled as the shells exploded, tearing apart a whole corner of the city. The monsters shrieked in pain, rage surging in their bloodshot eyes. But amidst that, the system issued continuous warnings. Warning. Soul power overloaded. Soul power overloaded. The Soul General suddenly staggered, then lost control completely. Not good. His body plummeted towards the ground, no longer controllable. Hasty commands echoed in vain. Soul disintegration. Soul configure. But it was too late. A loud explosion erupted, earth and rock scattering as the Soul General crashed onto the battlefield, its body lying motionless amidst the ashes. After the heavy crash, the Soul General stood up again, eyes determined. Its body briefly transformed into Soul General Lu Bu. Possessing unparalleled combat strength overflowing with battle intent, Song Yunxiang within the soul armor was exhausted, breathing rapidly, yet his spirit aspect continued to change ceaselessly. The sword in his hand flashed sharply as he charged straight at the enemy. When I obtained the Star-Lord system, I also received some information about the declining ancient civilization. A deep, powerful voice echoed amidst the chaotic battlefield. Humans once ruled this planet. Their civilization reached the pinnacle of technology. Hundreds of millions of artificial satellites were launched, forming a giant star network, providing endless energy. The Soul General's eyes grew increasingly resolute as it unleashed successive powerful martial stances. The ancients through the star network could convert matter into energy, even master spatial printing technology. From then on, filling seas and moving mountains became as easy as flipping one's hand. In the sky, the horde of beasts began to gather, flying higher, preparing to launch the next wave of attacks. But they couldn't be satisfied with that. The Soul General continued, his voice heavy. Expansion and bottomless greed led them to desire control over both time and space, ultimately bringing about a catastrophe that destroyed the entire planet. Suddenly, a colossal beam of light shot down from above, exploding right next to the Soul General. The ground shook violently, smoke and dust billowing up to fill the sky. The ancient civilization has been forgotten by the world. He murmured, distant memories surfacing in his mind. The Gengfeng Shahai divided this planet into 5 continents. I come from Tiando Guo in the east. The monsters screeched furiously, wave after wave of powerful attacks crashing down. Not stopping, the Soul General swung its sword, its body continuing to transform into Soul General Guan Yu. The Soul Masters of the Eastern Continent can use their souls to fight against the ferocious beasts. He roared, activating the spirit aspect transformation. But the Eastern Continent was embroiled in civil war year-round, ultimately being wiped out by the hordes of monsters. Tiandogo collapsed. The Eastern Continent became nothing but desolate land. I was lucky enough to escape. The blue armor he wore shone with pride, but deep down he knew well that for decades he had only been barely surviving. Countless times facing peril, spatial rifts appeared more and more frequently, bringing with them floods of monstrous beasts. Reaching his limit, he had been alone for too long. Soul Assemble Song Yunxiang roared, activating Soul General Long Ta. But immediately the system warned insufficient soul power. But he gasped, eyes full of panic. Insufficient soul power. Warning, insufficient soul power. Cold sweat broke out. He quickly reached into his belt, intending to take out a soul continuation pill, but his face suddenly turned deathly pale. It's all gone. The monsters high above roared, dark energy gathering in their mouths, preparing to fire the next attack. A colossal force shot forward. striking the Soul General's arm directly, causing him to cry out in pain and clutch the wound as hot blood dripped down. Soul disintegration. Soul assemble, he yelled, trying to activate the system. 动元出斗元间. But at that moment, the system suddenly issued a severe warning. Superscale spatial fluctuations detected large number of enemies approaching. Evacuate the combat zone immediately or certain death awaits. Song Yongxiang froze. What a countdown began chilling to the bone. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Arrow, do not panic. Maintain order. Board the ships. The voice echoed from the airship, trying to calm the chaotic crowd running below. But fear had overwhelmed reason. People pushed and shoved just to grab a spot to escape. Airship number 3 is full, requesting takeoff. Airship number 5 is full, requesting takeoff. The announcements continued relentlessly urgent, like the very breath of the desperate people. Mommy, there are so many beasts in the sky. Can the Soul General win? The boy clung to his mother's hand, his voice trembling. In the sky, hideous monsters had filled the space, their blazing red eyes seeming to burn the very heavens. The system immediately issued a warning: Star-Lord Host has missed the optimal evacuation window. Song Yongxiang clutched his wound tightly, biting his lip, forcing out choked words. This many. Even the Star-Lord system is out of options. The system continued its analysis, its emotionless voice stating, searching for the optimal escape plan for the host. Detected some transport ships have attracted enemy attention. System recommends host lure enemies towards the transport ships. Exit the combat zone when enemies attack the transport ships. At that moment, the system screen displayed the image of the mother and son who had fallen in the crowd earlier, making Song Yongxiang freeze. What is that, the mother and son from before, he exclaimed in shock. Use them as bait so I can escape alone. His brows furrowed tightly, his voice deepening. Sorry, Star-Lord system. A true man must know what should be done and what shouldn't. This time I cannot follow your suggestion. His eyes shone with determination. He whispered softly, as if to himself, besides fighting alone for so many years, I'm tired too. As long as humanity keeps the flame alive, sooner or later it will rise again. Taking a deep breath, he whispered, if escape is impossible, then let me do something for them. A strange sense of calm filled his heart. Song Yunxiang placed his hand on his chest. His soul power blazed fiercely, his body seemingly merging with a sea of fire. The system frantically issued warnings. Warning detected. Host is self-immolating life force to unleash soul power. Warning detected. Host's life is in danger, but he ignored it all. Flames erupted violently. Song Yunxiang's power was like an erupting volcano tearing through the smoke-filled space. A world-shattering explosion roared. Millions of sparks shot out, incinerating the complacent beasts ahead. Billowing smoke rose, covering a vast area. Beidalu City was now nothing but ashes and ruined buildings. Suddenly, amidst that hazy space, a voice called out familiar calls one after another. Song Yunxiang. Song Yunxiang, he startled. Who is it? Who's calling me? A dark figure gradually appeared before him. A vague sensation enveloped him, then suddenly everything spun. When he opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was an unfamiliar room. His head throbbed, his mind in turmoil. Where is this? What's going on? Didn't I perish together with the enemy? Why am I still alive? Raising his hand to his forehead, Song Yunxiang startled when he saw the reflection in the opposite mirror, a handsome young man, his eyes full of vitality. This body is, he whispered. Suddenly his eyes fixed on the calendar hanging on the wall. His whole body felt petrified. Star calendar, year 1330. A voice full of astonishment escaped his throat. This is Tiando Guo on the eastern continent. This is Nanzhou Jiwu Academy. His breath came in ragged gasps, his heart pounded as if wanting to leap out of his chest. 16 years ago. I've returned to 16 years ago. Yuanding City was a mid-sized city located on the border of Nanzhou and Tiando Guo. It was said to have been founded 400 years ago by the first principal of the Jiwu Academy. Nanzhou Jiwu Academy, one of the 3 best academies in Tiando Guo, specialized in cultivating outstanding soul masters. Next match, blue side number 27 class 7 versus red side number 03 class 10. The announcement echoed across the arena. immediately followed by the clanging sound of two swords colliding. The stands erupted with cheers and encouragement. Class 7 wins, Class 10 go for it. Go fight. The specialized battle armors gleamed with a valiant blue hue. Seeing them up close for the first time made Lu Yan's eyes widen with excitement. So cool, he cheered excitedly, joining the lively atmosphere. On the arena floor, the battle grew increasingly intense. The opponents continuously launched sharp attacks. Trying to run, Soul General number 3 sparked a bright flame, charging straight at the opponent, accompanied by a sinister laugh. "How dare you play dirty, watch out, Mecha number 3, someone from the outside," shouted a warning. Trifling watch, this Mecha number 27 roared, charging straight at the opponent with terrifying speed. "Here it comes, this stance, that's his ultimate move. Our Class 7 is sure to win," a group of excited students shouted loudly. But just as the slash that seemed decisive came down, Lu Yan subconsciously muttered, "Not right." The red mecha intentionally lured the blue mecha into attacking. The blue mecha lost. The people around immediately snapped their heads towards him with suspicious eyes. "Who is this guy? What nonsense is he spouting? Not even wearing the Jiwoo Academy uniform. Looks very suspicious. Isn't he a spy?" But before anyone could question further, a loud explosion echoed from the arena. Did he win? Damn it, missed the crucial moment, two students cried out regretfully. When things cleared up, the blue mecha was cornered, allowing the opponent to seize the initiative. The audience was stunned. What, we lost? How could that Class 10 guy? Disappointment spread. It's all that guy's fault just now, made us miss everything. A few angry people looked for the speaker, but Lu Yan had already disappeared. He ran while sighing in relief. Good thing I slipped away quickly. If I stayed there, I'd definitely be targeted. But looking around, he suddenly realized, where on earth did I end up? Why is every path a dead end? Remembering the old gatekeeper told him to turn left, then right. Lu Yan thought, is it this way? But turned into another dead end. Who designed this place, he lamented. Not hesitating further, he decided, no more caring, jump over first. Gathering his soul power, he shouted, body enhancement. Let's go. Then he leaped over the wall perfectly. Perfect. He cheered joyfully, but as soon as he landed, the sight before him made him pale. A group of female students changing clothes. What is this? Lu Yan screamed in panic. Immediately a girl turned around, shrieking in horror. There's a pervert, catch him quick. No, you've misunderstood. I didn't mean to. Lu Yan frantically tried to explain, but only received angry glares. Stop making excuses, you hooligan. But I really didn't mean to. He continued struggling to explain, but the group of girls charged, determined not to let him go. Run Lu Yan frantically fled, but ahead of him was another dead end. Again, he paled in despair. The girls behind had cornered him. Let's see where you run now, you damn pervert. No, I didn't, I am, Lu Yan stammered, unable to finish his sentence before a shout rang out. Don't waste words on him. Sisters, where are you? Just beat him half to death, then tie him up and hand him over to the department head. Agreed. The whole group responded in unison. Hey, stop hitting. It was the old gatekeeper who gave me directions. Lu Yan screamed in desperation. Old gatekeeper? You mean him? The girls grew even angrier. At the principal's office, the administrative office, a brightly shining golden pipe. A thoughtful voice spoke softly, You must be Lu Yan here to register today. Hearing this, the boy, covered in bruises from being beaten, looking like he was about to meet his ancestors, stammered, Yes, ma'am. I am Lu Yan, from the Lu family at Nanzhou Port. I'm the new student who passed the entrance exam. Also, I didn't intentionally peek. It was a misunderstanding. As he spoke nervously, the girl beside him snorted angrily. Lu Yan, 18 years old, Soul Master, yellow rank, initial stage grade, a second-class aptitude. Previously studied at the Soul Master Preparatory School with a culture score of 92. Martial arts score 97, passed the Jiwoo Academy entrance exam. Father is a retired soldier from the Tiandu Army, highest realm at yellow rank peak. Received a third-class merit once while in the army. Hearing the words from Xiaoyue sitting beside her, the principal of Jiwoo Academy, Nanzhou Gu Ziding, spoke up. Grade A, second-class aptitude, huh? If nothing unexpected happens, he should be able to break through to the Zhuan realm before 20. Put this kid in class 10 with those problematic ones. Xiaoyue helped student Lu Yan with the admission procedures. We accept this one. Her eyes glanced straight at him, a mysterious smile on her face. Hearing those words, he was somewhat surprised, startled. "Eh, damn, what does that look mean?" Guziding said. "All right, let him relax first." As soon as she finished, Yan angrily shouted, "What the heck?" But him, "You—" Yan, tied up tightly, struggled to speak. "Damn it, I told you it was a misunderstanding. I'm not some pervert who likes peeking." Hearing him say that, Yan pouted, "This stubborn idiot, Guziding rested her chin on her hand, speaking haughtily. She says, "Yan, you will join Yan's class 10. Yan, you're the class president, so I'll entrust him to you." Hearing that news, he let out a surprised Guziding, continued. "Take him for a tour to familiarize him with the surroundings, then hand him over to instructor Yu. Oh, right. Go to the Internal Affairs office to receive tasks first. Okay." Hearing this, Yan resignedly bowed, trembling, and said, "Yes." Ziding turned towards her assistant Xiaoyue, give Yan's file to Ha Shui to look at. Xiaoyue took the papers out of the envelope. Swish, swish, compressed space activated. The paper was sucked into a black card with a blue circle pattern. This card contained student Yan's information. Keep it safe. Yan reached out to take it and said yes. Yan's eyes were sharp as blades, glancing at the young man standing before her. Using her sharp gaze, veins popping on her face, she said, "Follow me, student Yan." Yan seemed helpless. "Damn it, really?" "Yan requests leave, ma'am." She bowed her head respectfully. Seeing this, he paid attention. Following her lead, Yan requests leave, ma'am. Behind him, Yan stomped away angrily. Guziding and Xiaoyue silently watched them leave. The room now only held the two of them. Books and compressed space items were scattered on the desk. "Ah, right." Xiaoyue suddenly noticed something. "There's a report of a missing student. Assistant Instructor Cheng Yi reported student number 16 of Class 10. Song Yungjiang has been absent for 3 days and is unreachable. Damn, missing the city instructor asked if we need to report to the Central Security Bureau." Guziding picked up the file, raised her pipe with the other hand, took a deep drag, and said, "Song Yunxiang. I remember that kid. The useless one from the Song family in Yong'an City. Got in through connections, right? Yes, that's right." Xiaoyue looked at the file before her and said, "According to students who met Song Yunxiang, he asked them, 'Is today April 9th?' Then they heard him say, 'Still 3 more days,' something like that, and then he wasn't seen again." From afar, a plume of white smoke drifted towards her. "Cough, cough, cough. Hey, principal. Damn it, why are you smoking in the office again?" Xiaoyue said angrily. Guziding's expression was like, "If you're scared, go home." Style, "What can you do to me?" Puff. White smoke continuously drifted out. Xiaoyue got even angrier, shouting, "Damn it, are you even listening to me seriously? Won't shed tears until you see the coffin, huh?" Seeing this, Guziding spoke soothingly. All right, calm down. Take it easy, things will work out. Xiaoyue, you talk too much. That kid's family is complicated. I'll contact his family first. Over there is the workshop area of the Jiwu Academy. Past the workshop is the dormitory. The building on the left is the experimental alchemy lab. The road on the right leads straight to the main teaching building. Tomorrow's classes, Seoul General Construction and Basic Formation Programming Language, are both held there. Yan spoke as she walked. Hearing this, he asked senior sister, "Where are we going now?" She replied, "Taking you to the demonstration arena. There's a Seoul General Combat Practice class this afternoon." "Oh right, change into the uniform you just received later. Our class instructor hates students dressing casually." She walked away. Yan still stood frozen, gazing in one direction. Yan turned back and continued, "Hey, hurry up! Don't dawdle! What's wrong?" Yan asked blankly. The image that caught his eye was a large battle halberd leaning against a silver sword held in its hand. The whole figure exuded an incredibly powerful aura. This... Yan's eyes widened in amazement. "This is..." Seeing his surprise, she said, "You mean this statue? It's said to be the mecha of the hero from 400 years ago. Its name is Seoul General Zuozi. According to legend on the eastern continent, thousands of years ago, colossal, ferocious beasts appeared among humans. They were cold-blooded killers, devouring all intelligent life and smart artifacts. Humans couldn't resist pushed to the brink of extinction. At the most desperate moment, celestial beings descended from the heavens. The celestials used stars as bones and soul essence as their outer shell. Summoning Dharma idols outside the soul generals, they used divine powers to exterminate the horde of beasts. The celestials left behind the power of the soul generals in the form of soul jade. The soul jade would choose those destined to be heroes and grant them the power of the soul generals. At the same time, the celestials also taught humans the secret method of cultivating spirit souls. Those with the aptitude to cultivate the law were called soul masters. Receiving the power of soul masters and soul generals, humans gradually grew stronger. 1,000 years ago, a wise human managed to replicate the celestials' divine methods, creating countless soul generals. Since then, countless soul masters followed the path to becoming heroes, opening up a new continent on the land devastated by the beasts. The first principle was the one chosen by Soul General Zuoqi to be a hero. He controlled Zuoqi's idol-conquered Nanzhou for Tiando Guo and established Nanzhou Jiwu Academy 400 years ago. His soul general's soul also turned into soul jade, sealed within this statue to protect Jiwu Academy and await the appearance of the next hero, Yan said. Lu Yan was extremely excited now, his eyes shining like headlights, speaking enthusiastically. Wow, senior sister, hearing you say that makes me feel some kind of dark power boiling up inside. He clasped his hands together firmly and declared heroically, I've decided. I, Lu Yan, swear I will become a hero, like the first principle, aiming for the Tiando Hegemon General title. I will become the strongest soul general. At this moment, suddenly a mystical blue crystal stone began to glow right at the spot of the legendary battle armor. The battle armor started to move. Its footsteps were powerful rumbling sounds echoing continuously. Seeing this strange event, Lu Yan was terrified and screamed, What the heck is this? Yan stood frozen on the spot, eyes glazed over, looking up, thinking to herself, This is a soul power resonance wave. Could it be Zuoqi's soul power? Seeing this, Lu Yan worriedly turned to ask senior sister did something just light up. He then approached the battle armor. This stubborn idiot not afraid of death touched it and said, Hey, what's wrong? Why isn't it moving anymore? Yan was still stunned, disbelieving what she had just witnessed. Her eyes wide with amazement, her mind raced, thinking repeatedly, Damn this troublemaker. The first principle's soul general resonated with this idiot. Is this idiot Zuoqi's next host? No, impossible. It must be an illusion. How could the first principle's soul general choose someone like this? She seemed quite angry, glaring at Lu Yan, who was currently tapping the leg of the battle armor, saying, It reacted just now, didn't it? Maybe I should try putting some saliva on it. As he spoke, he touched his tongue with his finger. Seeing this, Yan angrily punched Lu Yan's head furiously, snapping, Behave yourself. Don't touch the Zuoqi statue again. The heavy punch caught Lu Yan completely by surprise. Yan dragged him towards a temple area. Follow me this way. We need to find the instructor and report. Lu Yan painfully clutched the lump on his head from the hit tears streaming down. Damn it, yes. But Zuoqi really reacted to me earlier. A pair of feet stood still, observing. Suddenly a voice called out, Hey! Someone from the eastern continent 16 years ago. Still believing the legend of celestials descending, huh? The back of Song Yunxiang appeared. He leaned against a nearby pillar, observing below. A blue light scattered around him. He thought happily to himself, Preparations are almost done. This time I definitely won't let them sacrifice themselves uselessly here again. Elsewhere, people's cheers echoed continuously. They kept shouting, Go, charge forward, don't be afraid of him. At the demonstration arena, the battle between the two Zuoqis raged fiercely. Both launched attacks towards their opponent. The sound of clashing swords echoed non-stop. The surrounding people also continuously shouted encouragement. The sword tip of one instantly shot forward. Swish. The blue mecha's sword tip was now right at the neck of the red mecha. Seeing this, a voice announced, Blue mecha wins. The surrounding spectators were extremely satisfied. They excitedly chattered, Damn great fight, so strong, worthy of being a senior. At this time in the stands, Chung Yi, assistant instructor for Class 10, Xuanrank Mountain Stage Soul Master, looked at the information tablet in his hand and spoke. Instructor. You, the student controlling the blue mecha, isn't bad, right? Do you want to give him an extra point? Yupai Instructor for Class 1. Xuan rank middle stage Soul Master spoke up extra point. With such chaotic fighting style, going onto a real battlefield means certain death. Hearing this, Chung Yi awkwardly said, this. At this time, He Yan and Lu Yan appeared. Both bowed respectfully. He Yan reported, Class 10. Student, He Yan brings new student Lu Yan to report. Hearing that name, Yu Pei said Lu Yan, the one who passed the entrance exam. He stiffened and said, Yes, reporting instructor. My name is Lu Yan, 18 years old from the Lu family at Nanzhou border realm yellow rank stage. I have... Stop, Yu Pei said, standing next to. He Yan, she gave a helpless look as if thinking, Oh God, what embarrassing thing is this guy doing now? Hearing her, he stopped talking, looking confused. Yu Pei continued, I don't like hearing that nonsense. He Yan present. Next match you fight him, Yu Pei ordered. Hearing that, he was extremely bewildered. But instructor, At this time, He Yan had an extremely excited expression, her eyes looking like she wanted to eat him alive, and said, Excellent, I'll be very happy to beat you up. Lu Yan panicked. Everyone in the stands was very excited. One person shouted loudly, Woo-hoo, good go class president, teach this unskilled newbie a lesson, punch him without missing. That guy better be careful. The class president's strength is top 1 or 2 in the class, full of experience. Chung Yi turned and asked, So Lu Yan, are you familiar with controlling a soul general yet? Hearing this, he replied, so. When I was a reserve soul master, I learned it all. My old man who was in the army also taught me quite a bit, but I haven't received a soul general yet. Chung Yi took out a blue jade piece and said, This is the soul talisman of the Yuan Yuan Shi. One student is absent today, so you can temporarily use his mecha number 16. Infuse your soul power into the soul talisman according to its instructions to create the soul general. Lu Yan took it in his hand, his eyes shining with joy, mouth wide open in an ah. This is the soul talisman and the soul general Yuan Yuan, Shi created by Jiwu Academy. This design, this pattern, this feeling, the soul talisman, created by Jiwu Academy, is truly extraordinary. It's countless times more advanced than my old man's jade pendant. Seeing his reaction, Chung Yi was speechless with a helpless expression, as if thinking, What is this shrimp head talking about? His hands raised the soul talisman jade pendant. He Yan, with a cool expression, said Soul General Assemble. Blue light radiated around her. Lu Yan also started using his Soul General Assemble. More and more blue lights began to gather, countless of them flying in the air. He Yan donned her white battle armor. She snorted, Humph, newbie, I'm going to give you a beating. I won't show you any mercy. I'll definitely beat you until you forget everything from before. He was not to be outdone, provoking her back. I'm so scared of you. Oh, that's great. Senior sister. A fight should be fought with full force, right? The surrounding people were extremely excited, continuously cheering, Hey, hurry up and die, newbie class president. One strike, kill him. It's getting dark, don't make us late for dinner. Hearing them, He Yan snorted. Everyone calm down. Take it easy, things will sort themselves out. Thud. Her foot slammed onto the ground. Newbie watched this move. She dashed quickly towards him, sword in hand, charging straight and swinging at her opponent. Seeing this, he was somewhat surprised and yelled, What the heck? The sword swing hit the ground. Crash. Where are you running? He Yan pursued relentlessly. So fast, he said, retreating further away. Whoosh! He kept running quickly. He Yan angrily said, Stop running. Where's that spirit you had earlier? Continuous slashes swung towards Lu Yan. He continuously dodged, fleeing from it. Seeing his actions, Chung Yi said dejectedly, Damn, what is this? This Lu Yan fighting. He Yan, but just keeps dodging east and west. Yu Pei spoke up. Don't underestimate him. His footwork seems chaotic, but he manages to avoid He Yan's attacks every time. Hearing that, Chung Yi's face showed extreme surprise. What the heck, that skilled? Clang. He Yan's sword swung towards him. He used his shield to block the attack. His feet slid backward, each step incredibly heavy. He thought to himself, What the hell, senior sister's mecha strength is really strong. Does a 2-realm difference in Soul Master level really cause such a huge obstacle? The people in the stands were extremely excited seeing Lu Yan being pushed back. They shouted, "Hey, newbie, fight back." What the heck? This newbie is only yellow rank initial stage, while he Yan is already yellow rank late stage. How can he possibly fight? That's right, it's a two-realm difference. The strength and intensity of the battle armor must differ by at least 40%. No good, can't just take it head-on like this. Totally can't resist. Just maintain distance first. Seeing him evade like that, Yan said smugly, trying to run. Hey, senior sister doesn't seem good at controlling her attack methods. At this distance, it doesn't hurt at all anymore. Lu Yan used his shield again to block the attack. Yan trembled with anger. What the heck, bastard, doesn't hurt, huh? You asked for death, I'm angry now. Lu Yan, take this. Whoosh. Look, she's using that move again. People around cheered. That kid is really lucky. Managed to make Yan use that move. There are two possibilities. This time he's definitely dead. The shield can't withstand this move. Changyi was also extremely surprised. Not good, Yan is serious now. Lu Yan can't block this move. A blinding blue light began to swirl around her body. Seeing this, he was extremely astonished. Boom boom. Countless blue-white light beams shot out. Zap zap, ouch, ouch, it hurts. Everyone was terrified. Ah, just looking hurts. A newbie able to resist? Yan. Too tragic. Too tragic. What the Changyi exclaimed. Yupei snorted. The newbie won. Instructor, you're not kidding, right? The newbie was beaten useless. Look closely for me. Hidden deep within the thick dust was Lu Yan, unharmed by her attack. The red mecha, although severely damaged, but his sword was pointed straight at the blue mecha's weak point. According to the rules, Lu Yan won. Yan's eyes widened in astonishment, mouth agape, disbelieving what she had just witnessed. Lu Yan said smugly. I lost. The surrounding people couldn't believe it. That newbie actually beat the class president, who is 2 realms higher than him. Today's combat practice, everyone performed well, especially the battle between Lu Yan and Yan. Lu Yan at yellow rank initial stage defeated yellow rank late stage. Lu Yan, share your fighting method with everyone. Me, well, this is quite strange. Senior sister attacked too fiercely, I basically had no chance. Her mecha's accuracy is better than mine. Battle armor speed, all better than mine. Yan, standing beside, snorted uncomfortably. But when I paid close attention to her movements, I noticed she rarely used soul power to increase speed. I guess maybe her chest isn't big enough, or perhaps her fighting habits lean towards defense. Hearing those words, Yupei thought, during a fight with a stronger opponent, he can still calmly analyze. This kid is interesting. Lu Yan continued fluently. So I increased the distance and discovered that indeed, senior sister isn't good at using soul power. Also earlier I noticed her registration temper was quite hot-headed, so I intentionally provoked her. Sure enough, she fell for it. Standing beside him, Yan trembled with extreme anger. She shouted, "Enough, bastard! It was just luck. Also, stop calling me registration sister. Call me class president." Lu Yan looked frightened, clutching his head. Oh right, wait a minute, mecha number 16. I borrowed earlier, got damaged by senior sister. Do I have to pay for it? Hearing that, she replied, "You shrimp head, are you an idiot? Soul generals are summoned by soul masters. They don't get damaged. Stop asking such stupid questions. Mecha 16 doesn't belong to Song." Changyi immediately said, "That's right, it belongs to that useless 3-minute young master, Song Yunxiang. That guy skipped class for 3 days now, still hasn't shown up. I'm going to report him missing." "Hey, minutes, what does that mean referring to that aspect?" As soon as he finished, everyone around burst into laughter. They said heard his celestial soul is defective, can't hope to advance in this lifetime. So the soul general he summons only lasts 3 minutes. Right after 3 minutes, poof. Simply put, he's the trash of trash. Keep your voices down. He's a young marquis who used connections to get into the school, ha ha ha. Yupei angrily shouted, "What the heck? Enough, shut your mouths. It's getting late, hurry to the cafeteria and eat." Everyone dismissed. Suddenly, a crimson crystal appeared in the sky. The surrounding atmosphere became oppressive, the sky turning dark. Seeing this, Yan was somewhat panicked. What's happening? Although it's just dusk now. Why did it suddenly get so dark? In the sky, lightning continuously struck down below. Monsters emerged from unknown locations in the sky. They were countless. Alarm sirens immediately blared non-stop. Damn it, it's a rift, the rift has appeared. People around screamed in panic. Everyone was in utter chaos, screaming loudly. Damn, it's a rift. The beasts are here. Run quickly, the beasts have erupted. Monsters continuously dove down from the sky. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh sounds echoed non-stop. They continuously dove down, destroying the surrounding areas. The beasts are here. Hide quickly, run. People scattered and fled. A blue light appeared in their mouths. Seeing that everyone was terrified and astonished as if disbelieving what was happening. We're done for. It's over. The blue light instantly disintegrated that person. Surrounding objects also began to disintegrate from the light emitted by the beasts. It pierced straight through thick walls, charging straight forward. Seeing this, Yupei yelled loudly. Instructor Chung. Hearing the command, Chung, he responded. Understood. Soul assemble. The instructor's Yuan Yuan Shi Mecha. He instantly donned battle armor and stood against the beast's attack. Crash. Everyone was astonished. The attack's destructive power was immense, blowing some people into the air. Yupei stood tall, observing the events unfolding before her. Some who could resist quickly got back up. The system's sound chimed, ping. Warning Mecha damaged by 73%. Soul power strength at 22.6% and rising. Hearing that Chung Yi was extremely panicked. What? The beast's arm raised high. Ferocious beast. Gluttonous species. Yupei observed the unfolding events and muttered softly. 2, 4, 6 gluttonous types. 9, 0, 10 of them. She raised her voice. All class. 10 students' attention. These are not enemies you can fight against. Star core power full, the system announced. Star outer shell battle armor restored by 2%. All retreat. Evacuate the combat zone. He Yan quickly said, Instructor, we stay and help you in any way. Lu Yan also spoke up. Yes, actually, we... Before he could finish, Yupei yelled, Obey orders, retreat. As she spoke, she ran towards Chung Yi. Hearing this, He Yan was unwilling. The beast screeched, Hoo, 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 then opened its mouth wide, charging towards Chung Yi. Seeing this, he said, Damn it, soul. Suddenly, from afar, a pinkish-purple force shot over. Yupei, wearing her cool battle armor, rushed to rescue her junior. Assemble, get out. Her blade slashed straight towards the opponent. Seeing this, both He Yan and Lu Yan were extremely astonished. So strong, the white Yuan Yuan Sha is instructor use specialized mecha. The beast roared. Watch your back, a voice called out, catching its attention. Seeing it pause briefly, Yupei thought strange. The beast's movements seemed to slow down just now. Chung Yi said, Instructor, you more beasts are appearing, relying just on the two of us, I'm afraid. Shut up. Whoever is scared can leave you. Pei snapped. Before reinforcements arrive, we must hold back these beasts. Understood. The two stood facing the numerous beasts. Lu Yan spoke up, This class president, what should we do now? Hearing him, she was speechless. Let's go. Obey orders. You saw it too. Staying here only makes us a burden. Hurry up or we'll be meeting our ancestors. Hearing her? He stammered. But, damn it. Stop hesitating. Glancing back worriedly, both of them ran. Humph. That is, suddenly he noticed a blue light flying towards them from afar in the sky. At this time, the system displayed for Yupei signal from command room. Command calling Class 10 Mecha Yupei. Xiaoyue appeared with Guziding behind her. She said reinforcement squad is arriving. Form a platoon commanded by Yupei. Combat order, defend the martial arena. Do not let any beasts escape. Hearing that, she replied, Understood. As she spoke, her fist struck a beast. People from the squad appeared. Sorry to keep you two instructors waiting. Student council reinforcements are here. They appeared stylishly cool. Yupei, exhausted, spoke up, Very good. Thank you all for coming to reinforce all mechas. Listen to my orders from now on. Combine into a battle formation 12 mechas against the beasts. Hearing that command, everyone shouted in unison, Understood, Tiger Wing formation. All 12 stood in formation against the horde of beasts. In the command room, Guziding observed the ongoing battle. She said, Tiger Wing formation. The main general area is responsible for luring the enemy. The two flanks provide support kills, can utilize geographical advantages, and is suitable for long-term defensive combat. Xiaoyue looked at the formation system displayed on the control screen and said, "Worthy of being the white fox of the northern battlefield. Yu Pei. Direction. 8 o'clock, Yu Pei's team has successfully established a defensive line. Reinforcements have arrived, with the rift as the center. The encirclement of the beasts is complete. Requesting the next command from the captain." Hearing this, Gu Ziding replied, "Very good. All Nanju Jiwu Academy, Mecha's attention, defend positions to the death. Encircle all beasts within the perimeter. Must persist until the wave of beasts ends. Beat them into oblivion." As the command was transmitted, the combat team members immediately roared. Understood. They ran quickly, charging towards the horde of beasts before them. Watching the service staff's figure depart, Yunxiang finally sighed leisurely. Phew! Sharp claws lunged forward. Swish! A move from those claws instantly caught the opponent off guard, hitting them with the attack. Thud! That person was sent flying, crashing onto the ground. Rumbling sounds echoed continuously. Boom! A part of the arena was destroyed by the attack from the beasts. Dust flew everywhere. "Ah, what the heck? Why are there beasts over here too?" Lu Yan screamed continuously as he ran. Both of them were running fast to escape the beast chasing right behind them. Damn it, why does it keep chasing us? Damn, why did this beast's speed suddenly increase so much? He kept screaming while fleeing. Yan just ran quickly without saying a word. She turned her head and said, "Lu Yan, listen to me. In a moment, I'll hold this beast back. You run straight towards underground entrance number 9. Hearing that, he replied confusedly, "Entrance 9, but I don't know the way." Yan continued, "Run towards the Zuozi statue over there. Entrance 9 is right behind the Zuozi statue." As she spoke, she turned around, swung her arm horizontally, and blue light appeared. Soul. Her mecha appeared. Yan donned her battlesuit facing the large charging monster. Her sword was caught by it. Seeing the situation, Lu Yan could only run headlong as fast as possible. Damn it, hateful. Boom! The beast punched Yan's mecha in the face. She immediately grabbed its arm. Seeing this, he worriedly called out, class president. "Run fast, run straight towards the Zuozi statue," she screamed. At this moment, she was caught by the beast slammed hard onto the ground. Lu Yan gritted his teeth, looking uncomfortable and unwilling. Clenching his fists tightly, he ran very fast. His mind raced. Why am I so useless? Why do I only know how to run away? Why do I only know how to stand by and watch others sacrifice themselves to save me? If only I had power, if I had a soul general, that's right. The Zuozi statue. An idea suddenly flashed through Lu Yan's mind. Maybe the Zuozi statue can help me. His mind recalled the image of them talking about the Zuozi statue earlier. What if I am the one chosen by Zuozi's soul jade? What if I can obtain the power of Soul General Zuozi? A shockwave explosion knocked him down. Its class president, hold on a little longer. Wait for me to come save you. Lu Yan looked up. Zuozi, his eyes widened. It's the Zuozi statue. Saying that, he ran frantically towards it. "Oh, first-generation principal, lend me your strength. Soul General, Zuozi, please accept me." Suddenly, he stopped, noticing something that made him gasp in surprise, eyes wide, mouth agape. What? On top of the Zuozi statue, someone was lurking right there. Seeing this, Lu Yan thought, "There's someone on the statue, what's going on?" In that person's hand, a mystical blue light appeared. Beside it, a part of the Zuozi statue was destroyed. The Zuozi statue was actually destroyed. In that person's hand could it be, the soul jade of Soul General Zuozi? He focused on the object in the opponent's hand. "You who? Who are you?" Lu Yan pointed straight at the person and shouted loudly. He appeared with a cool, smug expression and said, "I am Song Yungxiang. I have returned." Song Yungxiang was cultivating but fell into the past. He silently apologized to those he couldn't save. People related to his life gradually appeared in his memories, including instructors and students of the Jiwu Academy. There were also those who had once looked down on him, and the senior elder who loved, cherished, and protected him. All the brothers who had accompanied him in the Xuanjia Guard. The important person who didn't hesitate to risk their life to protect Yungxiang. and the one who had protected and advised him in times of crisis. And also, those he could never forget, the unbeatable enemies, and the Star Lord system that always accompanied him. Those he met on the southern, western, and northern continents, the inner demons that had plagued him for decades. Suddenly, Yunxiang's eyes snapped open. He had just escaped his own memories during cultivation, his whole body drenched in sweat. His entire body emitted a light that shone everywhere, clearly visible even from outside. Song Yunxiang sat by the window, dawn light streaming into the room. He panted from exhaustion. Finally broke through. The whole room was thick with his breath. Yunxiang was overjoyed to have finally broken through. The imprint lines on his body stood out clearly on his face. Yunxiang felt the abundant power flowing within his body and was satisfied. From yellow rank initial stage to yellow rank peak. It only took 3 days, continuously breaking through 4 realms. Yunxiang sat resting tiredly on the bed, reminiscing. For a body still flawed in its celestial soul, this is a bit exaggerated, but unfortunately there's no time left. When facing tens of thousands of unbeatable enemies, I chose self-destruction to perish together with them. Unexpectedly, I actually returned to 16 years ago. The stream of memories replayed within him. Myself 16 years ago. Because of the defective celestial soul, I was the trash abandoned by the family. Father, to protect me, sent me to this Nanju Jiwu Academy. Yunxiang looked at himself in the mirror. An aged image of him from his previous life appeared. He spoke to himself. At that time, I didn't understand his intentions at all. Yunxiang, now aged and experienced, felt ashamed remembering the past, relying on the status of a young marquis living wildly without restraint. Later, Jiwu Academy was attacked by beasts. The Song family was wiped out. Tiando fell. With the help of the Star Lord system, I escaped death countless times by a hair's breadth. The Star Lord system was created by some sage, which I accidentally obtained in my previous life. Not only does it have some unbelievable abilities, it also has the ability to copy others' soul generals for my use. Unexpectedly, it followed me back to life. He called the Star Lord system again to check the current situation. The system immediately checked and reported the current status to him. Looking at the system, Yunxiang pondered. Although I don't know why the system also came back to life with me, it's true that the soul generals previously collected along with everything else are all gone. He clenched his fist, showing determination. Have to start over from the beginning. The first thing Song Yunxiang did was check the calendar again. The day I came back was April 9th, September 11th, which is tonight. Jiwu Academy will be attacked. These 3 days relying on the alchemy techniques learned in the previous life on the southern continent. I continuously broke through from yellow rank initial stage to yellow rank peak. In my previous life, I was almost 50 when I got the rebirth pill to treat my celestial soul. Although the celestial soul was treated, it still left side effects on the body. Not only stuck at Saint rank with no way to break through, I could only exert 20% of combat power and had to rely on soul continuation pills to supplement stamina. Now I just need to refine 1 rebirth pill and I can fully restore my celestial soul without any side effects. Thinking this, he went to the Nanju pharmacy counter in Yuanding City's eastern center to buy medicinal ingredients. Yunxiang arrived at the counter and greeted, "I've come to pick up the dragon root medicine ordered a few days ago." The manager quickly replied, "Please wait a moment, sir, let me check." "Ah, it's still in transit. It will arrive this afternoon. We will notify you immediately upon arrival." Song Yunxiang was a bit disappointed. Looking at the greasy manager, "Still have to wait?" He walked alone, lost in thought. 16 years ago, alchemy techniques were also very backward. On the southern continent, Tianlong Gang Heavenly Dragon Root was truly hard to buy even with thousands of gold. Here it can be bought so easily. Just need to find the last ingredient for the rebirth pill and I can treat the celestial soul. That way, even if I can't fix the soul general used for the Yuanyuan Shi, I can still repel the beasts. He pondered, even if I get the Tianlong Gang, I still have to wait several hours. In that case, I'll go to the martial arena now and set up some formations to deal with the beasts. Hope I can reduce casualties to the minimum. At this time, the Jiwu Academy was very peaceful, as it hadn't been attacked by demonic beasts yet. A familiar voice echoed in the academy. "This is the last place. Set it up here." It was Yunxiang's voice. He was arranging things in preparation for tonight. "These formations learned on the northern continent. I fear they are 100 years ahead of this eastern continent. Unfortunately, my current realm is too low. I can only set up formations to reduce speed to slow the movements of the beasts." As Yunxiang was setting up the formation, he heard someone outside rambling about old legends. According to the legends of the eastern continent, celestials descended from heaven, summoning Dharma idols outside the soul generals. Hearing this, he subconsciously turned to eavesdrop a bit. The listeners were very interested, exclaiming, "Hearing you say that sister makes me feel a surge of energy." Turns out the storyteller was Hiyan. She seemed very knowledgeable about ancient legends and continued the story. The first principal was the hero chosen by Soul General Zuoqi. Hiyan continued passionately engrossed in the story she told everyone. Soul General Zuoqi, Then she told many more things. Meanwhile, Yunxiang stood on the upper floor leaning against a pillar listening to her and lamented, "This day in my previous life. I also ran before you like a stray dog begging for your strength but received no response at all. This time is different." He called out the system and told it to scan the statue before him. The system immediately reported back scan complete. Ownerless soul, General's soul, Jade detected. Target confirmed, Soul General Zuoqi. Force extraction. Immediately after the statue, like a giant robot was pulled outwards, surprising everyone. Hiyan saw the scene before her with great excitement because it was just like what she had heard. This is soul power resonance. Could it be Zuoqi's soul jade? Luyan, still young and inexperienced, seeing this scene for the first time, was very panicked and asked, "Hiyan, did something just light up? What's this situation?" Yunxiang high above saw their surprise, but ignored it. He spoke to the system, Star-Lord. "System, have you copied Soul General Zuoqi?" Yet the system replied, "Ownerless Soul Jade cannot be copied. Can bring it into the system space. After finding a host, copying can proceed." He calmly said, "If it's useless now to avoid causing chaos, we'll take it tonight when the beasts arrive." At this time, the system reported a new message. Yunxiang was a bit surprised, wondering, "The Tianlong gang has arrived." Then he tried to arrange everything stably to go pick up the goods. "Preparations here are almost done too. Go back to the pharmacy to get the goods first. Must quickly refine the rebirth pill to restore the celestial soul. This time I won't let everyone sacrifice themselves in vain again." Returning to the market to head to the pharmacy, Yunxiang walked slowly through the crowded street. But on that path he suddenly passed someone. Just a fleeting glance made him take notice. His eyes held doubt. This person felt both strange and familiar, leaving Yunxiang very confused. Then he secretly asked the system to scan the mysterious person's information. Seeing the high suspicion of the person before him, Yunxiang asked the Star-Lord system to scan this person for him. After the system scanned, Yunxiang confirmed his speculation was correct. Soul power condensed in the dantian within the chest. This is a cultivation method only found in the northern kingdoms. And he had an even bolder inference: the person before him was from Jilunguo. Jilunguo and its neighboring country bordered the northern frontier of Tiandoguo. It was also one of the 3 nations inheriting the orthodox culture of the eastern continent. In the memories of my previous life about 3 years later, the belligerent Jilunguo broke the balance first. They launched a full-scale war of aggression against Tiandoguo. The nations were gradually drawn into the war. This eventually became the fuse that destroyed the eastern continent. Yunxiang couldn't help wondering, why would people from Jilunguo appear here at this time? Or is there actually some secret behind it that I don't know? Yunxiang temporarily put that matter aside. He returned to the Nanzhou Grand Pharmacy, the branch in Yuanding City, to pick up the medicine he ordered. From the hall, Yunxiang was warmly welcomed and continuously solicited. Right now, Golden Bright Powder and Body Tempering Solution are having a special price promotion. Also, the new stock of Star Gathering pills just arrived. These were personally refined by the second-rank pillmaster from our Nanzhou headquarters, faced with continuous invitations. He just mumbled an affirmation, then stated his purpose. "I've come to pick up the Tianlong gang medicine ordered 3 days ago. My surname is Song. The staff member, realizing she had been too pushy, guided him. "Please come to the VIP area and wait, sir." Yunxiang sat down and another girl came to confirm, "Mr. Song, the Tianlong gang you ordered from our shop 3 days ago has now arrived. The original price is $130,000 T. Because you chose express shipping, minus the 20% deposit you paid previously, you still need to pay." Suddenly, Yunxiang waved his hand, stopping the girl. Then he felt his pocket, but didn't take out money instead, slowly speaking, "I don't have enough cash right now, but—" Hearing this, the girl feared she encountered a difficult customer and replied, "Sorry, sir, the shop has rules. We don't allow installment payments. If you cannot pay in full, you cannot take the item." After rummaging in his pocket for a while, Song Yunxiang took out the nondescript item card. Inside that card were countless pills. "I want to sell these pills to you, ladies." This girl, once again without looking, replied immediately, "Sorry, Mr. Song, we don't accept pills here." But when she looked closely, her jaw dropped. This is a soul continuation pill, a rank 3 pill. Could this be the rare rank 4 soul condensing pill? This is a star gathering pill. Its quality is even higher than what the grandmaster of our main store refines. What is this? I don't recognize any of these. This time the girl was extremely flustered. "Sorry, sir. Could I take these pills to ask for our chief manager's opinion?" Yunxiang, seeing they would definitely buy his pills anyway, calmly replied, "Go ahead and take them. I'll take the Tianlong gang first. Do you ladies have an alchemy room here? Let me borrow it for a bit." It was her first time hearing a customer wanting to borrow the alchemy room, so she answered awkwardly, "We do have an alchemy room, but because the shop doesn't have a resident alchemist, so the alchemy room hasn't been used by anyone for a long time." He waved it off. "I just need a quiet place that can isolate soul power fluctuations." Hearing him say that, the girl led the way. "Then please follow me, sir." Soon the girl led Song Yunxiang to the alchemy room as he wished. Then he entered alone. Upon entering, Song Yunxiang was very surprised. An old-style pill cauldron from 60 years ago looks so crude. "Kashi, this one is broken. Actually, I quite wanted to try using it." Yunxiang sighed, limp like a spoiled noodle, accepting this. He sat down flat on the ground. "Luckily, on the southern continent, I followed the human spirit tribe to learn the Shulian technique. Combined with fusion formations, I can refine pills even without a pill cauldron." After taking out his items, Yunxiang began to set up the formation. The necessary medicinal ingredients for the formation were gathered by him one by one. He gently dropped the last ingredient into the 4 directions fusion formation. All ingredients had been placed into the formation by Yunxiang. Everything was proceeding very smoothly. If anyone passed by the alchemy room, they would see a red light radiating from within. The girl who received the pills from Yunxiang rushed back to the manager's office. She reported to the manager, "That customer wants to use pills as collateral, so he gave me these pills. Among them is one pill I don't recognize. Please take a look, sir." He picked up each vial of medicine and nodded. Rank 3. Star Gathering Pill. Soul Continuation Pill. This is Soul Condensing Pill. Then this is... He was extremely surprised seeing the last pill. It surprised him so much he shouted, "This is Yanhuo Dan Burning Fire Pill." The chief manager looked at the girl who brought the medicine and asked, "Are you sure this customer wants to sell these pills to our merchant guild?" Seeing his urgency, she replied, "Yes, sir. The customer said so." He shot up from his seat asking, "Where is that person now?" The girl stammered, "In the alchemy room. He wanted to borrow it for a bit, so I took him there." Only then did the girl suddenly remember, "Forgot to tell you, sir. The pill cauldron is broken, but he's so young he probably doesn't know alchemy anyway. Maybe he just wanted a soundproof place to talk to someone else." But in reality, she was completely wrong, because Song Yunxiang's true age was likely even older than that chief manager. So refining pills without a cauldron was extremely easy for him. In just a moment, Yunxiang finished refining a pill. His body was drenched in sweat, but he was very happy to have finished refining a new pill. Immediately after, Song Yunxiang swallowed the pill he had just created in one go. Then he absorbed that rank 6 pill completely. His soul meridian could finally recover. The imprints on his body lit up again. Yunxiang's whole body seemed enveloped in blue flames. At this time, the chief manager and the girl also arrived in front of the alchemy room where he entered. He pointed at the room and asked, "No movement. It's been a full 2 hours. Are you sure that customer has been in this alchemy room the whole time?" She answered shyly. "He seems to have set up some kind of restrictive formation inside. The door can't be opened from the outside." Just as she finished speaking, a sound came from the room. The door also gradually opened. From inside the gate, Yunxiang walked out. He had seen something. Immediately after, Yunxiang wore a smug smile, thinking, "Took the bait." The girl who had received him in the VIP room approached and introduced Mr. Song. "Are you finished? This is the chief manager of our shop. Manager, this is Mr. Song." He also politely bowed, "Mr. Song. This humble one is Hong Fang." He looked Yunxiang up and down, silently assessing. Judging by the clothes this young man is wearing, seems to be the attire of Ji Xuanyuan. Able to produce so many precious pills at once. Could he be the young master of some family, or is there a great alchemy master behind him? Yunxiang also returned the bow. "I wonder if Manager Hong is satisfied with the pills this humble one provided." Hong Fang heard this and immediately replied, "More than just satisfied." Hong Fang presented the pill vial, saying, "This old man boldly guesses. The red pill contained in this vial is the Yan Shui Dan Burning Blood Pill, the legendary rank 5 pill." Yunxiang, hearing the answer, was very satisfied and replied, "Worthy of being the chief manager overseeing a city, old Hong truly has a discerning eye." He humbly replied, too kind, Mr. Song. Do you really wish to transfer such a precious item to our shop?" Yunxiang pretended to scratch his head. "No choice, I've been a bit tight on funds lately." "Old Hong, name your price." Hong Fang began a long spiel. This Yan Shui Dan can allow a soul master, below earth rank, to directly ascend one minor realm. If used during the peak realm period, it even has the effect of directly breaking through the bottleneck of a major realm. If taken to auction, it could certainly fetch a more suitable price. Doesn't Mr. Song want to reconsider? He sighed. "I said I'm a bit tight." "Don't waste words. Hurry up and name the price." Seeing his decisiveness, the manager began calculating and pricing the various pills he had provided. He chuckled. "However, this old man wishes to befriend Mr. Song. I will take the liberty of using my authority as chief manager. 444,000, we'll round it up. Make it 500,000. I wonder if Sir is satisfied." Yunxiang heard this and laughed inwardly. "This old fox, seeing my youthful appearance making me think I got a bargain. Next he wants to probe the origin of these pills of mine." Yunxiang imitated the bargaining ladies from the market, pretending to be haughty. He rubbed his chin. 500,000, huh? Hong Fang, seeing he seemed unwilling to sell, grew a bit anxious and added more. "Mr. Song, to be honest with you, our shop could only sell these pills for $600,000. Paying you $500,000 is already the limit this old man can authorize. How about this old man adds medicinal ingredients worth several tens of thousands more for Mr. Song." Seeing the fish had taken the bait, he took out his spatial card again and said, "Old Hong, that's not what I meant. I Fuzhou Anho have never taken advantage of others." Then he materialized 2 more rank 5 pills and said, "I'll add 2 more Yan Shui Dan. Total 1 million rounded up." Hong Fang took the 2 vials Yunxiang just offered, his heart surging. Took out 2 more rank 5 pills. Could this young man have a rank 5 pill master behind him? Wait a minute. Fuzhou Anho, is it that Zhu Anho, one of the 8 generals of Tiando, this young man is the young master of the Song family in Nanzhou? Yunxiang watched Hong Fang awkwardly stammer, "It really is Yan Shui Dan, moreover this quality. Commercial grade. No, calling it supreme grade wouldn't be an exaggeration." He thought joyfully, "This sentence should be enough to lure out the big fish behind you people. This chief manager Hong Fang, 90% chance he's a descendant of a branch family of the Hong Merchant Guild." In the memories of my previous life, the Hong Merchant Guild was one of the 3 major merchant guilds of the Eastern continent, holding 70% market share in the medicinal ingredients and refining industry in Tiando Guo. The complex entanglements of the Hong family behind the scenes in both political and commercial circles accumulated over generations. not only incredibly wealthy but also possessing a terrifying network of connections and resources. This life, to prevent the beast tide from appearing, I not only need to rapidly increase my own combat strength, but also build my own power base. Money, connections, and resources. None of these three can be missing. Hong Merchant Guild. A big fish like you, just let me make use of you. Hong Fang, after thinking for a moment, said, Young Master Song, this is not the place to talk. How about coming to my office for a sit-down? Try the tea I've kept stored. Yung Xiang readily agreed. You're too polite, old Hong. With that, they all went to Hong Fang's management office. Both sides completed the transaction. His system immediately reported, your bank account has received 1,000 TE. Then Song Yunjiang asked Hong Fang the money for that Tianlong Geng. Just as he mentioned it, Hong Fang replied, Young Master Song, that Tianlong Geng, though rare, isn't considered particularly valuable. The price is still 30,000. This old man will make the decision to exempt Song Gongzi. Yunxiang did not refuse when he heard this and raised his teacup to reply, Since that's the case, I won't be polite anymore. Taking a sip of the hot tea, Song Yunxiang immediately praised the tea as delicious. Meanwhile, Hong Fang called the girl next to her and said, Go get the golden card with the number 3 on it from the third drawer under my desk. Then a glittering card was placed in front of him, which made him very curious. Hong Fang replied warmly, Brother Song, I think you also know that our Nanzhou Great Pharmacy is an industry under the Hongshu Chamber of Commerce. This card is a platinum member jade token of the Hongshu Chamber of Commerce. Based on this card, any store under the Hongshu Chamber of Commerce can enjoy the treatment and discounts of platinum members. It's a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it, Brother Song. Yunxiang and the card left the pharmacy counter, and they waved goodbye to each other before leaving. After Yunxiang had gone far away, the girl next to Hong Fang dared to ask manager, Why are you so polite to this Song Gongzi? Did you figure out his background? The old man just smiled and replied, Just now he mentioned the Juanhou mansion, and his surname is Song. Juanhou is one of the 8 generals of Tiandu, and his surname is also Song. If I'm not mistaken, I'm afraid he is a young master of the Song family in Nanzhou. The 8 generals of Tiandu Saint rank powerhouses, that is the strongest combat power in our Tiandu kingdom. But even if the Saint rank powerhouses can be counted on one's fingers, they are not as valuable as the level 5 alchemist behind this Song Gongzi. After hearing the analysis, the girl asked again, Manager, do you think there can really be a level 5 alchemist behind this Song Gongzi? There are not many level 5 alchemists in the entire eastern continent, but level 5 elixirs can still be occasionally seen being obtained from ruins and ancient tombs. What the girl said made sense, but Hong Fang immediately retorted, I just checked that natural fire elixir. Its quality is top-notch, its soul power is full, it is definitely a newly refined elixir from the recent period. Go quickly and inform Si Xiaojie. Tell her that there is a clue about the level 5 alchemist she wants to find. After being assigned the task, she immediately agreed and left. Returning to Yunxiang as he was looking at the card Hong Fang gave him, he accidentally ran into a red-haired girl. For a moment, Yunxiang was stunned, standing frozen in the middle of the crowd. Memories of that girl from his previous life flashed through his mind, leaving him speechless. Yunxiang immediately turned around, grabbed her hand tightly, and called out, Atan. Atan was surprised by being pulled back and turned to look at him, her eyes filled with surprise, as if they were strangers. Song Yunxiang looked at her, his heart filled with mixed emotions, and he hesitated to call her name. At the same time, the system also announced, System has detected that the host has come into contact with the person holding the spirit. General loading information, finished loading Spirit General Lu Bu. Starting the restoration. Song. Yunxiang remembered the girl named Atan, whom he called the female assassin of the mysterious Tai Yuan organization, who possessed the spirit of Lu Bu. In the previous life, she and I only met 3 years later. At that time, she was already a quasi-saint rank powerhouse, and with Lu Bu she had unparalleled combat power that year. Following Tai Yuan's absurd beliefs, they forcibly intervened in the battlefields of various countries to prevent infighting among the human race. In the previous life, I Luopai was also on the battlefield, and met her at that time. After several years of living and dying together, we were together. Yunxiang at that time had a big scar on his face, and he held a cigarette in his hand and asked, Atan, Is this name, Tan, your real name, or is this just your nickname in Taiyuan? She sat up and gently explained, This, the great prophet of the Taiyuan Silver Society, divined that a storm was coming, so they named me Tan, predicting that you are destined to be the one who shields from wind and rain. Yunxiang turned to Atan and softly said, So it's your real name. Atan pushed up her red hair, her face flushed, and nodded at him. Then the two of them exchanged passionate kisses. The only shadows in the entire room at that time were those of the two of them. The atmosphere was dim, but full of sweetness and happiness. Returning to reality, when Song Yunxiang held her hand, the system immediately announced Spirit General Lu Bu successfully copied. Yunxiang looked at the girl in front of him, struggling, and thought to himself, Compared to Atan 3 years later in my memory, she looks more pure and tender. But in Atan's current memory, Yunxiang was just a stranger, and she could get rid of him whenever he got in her way. Because of this, Atan had already pulled out a knife in her hand. She shook off Yunxiang's hand, her eyes watchful, and asked, Who are you? How do you know my name? After saying that, she didn't hesitate at all, pointed the knife at him, and lunged forward to attack him. Yunxiang also quickly grabbed Atan's hand reflexively. He held her tightly and said, Don't be nervous, I'm not a bad person. Hearing him speak, she was a little surprised, and blurted out. She asked in a low voice, Who exactly are you? How do you know the assassination technique of Tai Yuan? At that moment, Yunxiang also quickly saw 3 men in black behind them. So you were being followed. Before he finished speaking, she immediately kicked him accurately in the lower body because Atan's panic when wanting to escape at this moment was very great. Song Yunxiang's face was pale and he screamed among the crowd. The 3 men in black also realized that the person who had just kicked him was their target and she was running away. As the 3 men were about to chase, they ran past Yunxiang, who was trembling with pain. But to protect the girl who was very important to him, he suppressed the pain and conveniently tripped one of the 3 men in black with his foot. This made the other guy fall backward, and his companions also stopped to observe the situation because of this. The guy who had just fallen was very angry. Before he could even wipe his nosebleed, blood had rushed to his head. Bastard, are you blind? The leader among them immediately spoke up to stop his subordinates. Don't make trouble anymore. The subordinate was very angry, but he couldn't do anything to Yunxiang. He could only glare at him resentfully. The 3 of them were about to leave when Yunxiang struggled to his feet, looking for trouble to buy time. Wait, since you've bumped into this young master, do you want to leave just like that? The fallen man cursed angrily. It was clearly you who bumped into me, motherfucker. He pointed directly at him and declared, I know you and that red-haired female bandit are together. The leader once again stopped his subordinates from making trouble. He moved closer to Song Yunxiang and whispered, Tiandu's secret investigation division is working, kid. I suspect you are an accomplice of the suspect. Come with us for a trip. But unexpectedly, he encountered an old fox and was discovered by Yunxiang. They were definitely not people of the secret investigation division. So his plan changed immediately from enemy to friend. Isn't this just perfect, my own people? After saying that, Song Yunxiang casually pulled out a piece of paper from his pocket and said it was the Yao Sha Huang Erse. Hearing this, the others looked at each other and thought to themselves, how could this be the distinguishing sign used by the different levels of the Tiandu Secret Investigation Division? The leader still calmly replied, graceful winding flower branch, so it's one of us, please excuse my rudeness. Seeing that the other party was still pretending to be tough, Song Yunxiang unleashed another move, wanting to force the other party to death. I am a subordinate of the Nanzhou Secret Investigation Division number 54188. How should I address you? The leader thought he had met the real deal, so he gave a hand signal to his companions. It's troublesome, you go first, I'll deal with him. He continued to pretend and also wanted to probe Song Yunxiang in return. We are scouts directly under the headquarters of the Tiandu Secret Investigation Division. Just now we saw you in contact with our mission target. Could you explain what that was about? But someone who has lived twice, knows more than others, wasn't the person you mentioned, the female assassin of Taiyuan just now. Our Nanzhou Secret Investigation Division has been tracking this target for a long time. If you hadn't shown up, I would have captured her by now. This time he seemed to completely believe it, so he thought to himself, he actually knows she is a Taiyuan assassin. It seems this kid in front of me might really be someone from the Nanzhou Secret Investigation Division. The intelligence didn't say that this girl was also being tracked by the Nanzhou Secret Investigation Division. To avoid trouble, lure this kid into the encirclement and deal with him. He calmly offered a temptation. If that's the case, brother, why don't you act with us? We can talk as we walk. Song Yunxiang wanted to see what they wanted to do, so he nodded and said, I'll report to my superior first. As soon as he heard this, he was scared and stopped him. Brother, you can't. We suspect that there might be spies hidden by Tai Yuan within your Nanzhou Secret Investigation Division. Therefore, we didn't inform your people in advance about this operation. Don't report it first to avoid affecting our netting process. These words of his made Yunxiang realize something, so he asked again, You guys are still setting traps? He quickly replied, That's right. Our people have set up an encirclement in the outer city. We are pretending to chase this female bandit. The reality is to lure her into the trap. They've gone far, we have to hurry. So that's how it is, as expected of the elite directly under the headquarters. The planning is thorough. He thought he had tricked Yunxiang, but he wasn't that easy to deceive. Although Yunxiang followed him, he thought to himself, Foolish, you still want to pretend to be someone from the Secret Investigation Division in front of me. In my previous life, I was a commander of the Xuanjing Guard in Tiandu, and I don't know how many times I've spoken with the Secret Investigation Division. Yunxiang even checked his soul power. His soul power was condensed in his dantian. This guy is from Yilun Kingdom, just like the person in black seen near the Martial Academy. Unexpectedly, there were already so many spies from Yilun Kingdom infiltrating during this time. Song Yunxiang suddenly remembered something. Wait, in the previous life, the Nanzhou Martial Academy was destroyed during the Beast Tide. Spirit Jade General. Zuozi also disappeared without a trace. Could it be related to these spies from Yilun Kingdom? Yunxiang was still thinking, trying to recall what had happened in his previous life while following the leading man in black. But suddenly he saw a candy cart by the side of the road and thought to himself, Strawberry candied haws, I remember a tan seemed to like eating this. He indulged her, and Song Yunxiang pulled over to the candy stall and bought many kinds of candy, making the shop owner very happy. So after buying, he also took a piece of candy. Let me try first to see if it's sour, and the leader in black looked at it and evaluated it. Suddenly he asked, Right, brother, I forgot to ask just now. Although he was half believing and half doubting, he still wanted to confirm Song Yunxiang's identity. This humble one is Gu Ming. You can call me Old Gu, brother. How should I address you? As if knowing his intention beforehand, Song Yunxiang smiled smugly from behind and replied, My name is Cheng Yi. You can call me Little Cheng. The distance they had traveled was already far from the market in the central city just now. Meanwhile, Cheng Yi, the person whose name was mentioned, kept sneezing. Ao Pei on the side saw this and asked, Are you all right? Instructor Cheng Yi immediately replied, I'm fine. At this moment in the dense forest, branches intertwined and a figure suddenly flashed across a branch. That person was a Tan. She had quickly escaped into the forest, but even so she was still blocked by two of Gu Ming's subordinates. A Tan had no choice but to land on a branch to hold her ground and plan her next moves accordingly. But they didn't give her a minute's rest and kept chasing after her. A Tan had to run away immediately because of this. Finally, a Tan decided not to run anymore and landed directly on the ground. As soon as she landed, she spotted a figure right in front of her. This opponent seemed to be a tough one for A Tan, as her expression at this moment was not very cheerful. From within the dark tree hollows an old man with white hair appeared, but his muscles and bones were still very strong. That old man was the captain of the three men in black from before. The old man sneered and ordered the formation to activate. After the old man gave the order, a formation appeared above her head, covering the entire area where she was standing. All the subordinates under the old man also appeared one after another, sliding down from the branches to the ground to fight her. In addition to fighting people, a Tan also had to face two huge robots. At this moment, a Tan's situation was not very optimistic, because she was now like the filling of a steamed bun surrounded by them from all sides. The old captain held a Tan's information in his hand and said to himself, Tai Yuan's top assassin, known as the red-haired death god, her real name is unknown. a half-step Earth-rank spirit master, and also the owner of the spirit general Lu Bu. The old man's eyes lit up with interest, and he laughed loudly. I didn't expect it to be such a beautiful young girl. The old man's soldiers advanced step by step, but Atan remained motionless. One of them sneered, "Stop looking, the great spatial formation here has been activated, there's no escape. You might as well surrender obediently. Looking at this girl's appearance is not bad, why not let the brothers have some fun first?" As soon as he finished speaking, she immediately stabbed him with a knife. His head was split in half and blood splattered everywhere. Atan still bravely asked all of them, "Was it fun?" The blood from the previous person splattered onto another person, making them feel humiliated and filled with rage. Another person stepped forward to command revenge for his comrade, that rotten woman capture her. Their old captain just stood and watched, showing no suspicious actions. At the same time, Gu Ming had led Yunxiang back to their attack base. The formation has been activated, it seems they have blocked that assassin. Yunxiang, with the candied haws in his hand, thought to himself, spatial oscillation is folded. While following Gu Ming to the location he had observed very carefully. This is already a level 5 spatial barrier formation. Just as Song Yunxiang predicted, it was indeed a level 5 folded space barrier formation. Upon arriving, Yunxiang's eyes were met with a pile of things, but what he cared about most were the two motionless robots, the gray Uriel forms. They are the city guards robots. It seems these people entered the country through some shortcut within Tiandu and obtained the Spirit General Soul amulets. Gu Ming reported his presence to his captain, but the old man only grunted coldly and remained silent. Atan was still chopping down the men in black one by one. She wasn't afraid of any of them who rushed towards her. While she was continuously slashing, a familiar figure made her look up. Yunxiang, with the candy in his hand, made a welcoming gesture and spoke, "We meet again." Atan's knife was unforgiving. She threw it directly towards Song Yunxiang. At this moment he was still carelessly using the skewer of the candied haws to poke his cheek. But instinct was still something formidable. Song Yunxiang's hand instinctively grabbed the shirt of a nearby man in black. Then he pulled that guy towards him to take the knife for himself instead of Atan. He shouted angrily, "Why are you hitting me? That's very dangerous. They and I are not the same group." Atan was very suspicious of life. Who on earth was this man? He clearly only has the cultivation level of a baby Huangtir, yet he can dodge my attack. The old captain of the men in black saw one of his subordinates die because of Song Yunxiang and could only watch in silence with hatred. The old man turned to Gu Ming and frowned, asking unhappily, "Who is this person?" Gu Ming approached the old man and told him the whole story. This kid claims to be from the Anzhuang branch of the Secret Investigation Division in Nanzhou. After hearing this, the old man instructed Gu Ming, "If it's just a stray fish that got in, then he's just unlucky. Deal with this girl first, we can find a chance to deal with that stray fish later." After hearing this, he nodded and agreed. Looking closer, Atan was not only surrounded by 2 giant robots but by 4. This time the old captain no longer stood aside and watched. He began to control the robots to attack her. Atan was busy fighting the men in black subordinates, but she still sensed the danger behind her. She was quick on her feet and managed to dodge a fatal blow from the robot that came down. Seeing that things were not going well, Atan also began to summon her spirit general. After that, her power was instantly summoned, and the energy radiating from Atan was enormous. Immediately after, a beam of light appeared from the sky and descended in the middle of the forest. Atan and her spirit general successfully merged into one. The parts of Atan's spirit general were gradually completed and assembled. First was the head of the robot, then the 2 arms also gradually appeared. Next the weapon also gradually appeared, which was the spear that Lu Bu often used. Atan's spirit general Lu Bu was completed. Just by looking at it, one could tell its power was not ordinary. Atan controlled Lu Bu to spin the spear in the air to demonstrate its power. With one strike, Atan defeated one of the 4 giant robots. From afar, the robot of the same type as the one that had just been killed witnessed everything. It angrily rushed up, wanting to kill Atan to avenge its kind, but its fate was not much different from that of its companions. At this moment, the system inside Lu Bu announced enemy attacking from behind 18. Because she detected an enemy attacking from behind, Atan immediately dodged at lightning speed. The two robots that were caught off guard were surprised by Atan's divine turn. It was precisely because of that surprise that they couldn't react or counterattack in time. The result of that surprise was that they were sent flying very far away. The two robots were simultaneously knocked away, so it was perfectly normal for them to fall and cause a large earthquake. The men in black saw that something was wrong and rushed forward. Not only that, but they also summoned more and more spirit generals. So after dealing with the robots twice, the number of spirit generals appeared again surrounding her. Atan was having a hard time fighting the robots when she suddenly saw something on the display screen. It turned out to be the image of Song Yunshang below, which made Atan curious, and she had to stand and observe for a while. Down here, he didn't disappoint her either. He asked them, "You are making such a big commotion in the suburbs of Yuanding City. Aren't you afraid of being discovered by the guards of Yuanding City?" Guming replied confidently, "A level 5 spatial barrier formation has already been set up here. Even if we fight to the ends of the earth, nothing will be detected from the outside." Song Yunshang replied calmly, "That makes sense, it's very reassuring then." He didn't know that Guming had already pulled out a knife in his hand. Taking advantage of Song Yunshang's moment of distraction, he rushed forward and slashed several times, but Song Yunshang did not let his purpose succeed. Song Yunshang dodged every move Guming made. Song Yunshang raised the hand that held the skewer he had just used to eat the candied haws. In an instant, he turned around and stabbed Guming in his vital point. In the end, it was Guming who had to go meet the king of hell. Blood spurted from his mouth, splashing everywhere. Yunshang sneered, "I can rest assured and annihilate all of you here." After saying that, Song Yunshang pulled out the bloody skewer. Guming's old captain realized that Guming had just been killed, so he kept shouting loudly for his subordinates to come back. The old man ordered his men in black to kill him. 3 or 4 men in black immediately obeyed and rushed forward. Song Yunshang took out a VAT card and pulled a sword out of the card. After that, Song Yunshang alone with the sword fought fiercely in all directions. All the men in black who rushed towards him had to leave their lives behind. Song Yunshang's eyes observed the situation to see if there were any changes after he killed countless men in black like that. Song Yunshang saw that something was wrong and was about to run away when the old captain shouted, "Chase after him, don't let this kid escape." While escaping, Song Yunshang called out to his system, "Can you hack this spatial formation?" The system immediately replied, "Yes, starting intrusion." Then it immediately analyzed the formation and reported it to him. Atan's situation at this moment was not very optimistic. Her spear seemed to be in trouble. But she was still surrounded by many spirit generals of these Yilun Kingdom people. Atan was exhausted at this point. There was so much sweat on her face that it was hard to see her target clearly. The old captain was busy directing the attack on Song Yunshang when he looked up at the sound coming from Lu Bu. The old man ordered the person next to him, "It's time to capture Lu. Bu, activate the Star Soul locking formation." At this moment, many formations appeared around Atan's spirit general Lu Bu. Then from those formations, many chains appeared and captured Lu Bu. Several spell formations appeared in all directions, and it continuously released chains. Lu Bu's neck was also chained, making it difficult for Atan inside to struggle or move. Both of her hands were also chained, so Lu Bu's spear was also considered temporarily locked and unusable. In general, the current situation of Atan and her spirit general was that they were completely helpless. Atan shouted angrily, "What kind of ghost thing is this? How hateful!" Atan tried to break free, but couldn't. She tensed up to try and break the chains, but couldn't either. Inside Lu Bu's space, Atan tried to break free. But Atan couldn't do anything about the old man's chains and was extremely panicked. The old captain saw this and smiled with amusement. "It's useless. This confinement array is a specialized formation for capturing spirit generals that we obtained from the ruins of an ancient civilization. It is impossible to escape from these bindings through spirit." The old man smugly ordered the person next to him, start forcibly extracting the soulstone data of the spirit general Lu Bu. 4 giant robots took out something shaped like a giant bullet and brought it in front of Lu Bu. Then that bullet burst open into 4 wings with a gun barrel in the center. This gun doesn't fire bullets, but perhaps electromagnetic fields or sound waves. The emitted electromagnetic field caused Atan inside Lu Bu to scream in intense pain. The robot controlled by the men in black angrily cursed, "That rotten woman, she actually caused us to lose so many brothers." Let's see how she resists this time. At this moment, a pillar of light shone down directly from the sky. It was quite far from where the fighting was happening, so the robots were quite curious. From afar, it was secretly and rapidly approaching them. That green energy source was like a knife, gently slicing through all the spirit generals of the men in black. That energy also conveniently cut through all the chains on Lu Bu's body that Atan was controlling. Not only that, but the bullet-shaped gun barrel that had been torturing Atan was also destroyed by this green energy. This made Atan extremely surprised. She was so shocked that she blurted out. Behind Atan at this moment was an identical spirit general Lu Bu. The only difference was that the person controlling it was Song Yun Xiang. He couldn't help but be excited to fight with her like in the old days. Although he really wanted to catch up, Song Yun Xiang didn't have much time, so he said directly, "Do we need to be a bit faster? I might only have 3 minutes." Atan was extremely surprised to see that there was another Lu Bu next to her talking to her. Atan opened her mouth wide and subconsciously shouted, "How can this be? Why is there another Lu Bu?" At the same time, Song Yunxiang controlled the spirit general Lu Bu that he had copied from her location yesterday. He rushed forward, pointing the spear towards her. This shocked Atan so much that her eyes widened and she couldn't react in time. But the real target was not Atan. Song Yunxiang was just trying to attack the spirit general behind her. Each of Song Yunxiang's long spears precisely pierced the very center of the spirit generals of the men in black, instantly causing them to short-circuit. Song Yunxiang's spear not only short-circuited the enemy robot, but also directly killed the person controlling it inside. But Song Yunxiang didn't stop there. He continued to use slight force to twist the spear, pushing it deep into the chest of the spirit controller. Then he decisively pulled out the spear without any hesitation. The spear he pulled out was covered in blood, and drops of blood trickled down. The person died grimacing, but Song Yunxiang didn't seem satisfied. It exploded into a bloody mist. It seems I still have to be gentler. He held the spear tightly in his hand, then he retracted the spear. Atan had been watching Song Yunxiang perform up until now, but now she was out of patience. "Who exactly are you? What kind of spirit general are you using? Why is it so similar to my Lu Bu?" Song Yunxiang waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, at least I'm not your enemy. I'll tell you the details later." Song Yunxiang looked around and said, "Now let's first team up and deal with this crowd." Atan was a bit embarrassed to hear that, but since what he said seemed reasonable, she temporarily accepted and didn't question him further. The two began to cooperate. He dealt with one, she dealt with one. Although she had agreed to cooperate with Song Yunxiang, Atan still constantly observed his fighting style during the battle. Every spear thrown by Song Yunxiang was strangely accurate. Even the way he held Lu Bu's spear was very skilled, as if this was not the first time he had controlled Lu Bu. Every spear strike from Song Yunxiang would successfully take a life in return. As for Song Yunxiang, he hadn't controlled a spirit general in a long time, so he was very excited. This strength is just right. The two of them continued like this, each in their own area, sweeping away all the opponents who rushed towards them. The enemy generals were also constantly killed, making the battle easier for the two of them at this moment. There was one guy who wanted to rush forward and die with Lu Bu. It was planning to use its small saber to cut the giant Lu Bu in half. But the result was no different from its companions. It was also skewered by him like a fish. The spirit general controllers among the men in black were successively knocked out by the two of them. Both sides were still fighting fiercely. Neither side wanted to surrender or give up at this time. Song Yunxiang was still fighting one of the spirit generals among the men in black. But they relied on their numbers, so they took advantage of the moment when Song Yunxiang was busy fighting others to rush forward and ambush him. But even in that situation, he alone was strong enough to take on two. That was very normal and easy for him. Song Yunxiang swung his spear in a circle, simultaneously cutting both of them in half. Atan was also exhausted. She was breathing heavily, but her eyes were still fixed on Lu Bu, who was being controlled by Song Yunxiang. Song Yunxiang had no idea that he was still being observed by Atan. But thanks to that, he unconsciously displayed his skills very naturally. After observing, Atan began to evaluate. That person, his cultivation is clearly only at the Huang tier, but he can use only the most basic movements to accurately pierce the energy core of the enemy. He accurately controlled the unleashed soul power and clearly understood the structure of the enemy's spirit general. And that series of fluid and decisive ground-clearing movements as well. It really is like a veteran soldier with decades of combat experience. And indeed, Song Yunxiang had gained all that experience over several decades. It's just that the current her didn't fully understand him yet. After eliminating all the men in black who controlled the spirit generals, Song Yunxiang said one last one. Then it's just you left. With that, Song Yunxiang turned to face his opponent. This last one was none other than the old captain of the men in black controlling it. Inside the spirit general, the old man was extremely angry, veins bulging all over his face. He couldn't believe his eyes. How can this be? How can there be another Lu Bu? Where did this monster come from? My formation was completely destroyed. Song Yunxiang didn't show any respect for elders or deference to subordinates, but rushed forward and shouted, "Old man with long bald hair, come here and kneel down to surrender." The old captain of the men in black was likely driven mad by the defeat. The old man shouted loudly, "There cannot be two Lu Bus," saying that the old man suddenly accelerated and rushed forward, "Let me come and stab you through." Song Yunxiang also quickly drew his spear, his hand gripping the spear tightly, incredibly stable. The spear in his hand immediately after cut off the two arms of the robot that the old man was controlling. The old man's spirit general's limbs were sent flying in all directions, each leg in a different corner. The old man inside the spirit general was still alive and resentful, constantly screaming. But now the old man alone had to face two giant Lu Bus at the same time, and only now did he realize the terrifying strength of the opponent threatening him. Song Yunxiang, from within. Lu Bu's armor said, pretending to be someone from the Secret Investigation Division and sneaking into Tiandu Kingdom and even obtaining the spirit general of the garrison. "Tell me the truth, what do you Yilun Kingdom rabble ultimately want to do?" At this moment, despite being under the armor, the surprise in Eitan's voice was clearly heard. "What Yilun? Are they disguised people from the Northern Kingdom?" At this moment, Song Yunxiang looked at her with a look of disdain. "You don't really think these trash are people from the Tiandu Secret Investigation Division? Do you?" But it seemed that Eitan had really thought so, because when she heard him hit the nail on the head, her face turned completely red with embarrassment. The old captain immediately frowned upon hearing him expose their plan and asked, "How did you figure it out?" "Never mind, it doesn't matter." Then the old man roared madly, "Go to hell, all of you, long live the general." Eitan quickly realized from behind that he was burning his soul power and intended to self-destruct. Song Yunxiang heard this and immediately said, "You want to self-destruct against me? No way." Eitan next to him also realized what he wanted to do. How could he suppress self-destruction by resonating with similar soul power? Song Yunxiang channeled all his soul power into his hand and was ready to punch that old man in the face. He inside the spirit general Lu Bu shouted, "Get out of my way." A punch from Song Yunxiang sent the old man's soul flying. His old soul power was nothing to speak of. Song Yunxiang's punch was so powerful that the old man was knocked so far away that he disappeared from sight. After a long while, he reappeared. As he fell, blood also splattered from his nose. According to Newton's third law, an object acted upon by a force will be met with an equal and opposite reaction, and the old man was no different. Because the attacking force was strong, the responding force was not weak either. At this moment, Song Yunxiang was still inside Lu Bu, but he decided to use soul power to finish off the old man. Finally, the old man was beaten until he lay sprawled on the ground. He seemed to be unconscious and didn't know anything about the weather or the world anymore. But Song Yunxiang still didn't let the old man off the hook. He approached and squeezed the old man's mouth to observe. He analyzed. After the second tooth gap on the left, there is a mark from a suicide trigger. If I'm not mistaken, you are actually a subordinate of Ye Wang, aren't you? Although he was unconscious, hearing these words from Song Yunxiang made the old man open his eyes and ask, "How do you know General Ye Wang?" Eitan was also surprised by the name that Song Yunxiang had uttered. She exclaimed, "Could it be the king of mercenaries? The commander of 330,000 Tai? He remnants. The sword saint of the Tai Hesu people, owner of the general tomb of Ganjiang Ye Wang. The one who possesses the spirit general Ganjiang Ye Wang is the sword saint from the sunken island kingdom of Tai Heitian Kingdom." According to what Song Yunxiang knew from his previous life, he led the remnants of the Tai Huang using the identity of a mercenary to join the regular island army. A few years later, Ye Wang continued to fight fiercely on the battlefield, invading the Tian kingdom. In his previous life, when he joined the Xuanjia Guard, he had fought against him several times on the battlefield. But in Yunxiang's previous life, his soul meridians were still incomplete, and he was no match for Ye Wang. Ending the stream of memories, he lowered his head and supported his forehead, sighing. As he thought about these things again, the sword scar left by the old man next to his left eye began to ache. Upon hearing this, Atan immediately asked in confusion what Song Yunxiang had just said. He just remained silent, kneeling on one knee on the ground and saying that there was nothing. Then Yunxiang stood up and pointed down at the old captain lying on the ground. "This guy is yours. Take him back to Taiyuan for interrogation." Her face immediately darkened, her eyebrows furrowed tightly as she stared at him intently. In an instant, Atan drew a dagger and lunged directly at Song Yunxiang, questioning him, "Who exactly are you? Not only can you see through the plot of the Yilun kingdom, but you also know Taiyuan. What is your ultimate scheme?" Yunxiang just slightly curled his lips and tightly held her wrist. Taiyuan is a secret organization that teaches based on peaceful methods. To prevent the civil war of the human race, don't worry, I am not your enemy or Taiyuan's enemy. In a sense, my goal and yours are the same. Song Yunxiang's words stunned Atan. Unite all human race forces, fight against the true enemy. He smiled gently. She still frowned tightly, but her face was no longer sullen. Instead, her cheeks were slightly flushed, and she pouted at Yunxiang. He seized the opportunity and snatched the dagger from Atan's hand. A second later, the knife disappeared, replaced by a skewer of strawberry candied haws along with a VAT card. Song Yunxiang smiled and offered the candied haws skewer to her, while she looked on in confusion, and at the same time introduced his name. Atan was a little embarrassed and reached out to take the skewer. After that, she didn't understand anything, and watched his figure as he silently turned his back and walked away. "Sorry, Atan. There are some things that I will tell you later when the time is right." She blushed and raised the skewer, wondering why Song Yunxiang knew she liked eating this. Atan glanced at his back again and concluded, he's really a difficult man to understand. On the other side, Yunxiang silently sat down next to the piled-up corpses and rummaged around looking for something. At this moment, she noticed the VAT card in her hand and, confused, didn't know what it was. Looking over there, he had just taken out a few VAT cards, examined them for a moment. At this moment, Atan seemed to suddenly realize something and angrily pointed at Song Yunxiang, shouting, "So just now you were..." Then she suddenly blushed again and held her forehead. "I wasted my time thinking well of him just now. I didn't expect him to do that just to seize the spoils of war." Yunxiang seemed to read Atan's mind and frowned slightly. "You're not thinking something impolite about me, are you?" She immediately flinched and turned her head away awkwardly with a resentful look, someone whose eyes light up at the sight of money. Hearing that, Song Yunxiang slowly stood up and replied with one word, "No." He shook his head slightly and put the several VAT cards he had just found into his jacket pocket. "You are still young, you probably won't understand the difficulties of this society. Do you know the two most important words when venturing into the martial world?" For some reason, Yunxiang's back felt a little lonely and desolate. Atan's curiosity was immediately piqued, and she asked him, "What is it?" He slightly opened his jacket and replied with a smirk, "It's having money." This answer was not unexpected, leaving her with countless question marks in her head. Song Yunxiang explained, "First, you must have money to act righteously without expecting anything in return. Secondly, there is a saying, money companions laws and land. As long as you have money, there are 100 ways to quickly improve your realm." She was startled, her eyes wide, wanting to say something but not knowing what to say. He was extremely pleased at this moment. Small is for individuals, big is for countries. Sufficient resources and benefits can create all kinds of trouble and can also solve all kinds of trouble. There is no need for an unchanging enemy as long as everything is the same, as long as we can provide enough benefits. Even if they were once enemies, there is a way to make them let us use them. After that, the atmosphere suddenly became awkward, and Atan rubbed her chin and nodded. "It seems what you said is very reasonable, although I don't understand what you are saying." Hearing this, Song Yunxiang angrily scolded her for answering too casually. Suddenly, in the distance, strange purple lightning bolts appeared in the sky. The sky suddenly darkened, and countless gusts of wind raged fiercely. He was immediately startled and became vigilant, and Atan was also curious about the strange surroundings. Song Yunxiang suddenly thought of something and gasped in surprise. Is it a rift? How can it be? The beast tide appeared earlier than in the memories of my previous life. Atan also noticed the rift. She widened her eyes and muttered the 3 words, Tan Nguyen Jin. Immediately after, Atan spun around and looked at the person tied to the base of the tree, shouting loudly, "It was you who did it." He also turned his head in surprise and exclaimed, "It's them." Under the ancient tree, the old captain, who was bowing his head, suddenly took a few heavy breaths and then laughed heartily. The old man showed his bloody teeth and chuckled as he spoke. It seems the first team has completed the mission. Song Yunxiang suddenly asked her, "Has Tai Yuan found out something?" Atan remained silent and frowned with an expression that was hard to describe. Seeing this, he eagerly and loudly pleaded, "Please tell me." Finally, she frowned and turned her head, agreeing with an unhappy look, "Considering you helped me just now." Atan slowly began. According to Tai Yuan's intelligence, the Yilun Kingdom seems to have found the artificial rift technique during their previous exploration of the mystic realm. They intend to apply this technique to their military. This time I came to Nanzhou precisely to investigate this matter. Saying this, she gloomily bowed her head. Atan frowned tightly in frustration, but I didn't expect to fall into their ambush. Song Yunxiang also lowered his head and said in a low voice, "So that's how it is. It turns out everything is a devil's trick caused by the Yilun Kingdom. Then it all makes sense." At this moment, the old captain suddenly widened his eyes and yelled hysterically, "You two just realized it's too late. You must all die. Both of you must die here." In an instant, he darkened his face and reached out to grab the old man's mouth. Song Yunxiang lifted the old man up despite his violent struggles. "What do you want to do?" 1 second later, the old man was struck by lightning wrapping around Yunxiang's arm, convulsing like a dead fish with a terrifying scream. Atan was panicked and quickly tried to dissuade him. "His whole body's soul meridians have been completely crippled by you. Keeping him alive will be of greater value." With that, Song Yunxiang released his hand and threw the person to the ground. The old man was thrown down, rolled several times on the ground, and stopped at her feet. He walked over and put a calming pill into the old man's gaping mouth, assuring him that the old man would not die. Then Yunxiang held out a VAT card again. "This is a thank you gift for revealing the intelligence just now. It's the elixir you will use. I need to quickly return to Yuanding City now. Are you coming with me?" Atan hurriedly held out her hands and respectfully accepted it. She slightly bowed her head and apologized. "I have to return to the Nanzhou branch. It's not that I see the residents of Yuanding City dying and don't help. I have a more important mission, and I believe the city guards of this place and the Martial Academy can handle it." Song Yunxiang immediately showed understanding, smiled, and waved his hand. "You don't need to say it, I understand. Take this bald, long-haired guy with you first." Then he turned away and called up the system. "Can Lu Bu's spirit beast, flaming dragon halberd be used?" A moment later, the system replied that it could be forcibly used but would require paying 3 times the cost of soul power consumption. After hearing that, Song Yunxiang resolutely threw 3 elixirs into his mouth and agreed. Atan watched this scene with her mouth wide open in shock. A 3-star soul-gathering pill that costs 50,000 Tiandu coins each, and he used 3 at once. He stood still in the middle of the vast forest, surrounded by 2 circles, one large and one small, made of spiritual energy. As soon as he finished speaking, a dazzling beam of light shot straight up into the sky. She looked up and suddenly realized something, exclaiming, "Wait, could it be?" A body of a spirit beast gradually appeared. A spirit general was riding on its back. The crimson flame fire dragon gradually became clear in the air with its fiery red eyes. A moment later, Atan watched the scene of Song Yunxiang riding on its back and screamed in shock, "A mental-colored crimson flame fire dragon halberd." She stared in disbelief. "That's the crimson flame fire dragon halberd spirit beast general that only Tiantier can unlock. I can't even use it. How can he?" Saying this, Atan suddenly remembered something. Right, the Zuozi Martial Academy. According to Tai Yuan's intelligence, the legendary spirit general Zuoqi has the ability to transform into other spirit generals. Could it be that this person is the owner of the spirit general Zuoqi? Saying this, she suddenly called out Song Yunxiang's name loudly, making him turn back in surprise. This time the target of the Yilun kingdom is related to Zuoqi, be careful. Atan raised her hands to her mouth and shouted with all her might. After hearing this, Song Yunxiang left her a thank you and soared up into the sky. The spot where he stood just now was just a sunken pit with some lightning bolts that hadn't fully dissipated. Atan bowed her head so stressed that she was sweating profusely. Since when did such a mysterious powerhouse appear in Tiandu Kingdom? She gloomily pulled up her collar to cover her mouth, thinking of the spirit general Zuoqi. This could break the balance of power among the three countries. Becoming the fuse for war, I must quickly report this news to the organization. On the other side, Song Yunxiang was riding on the back of the Crimson Flame Fire Dragon and speeding forward. It darted forward like a whirlwind. He bent over and stared ahead. The Yilun Kingdom created the rift, but it was to seize the soul jade of Zuoqi. No wonder in my past life's memory, the whereabouts of Zuoqi's soul jade were unknown after the beast tide. Song Yunxiang wondered if the rift appeared earlier because of him, if it was because he affected Zuoqi's soul jade this morning, or because he interfered with Atan's ambush. Never mind if my actions can change history, then I must save them. After making the decision, Yunxiang shouted loudly and ordered the Crimson Flame Fire Dragon to accelerate and shoot forward like a rocket. Yuanding City was engulfed in thick smoke and flames at this moment. In the western city area interspersed with the crackling sound of burning fire were the cries and wails of the suffering people. Go Yuan knelt on one knee on the ground, putting all her body weight on the sword that was propped against the ground so she wouldn't fall. At this moment, the Yuanding City Guard, the 5th Squad of the West City Watch, arrived and blocked the fierce beasts in front of them. Instructor Guo, are you all right? 2 Uriel forms walked over and carefully helped her up. The person called Instructor Guo was Guo Yuan, an early-stage Xuan-tier martial academy teacher. She frowned and gasped for breath. Captain Zhou, thank you for your help just now. He didn't turn around to reply, what are you being polite for? I should be thanking you for leading your students to reinforce us. The person speaking was Zhu Tong, the captain of the 5th Squad of the West City Guard, who was at the peak of the Huang tier. He frowned tightly and hesitated. Again, I caused them to sacrifice themselves here. Zhu Tong looked at the bodies of his students lying scattered on the ground in pain. Saying this, he turned his head in anger and looked at the giant fierce beasts in front of him, cursing them as deserving of death. Suddenly, one of the Uriel forms shouted loudly, calling for Zhu Tong. There are 2 more coming from the left, Fatso warned in a panic. A fierce beast appeared at the 11 o'clock position on the right. Suddenly, one of the Uriel forms was startled and discovered something. All 4 eyes frowned and trembled as they counted the number of fierce beasts that appeared. A moment later, he announced in horror, we're finished, there are 40 on the right. The remaining people immediately became scared. There are only a few of us left. I'm afraid we won't be able to hold on for long. Should we retreat now? Zhu Tong immediately roared that they couldn't retreat. The order we received is to die here, to prevent the fierce beasts from spreading outside the encirclement. We cannot let our brothers sacrifice in vain. We, the soldiers of Tiandu, will never retreat even in the face of mountains of blades and seas of fire. Tiandu will surely win. He raised his sword and declared loudly. The remaining people were immediately inspired by this spirit and shouted in unison, Tiandu will surely win. The 2 Uriel forms supporting Guo Yuan also silently looked straight ahead. No one noticed what was happening far behind them. Behind the broken wall, 2 terrified civilians were hiding behind it and looking out. Zhu Tong began to assign tasks. Instructor Guo, we will hold back these fierce beasts. Take this opportunity, lead the students and the civilians behind you to retreat first. With that, he took a run up and shot up into the air. Zhu Tong led the way, followed by 2 Uriel forms, who ran as if flying, chasing after him, shouting kill in unison. The fierce beasts were not kind either. They opened their mouths wide full of sharp fangs and roared. Both sides were full of momentum, rushing straight at each other, determined to fight to the death. Zhu Tong raised his sword and slashed down, but the fierce beast caught it. Suddenly he pulled out another sword from somewhere. While it was still busy gripping the sword from before, Tong used the second sword to deliver a painful slash to the fierce beast. On the other side, Fatty hesitated. "Instructor Guo, should we retreat?" Guo Yuan bowed her head. "Just now I sent a message requesting reinforcements from headquarters. Hold on for a bit. Reinforcements should arrive very soon." Hearing that, he immediately raised his sword, wanting to rush forward to help the people fighting in the front. As soon as Fatty rushed over, he was knocked away by a fierce beast, sending the sword in his hand flying. Immediately, another one raised its claws and grabbed his head tightly while Fatty was still unprepared. Then it opened its bottomless red mouth wide, wanting to swallow him whole, while Fatty struggled with all his might. So one of his arms was decisively bitten off and swallowed. Fatty sweated profusely and screamed miserably from the pain. The four eyes on the other side, who were struggling against the fierce beasts, also roared and called out to him. Seeing the fierce beast on the other side again opening its mouth to eat the rest of his comrade, he immediately panicked. At this moment, a loud shout suddenly came from somewhere, telling it to get out. After shouting loudly, Tong kicked the fierce beast hard, making it release Fatty in pain. He anxiously helped him up from the ground and told Fatty to get up quickly. At this moment, Four Eyes on the other side was grabbed by a fierce beast by the leg and pulled up. It was trying to pin him down to the ground, causing a hole to form. Another Uriel form who was fighting against the fierce beast's red mouth turned his head in worry and called out to him. At this moment, it suddenly extended its sharp claws to attack. That Uriel form was immediately knocked away and fell to the ground. A moment later, several people gathered in one place facing the surrounding fierce beasts. That Uriel form was kicked hard to the ground by a clawed foot of a fierce beast. At this moment, Four Eyes on the other side was also being pulled hard by several fierce beasts by his limbs and was about to collapse. Tong impatiently asked Guo Yuan, "Why haven't the reinforcements arrived yet?" He turned his head hesitantly. "We're not going to die here, are we?" 24. The fierce beast immediately unsheathed its sharp claws. Its arm knocked away Guo Yuan's sword, and her whole body lost its balance and fell backwards. An Uriel form saw this and shouted in panic, "Instructor Guo." The fierce beast raised its fist high, ready to strike Guo Yuan. That Uriel form was extremely panicked and flustered when witnessing that scene. At this moment, she could only lie there and silently pray, "Oh God, anyone can come." Inside the robot's body, Guo Yuan struggled, hoping someone would come to save them. The people hiding behind the ruined wall also anxiously observed the situation. At this moment, they could only silently pray for help. Tong saw the dangerous situation and shouted in excitement, "Why can't the Uriel form move?" The fierce beast quickly decided to act. Its fist immediately fell down. Guo Yuan couldn't dodge and could only bow her head to accept the attack. Inside her, she also turned away, not daring to look directly at that fierce beast. Just as she was awaiting death, a green beam of light suddenly flashed. That beam of light pierced through the body of the fierce beast right in front of Guo Yuan. Tong was extremely shocked when he saw the scene that had just happened. The other robots were all startled by this sudden situation. The people hiding behind the wall also wondered in confusion what that was. The place where that thing landed had such powerful force that it kicked up a cloud of dust. After the smoke and dust cleared, they finally saw clearly that it was a spear. The fierce beasts were completely bewildered by this scene. Behind the cloud of smoke and dust, a large figure was slowly approaching. Every step of that person carried power that made people feel apprehensive. He stretched out his hand to control his power, and green light emanated from his hand. The spear nearby felt the power and began to dissipate. Before everyone's eyes, the spear dissipated into floating green dots. These green dots flew towards Song Yunxiang's hand and gradually condensed. A complete spear quickly appeared in his hand. He raised the spear and spun it several times in the air. Then Song Yunxiang urged the Crimson Flame Fire Dragon to charge straight ahead. The fierce beasts gathered together, snarling and observing the situation. Then they also ferociously pounced towards him. Song Yunxiang's entire body was like a green flame rapidly approaching. As he got closer, he held the spear tightly in both hands. He swung a powerful blow towards the fierce beasts. A large explosion immediately occurred in front, sending the bodies of the fierce beasts flying into the air. He seized the opportunity to deliver another blow. Wherever he hit, it exploded. The fierce beasts died before they could even attack. Tong was extremely shocked by that scene, his eyes wide and filled with panic. Everyone watching from the sidelines was terrified by that scene. Fatty stammered and asked, "Instructor, is this the reinforcement you called for?" But Guo Yuan was confused and didn't understand what was happening either. Jutong couldn't help but wonder what kind of spirit general is this. It's too strong. After clearing out the fierce beasts, Song Yunxiang rode his horse imposingly through the smoke. Then he shouted a spiritual dissolution. The spirit general Lu Bu and the crimson flame fire dragon immediately dissipated. Everything disappeared, leaving only him floating in a ball in midair. Song Yunxiang slowly landed on the ground, and the ball disappeared with him. Everyone nervously hid behind the wall and observed the situation. He walked over and explained, "You don't need to be nervous, I'm just passing by." When he reached a person holding a flag lying motionless on the ground, Song Yunxiang bent down and said, "The flag of Tiandu Kingdom should not lie on the ground." He immediately took the flag from the person's hand and planted it firmly on the ground. Song Yunxiang held the flag imposingly and shouted, "Tiandu will surely win." Fatty also shouted after him, "Tiandu will surely win." After that, all the Uriel forms stood up and shouted in unison. Seeing this, the people hiding behind the wall shouted excitedly, "That's great, we're saved!" Guo Yuan inside the robot stared intently at Song Yunxiang's every action. She muttered suspiciously, "This is the uniform of the Martial Academy. How can there be a powerhouse of this level in the academy?" At this moment, he suddenly discovered something. It turned out he noticed Shenruo Wei lying unconscious near it. Song Yunxiang immediately walked over and said, "This person isn't dead yet. Consider yourself lucky to have met me." He reached out and picked up the charm next to her, saying, "Consider this the price for saving you. I'll take your soul amulet." After that, Song Yunxiang immediately took out an elixir and put it into Shenruo Wei's mouth. Then he gently carried her towards the crowd. Jutong bowed his head and said with gratitude, "Thank you, Senior, for your help." He introduced himself. "I am Jutong, the captain of the West City Guard." Hearing that the person behind him awkwardly whispered, "Captain, this person looks like a student from the Martial Academy. Is it appropriate to call him Senior?" This comment completely infuriated Jutong, who immediately cursed, "Shut up, you impudent student. He is a powerful venerable." But Song Yunxiang ignored him and handed Shenruo Wei over to them, saying, "No need to be polite, this classmate can still be saved. I have already given her a rejuvenation pill. Now I'll hand her over to you." After handing her over, he immediately turned around and left under Guo Yuan's watchful gaze. Finally, she couldn't help but ask, "Are you a student of our Martial Academy? Which class are you in?" Song Yunxiang didn't stop, but suddenly threw something behind him. Jutong easily caught it. It looked like a box of elixirs. Before leaving, he explained, "My name is Song Yunxiang. I'm just passing by coincidence. You continue to defend here. I'll go somewhere else to take a look. See you later." Then he immediately summoned the spirit formation. Song Yunxiang rode the crimson flame, fire dragon, and quickly left in front of everyone. Seeing him leave, Guo Yuan wondered to herself, his aura, it only felt like a peak. Huang Tier, why is he so strong? Could he be hiding his realm? Then she turned back and asked, "What did he just throw to you?" Jutong looked at the box in his hand with a confused expression. After a while, he suddenly felt it was unbelievable and shouted, "This is a soul-gathering pill." Someone who didn't know what it was immediately asked him what it was. Someone in the group who knew a little immediately explained, "I heard it's a 3-star elixir that can replenish soul power. It's extremely rare. At auction, one pill can fetch up to 50,000 billion Tiandu coins." Upon hearing this, everyone exclaimed in panic, "One bottle is my year's salary. This senior is so generous." Regardless of them gathering to discuss, Guo Yuan looked towards him leaving and wondered, "Song Yunxiang, who exactly are you?" Just at this moment, Shenruo Wei in her arms suddenly groaned. Then she slowly opened her eyes, and her mouth immediately mentioned the name Song Yunxiang. Song Yunxiang quickly moved towards Yuanding City. He continuously swung his spear, and green light flashed. Riding the crimson flame fire dragon, Song Yunxiang held his spear imposingly and charged forward. He swung the spear out at wind-breaking speed. The fierce beast was dealt with by him before it could even attack. Thus, wherever Song Yunxiang went, the corpses of fierce beasts could be seen lying scattered on the ground. Suddenly a person appeared right where he had just passed. Shu Haiming stood calmly on the head of the giant fierce beast. He stared intently at his back as he was leaving. Then Shu Haiming burst out laughing with delight and said, "Clearly he's just a peak Huang Tier kid. At this moment, at the headquarters of the Martial Academy, the city was still extremely majestic. In the command room, the large screen was showing the scene of the fierce beasts being dealt with. Gu Shijing seriously followed every action on the screen. Xiao Yue sat in front of the screen reporting the situation and stating that reinforcements were needed. Shijing pushed up her glasses and asked, "How is the situation in the Martial Academy?" She turned back and said, "According to the defense squad's report, there seems to be someone within the Martial Academy who has set up a formation to slow down the fierce beasts. Although 2 branches of the squad have fallen into bitter fighting, there have been no casualties yet." Xiao Yue looked at the screen intending to add something. She followed the situation and hesitated to say the Heiyuan team sent a report received reinforcement from some mysterious spirit general. All fierce beasts there have been dealt with. Gu Shijing asked again in suspicion. "A mysterious spirit general?" Xiao Yu exclaimed in surprise. The squads at the 4 o'clock and 5 o'clock positions also successively witnessed a mysterious spirit general riding a horse. They have already sent the images over. The screen immediately zoomed in on the image of Song Yunxiang controlling the spirit general Lu Bu. As soon as she saw it, she recognized it and exclaimed, "Wait, that is the Fang Tianhua Ji." Gu Shijing asked in panic, "Could this be the spirit general Lu Bu?" Hearing that, Xiao Yue asked curiously, "Dean, do you know this spirit general?" She explained, "The person within Lu Bu, the horse within the red hair, according to the confidential records in the mystic realm of Tiandu Kingdom. Lu Bu is a fierce general with unparalleled martial prowess. The Fang Tianhua Ji is his symbolic weapon. Using this title, I'm afraid he must also have comparable terrifying combat strength." After calculating, Xiao Yue quickly reported, "We have calculated its movement trajectory. The destination of this spirit general is the Martial Academy." Gu Shijing pondered deeply. Why did the spirit general Lu Bu appear at this moment? Is the target the Martial Academy? Are you an enemy or a friend? At this moment, outside the Martial Academy, countless sparks flickered and floated. Song Yunxiang stopped in front of the Martial Academy. He assessed the situation. 12 foundation establishment stage formations, as expected of Instructor Wu. There seemed to be no casualties on the martial arts field. Inside the robot, he said reassuringly, "It seems the slowdown formation set up earlier has worked. Instructor Wu and his group should be able to hold on for a while longer. If that's the case, while it's chaotic, go get Zuoxi's soul jade." After that, Song Yunxiang immediately controlled in a loud voice, "Crimson Flame, Fire Dragon Halberd, go this way." It immediately stomped its foot hard on the ground to get momentum. Then both of them easily jumped over the tall wall together. After finishing, he shouted, "Crimson Flame, Fire Dragon Halberd, Spirit Dissolution." It quickly dissipated, and Song Yunxiang controlled the spirit general Lu Bu to jump up. He found the exact location of the statue of the spirit general Zuoqi. Then Song Yunxiang heavily landed behind the statue. He was inside the robot assessing the statue for a while. Then Song Yunxiang ordered the opening of the spirit gate. The spirit general Lu Bu gradually dissipated immediately. A diamond-shaped symbol appeared on the robot's chest. That symbol gradually grew larger, revealing his figure inside. In just an instant, that symbol opened wide, and Song Yunxiang completely stepped out of it. He gently put his feet down onto the ground full of smoke and dust. Song Yunxiang took the opportunity to order the Spirit Master system scan the statue of Zuoqi for me. After his command, the scanning sound of the system echoed. A few minutes later, it announced the location of Zuoqi's soul jade has been locked. Just as Song Yunxiang predicted, the soul jade was indeed in the head. He took a run-up and jumped onto the spirit general Lu Bu. Then from there, he jumped onto the statue of the spirit general Zuoqi. Song Yunxiang concentrated his command power spirit master system, forcibly pull Zuoqi's soul jade out for me. Immediately, cracking sounds continuously echoed. The head of the statue gradually cracked open. He poured power into his arm confidently, saying, "Come out for me." Zuoqi's soul jade quickly appeared behind the shattered statue fragments. Song Yunxiang immediately pulled it towards himself. Just at this moment, someone suddenly walked up to the statue. Lu Yan stopped confused and observed the situation. He was panting heavily and muttering, "There's someone on the Diaoke statue, what's going on?" The Diaoke statue of Zuoqi is actually damaged. After carefully looking at the green object floating in the air, Lu Yan speculated, could that thing in that person's hand be the soul jade of the spirit general Zuoqi? Song Yunxiang had discovered the appearance of someone else he recognized, that it was Lu Yan. Memories of his past life flooded back immediately. At that time he was a new transfer student. While he was hiding behind a bush, he suddenly jumped out. Lu Yan also carefully observed the surrounding situation. In his previous life, Song Yunxiang must have accidentally entered the women's changing room today and met Lu Yan. At that time he was stunned and pointed at him, asking loudly, "Who are you?" He immediately motioned for Lu Yan to be quiet. But unfortunately for them, Yan inside saw the commotion and immediately cursed Song Yunxiang, "That rotten scoundrel from your place is here again. This time, you even dared to bring someone to peek." After that, the female students immediately picked up sticks and chased after him, constantly cursing and demanding to tie him up and hand him over to the dean for punishment. He ran while protesting his innocence, while he mischievously teased them. Finally, the two of them were caught and brought to the dean, who assigned them, "Lu Yan, you go to class 10 with Song Yunxiang and the others." He was tied up tightly and beaten badly, then obediently agreed. At that time, Song Yunxiang also explained to Lu Yan about the statue. "This is the sculpture of Zuozi. I have tried it for a long time. That broken toy is useless." Upon hearing this, Wu Pei said disdainfully, "I don't like to hear useless words. Song Yunxiang, you fight a match with this guy. Yan, lend Lu Yan your robot." The two immediately went up to fight, and Lu Yan politely said, "Senior Song, considering we shared hardships just now, please be a little gentle." He growled back, "It was all your fault that I was caught just now, you idiot. I'll settle this debt with you slowly." Finally, the winner that day was Lu Yan. Returning to reality, he pointed at Song Yunxiang and stammered, "Who are you?" At this moment, he had obtained the soul jade and replied indifferently, "I am Song Yunxiang, I am back." He thought to himself, "Meeting again in this life, the first sentence this guy said is exactly the same as in the previous life." Hearing that, Lu Yan frowned, feeling like he had heard this name somewhere before. After a while of contemplation, he finally remembered. Lu Yan resentfully criticized, "You are the 3-minute fast guy who went missing for 3 days, Song Yun." Before he could finish speaking, he realized that Song Yunxiang had disappeared. Then he unexpectedly appeared behind Lu Yan. Before he could say a word, he had already struck him unconscious. Lu Yan's body immediately fell to the ground. After hitting him, Song Yunxiang felt guilty and apologized to him. He remembered that based on his past life's memories, Lu Yan went missing during the battle at the Martial Academy. After that, he became experiment number 0 in the Yi Lun Kingdom's artificial host plan, appearing on the battlefield of the Tiandu invasion using the identity of the masked person number 0. Although Lu Yan was later rescued by those people. Becoming a member of their group, he eventually fought and died as a hero. Looking at his slightly strange lying posture on the ground, Song Yunxiang felt surprised. But then he thought of something else. Based on previous speculation, if it was really someone from Yi Lun who took the soul jade from the sculpture of Zuoqi, then Lu Yan's disappearance was likely because he was captured by people from Yi Lun. As he said this, he felt that the person wearing mask number 0 who controlled the spirit general Wu Jiao and the sculpture of Zuoqi was indeed a bit similar. If so, then the masked person number 0 will not appear in this timeline, although he lost the opportunity to become a hero. But he was also spared the suffering of being captured by the Yi Lun Kingdom. He secretly told himself, "Lu Yan, from now on, just be a normal student and don't worry." After that, Song Yunxiang thought about how to deal with Zuoqi's soul jade. He asked System Spirit Master, "Can you analyze this soul jade and replicate the stats of the Spirit General Zuoqi?" After a moment of analysis, the system reported insufficient authority analysis, failed, ownerless soul, jade cannot be replicated. It can be collected into the Spirit Master system first, and then replicated after finding a suitable host. He had to agree to collect it first, and then think about it later. Zuoqi's soul jade was also obtained. Song Yunxiang felt that he should go and save the instructor and his classmates who were fighting hard. He looked at the spirit general Lu Bu in front of him and thought, "In the original plan, I never thought I would get Lu Bu before the beast tide, control it to appear in front of them. It doesn't fit my elegant and humble style." Song Yunxiang raised his hand and shouted loudly to retrieve Lu Bu. Without haste, he took out the soul amulet he had picked up. According to the plan, using the Uriel form was enough to deal with the fierce beasts in the martial academy, so this soul amulet had a place to be used. Yunxiang had some doubts and asked the Spirit Master system, "Can you replicate Uriel forms?" It loaded for a few seconds and then announced, "Replication failed, data source not found in the intelligence network." Upon hearing that, he inquired further, "So you can only replicate some real items created from ancient times. You don't support producing fakes, do you?" The system immediately denied it and told Yunxiang to figure it out himself. He didn't ask anything further and accepted this answer. A second later, Yunxiang ordered the Uriel form spirit to appear. The Uriel form spirit quickly took shape upon receiving the command. It quickly formed piece by piece. Finally, its head was formed. A majestic Uriel form spirit appeared right in front of Yunxiang. He looked at it and slightly curled his lips. Uriel forms are truly missed. Song Yunxiang smoothly moved his hand back and forth across the item information panel. To examine, there were 33 light crossbows and round beast-headed shields. There was also the Tiandu Imperial Sword, but these items from the academy were not good for him. Yunxiang frowned after glancing at them. In the end, he still temporarily used 2 weapons, 33 light crossbows, and a long sword. Yunxiang forced a smile and announced, "Just lie on the ground for a while, I'll go save people first." No sooner said than done, he began controlling the Uriel form spirit. He quickly leaped very high into the air. The entire city was now engulfed in a sea of fire. Everything was burned to ashes. On this side, the powerful fierce beast pounced, wanting to devour its prey. Yan fearfully shielded herself with her hands and continuously screamed. Suddenly, the fierce beast's arm seemed to be forced to slow down. She raised her hand to block and was also a little surprised. Although the fierce beast was forced to slow down, it still struck a palm that sent Yan flying far away. She looked at the fierce beast with full of questions in her mind. The fierce beast's movements seemed to be slowed down by some kind of power, although I don't know the reason. I'm lucky to be alive. Yan on this side was knocked back and hit the stone wall so hard that a large part of it was dented. The fierce beast opened its mouth wide and roared. She was close to death, so she kept shouting in despair. 4 arrows of light quickly shot towards it from somewhere. Those arrows pierced directly into the fierce beast, surprising it greatly. It slowly turned its head back, using its eyes full of fiery anger to search for the one who had injured its body. A robot leg bravely landed gently on the ground. The crossbow that had just been used to shoot the fierce beast was still emitting smoke. Yunxiang quickly retrieved the used crossbow. He frowned and scolded. As expected, the projectile weapons of this era are still too weak. That fierce beast suddenly ran very fast and targeted Yunxiang to attack. It swung a powerful slash, but he still dodged it easily. Yunxiang then tightened his grip on the sword in his hand. The fierce beast and he sliced past each other, wanting to inflict damage on each other. Both were startled and turned their heads to look at each other cautiously. The fierce beast quickly used its claws to swing a slash. He also didn't stay put and take the hit, but inflicted countless slashes on its body with his sword. From a distance, Yunxiang took a run-up and ran very quickly towards the fierce beast. In one step, he leaped very high above the fierce beast's head. It couldn't react in time to that speed and was stabbed by Yunxiang with a sword. The heavy pressure made the fierce beast unable to stand firm, and it knelt down. After stabbing once, he immediately backed away from the fierce beast. Its mucus also gradually flowed down. Yan on this side witnessed everything and couldn't help but exclaim, "This person is too strong. This move seems to be even stronger than Instructor Wu." Yunxiang turned around and spoke, "The Uriel form's sword is not very good either. Hacking so much is like scratching an itch." Seeing this, Yunxiang grinned and said, "System Spirit Master, can you specifically construct a Fang Tian Hua Ji for me based on Lu Bu's?" Immediately, the sword in the Uriel form's hand gradually dissipated. Instead, a very large and seemingly powerful spear appeared. He was very satisfied to receive a good weapon. Looking at the giant spear in front of her, Yan couldn't help but gasp in surprise. She couldn't suppress her excitement and kept exclaiming about its immense size. On the other side, the fierce beast continued to attack Song Yunxiang. It charged straight towards him, ready to attack with its claws. Holding the Fang Tianhua Ji tightly in his hand, Song Yunxiang didn't hesitate to attack. A decisive demeanor to let it know who was truly strong. Both sides attacked at the same time with one blow with no holding back. From either side, it was a single strike to kill. After that attack, he remained in a majestic stance without a single scratch, while the fierce beast had already started to show a slash on its body covered in injuries. And then it was cut in half by him before it could make any sound. The fierce beast was dead, its body lay on the ground, and smoke began to rise from it. Hee-yan witnessed that scene as if she couldn't believe her eyes. She could only cry out, killed in an instant, how strong. Yunxiang walked towards Hee-yan. He immediately asked, "Are you all right, class representative?" Her eyes were now filled with admiration and delight. She replied shyly, "I'm fine, thank you for saving me." Without waiting for Hee-yan to ask anything further, he turned his back to her, indicating that everything was over. He said, "No need to be polite." Saying that, he flew straight up into the sky, leaving Hee-yan in a daze, and remembering that she hadn't had time to ask for the identity of the person who had saved her. Sitting there looking at the sky, she thought to herself, "This person's voice sounds very familiar." Then she suddenly remembered something she had overlooked. That person had called her class representative at this moment, and she couldn't help but wonder. The dormitory area of the Martial Academy was suffering damage after the attacks, with smoke billowing from many directions. The martial guards had to set up the formation to hold their ground and wait for an opportunity to counterattack as the fierce beasts kept advancing. Realizing that waiting was not an option, Shang Guanyin took the lead and charged forward, opening a bloody path. Leaving Guo Yuan behind, he shouted back, telling her not to charge forward and to quickly return to the formation. Shang Guan moved at lightning speed, her pair of swords in her hands, cut the fierce beasts in half in an instant. She dashed in front of one of them and excitedly swung her sword, continuously hacking at its body. She was so happy that she laughed uncontrollably. One person in the battle looked out and exclaimed, "It's useless. As long as instructor sister fights, she will cause chaos like that. Do we need to send reinforcements to the senior student?" Shangguan was still madly chopping the fierce beasts into pieces, immensely enjoying it. She acted decisively. It seemed these monsters were not strong enough to trouble a peak Huangtier like her. Suddenly one of them shot up from behind Shangguan. Seeing that the person inside the formation quickly and anxiously shouted a warning to her to be careful. Not giving the fierce beast a chance to attack, she flew straight up into the sky and shouted back, "You won't hit me." Beyond the data, the fierce beast jumped behind her. Its eyes were cold and full of death. Feeling that something was wrong, Shangguan immediately turned her head back, but it was too late. The monster unleashed an extremely powerful punch towards her. The blow sent her flying straight to the ground. The aftershock was quite strong. Inside her, she also suffered a blow from that attack and vomited blood. Shangguan appeared very angry. She was so angry that she swore at it. However, the fierce beast quickly darted down and used its 2 legs to hold her down tightly on the ground. The scene became chaotic. Shangguan was now controlled and couldn't move. The fierce beasts were approaching her. Inside the formation, the remaining martial guards were in chaos. A new one said worriedly, "Senior student is surrounded. What should we do, instructor?" The fierce beast opened its mouth wide with sharp teeth, ready to bite and tear her apart. Shangguan inside cried out miserably in fear. Contrary to her earlier enthusiasm, she was now very panicked. Reinforcements have arrived. Song Yunzhang is flying down from the sky with the Fang Tianhuaji. As fast as lightning, he swung the powerful halberd and cut the fierce beast that was pressing down on Shangguan in half. And he landed in an incredibly cool kneeling posture on the ground. She could only gape in astonishment, unable to utter a word before its power. It turned out that Yunxiang's previous strike had killed all the fierce beasts there. The head of the halberd was soaring in the wind. The tip of the halberd seemed to want to tear the air in half. Song Yunxiang was skillfully spinning the halberd in his hand. Then he placed it across his shoulder, a majestic and imposing posture. It couldn't be any cooler. Inside the armor, Shangguan blushed and shyly exclaimed, "This guy is so cool." Her heart was thrown into disarray by him. And inside the battle formation, the others looked out and wondered, "Senior sister has been saved, but who is that person?" Witnessing this scene, they couldn't help but be surprised. This power must be 100 times greater than our instructors. Realizing he had spoken out of turn, he immediately apologized, but he continued to praise. "But this is too strong, cutting fierce beasts like cutting fruit. Since when did our martial academy have such a strong person?" As he was posing, The system notification sounded warning that soul power was currently insufficient. The system informed Yun Xiang that his soul power was at 5% and would dissipate after 40 seconds. Upon hearing that he could only laugh bitterly due to the burden that the Fang Tianhua Ji placed on the Uriel form, Shangguan suddenly felt pain after the recent vibration. She cried out in pain, but she still tried to get up because she didn't want to have an unsightly image in front of her great god. Seeing that he went over to help her up and asked if she was injured anywhere, Shangguan's face involuntarily flushed because she was embarrassed. He asked her, "Can you continue fighting?" And she was still shy because she was standing so close to a great deity. It took a while before she could stammer out, "I still can." Her face still showed her fondness. Song Yunxiang looked rhythmically, moving his hand back and forth on the item information panel to examine. There were 33 light crossbows round beast-headed shields, staring at him. Seeing the strange scene, her junior brothers inside wondered why has the Danqi's voice become so gentle, as if she's turned into a different person. Interrupting the romantic scene is the Jiaoguan's voice. He tells Yunjiang to come help instead of standing there dazed. Carrying the halberd on his shoulder, he flew towards them. Landing right in the middle of the fierce beast's position, it seemed like he was surrounded by them. But no, his expression showed disdain, letting out a cold snort. Just like before, he powerfully swung his halberd, cutting the nearby ones in half. Gliding like the wind, wherever he went, the fierce beasts were slashed to pieces. Finally, the fierce beast attacking the Jiaoguan holding a shield defensively was also easily dealt with by Yunxiang. He quickly bowed his head in appreciation, showing gratitude to him. Then the Jiaoguan raised his sword and ordered, "Counterattack." The situation has changed. Form a battle formation with 10 machines. Yingji Zhen Eagle Strike formation. The morale of the entire team was soaring high. They followed each other according to the command, following the classmate holding that great killing weapon. A unified shout rang out. The formation was set. This formation has the advantage of quickly killing the target. Shangguan was struggling to count the number in the formation. She was wondering if there was an extra robot. After the whole team surged forward, shouting "kill" in unison, she was confused, not understanding what was happening. A moment later, she realized and exclaimed, "What am I, the extra robot?" She was flustered, asking herself what she should do now. Shangguan then said to the person in front of her, "Come with me. We'll provide cover from behind." That guy was surprised by the unfamiliar voice coming from behind him. Realizing it was Shangguan, he couldn't help but be startled. She rushed forward, her voice gentle as she said, "Let's go, be careful." That guy was still dazed, not understanding. He was feeling more scared than surprised because Shangguan's voice was so gentle. This wasn't his Danqi. Leading the formation, Van Tuong began the sweep. He flew up using the halberd to slash out an incredibly powerful energy wave. It shot forward like a sharp blade, cutting through everything in its path. On the other side, the officer gave instructions. 5 right-wing machines prepare. Immediately, they lined up in an attack formation. As she swung her sword to attack, she shouted, "Surround and kill the remaining fierce beast." The 5 machines attacked simultaneously, delivering multiple slashes to the beast. Seeing this, Van Tuong was somewhat surprised, but then pouted, thinking that the combat power of 5 Ui Tuk Vien Huyen stage mechs was only slightly higher than an Act 2 level fierce beast. The system alert sounded again. Insufficient soul power, 2% remaining form will deactivate in 16 seconds. But he still looked satisfied, feeling that his soul meridian had preliminarily recovered. He was only using the armament of the Ui Vien Thuk, which theoretically could be maintained for over 10 minutes. Van Tuong still faced some difficulties, as Lu Bu, though powerful, still consumed too much at his current level. He needed to take a Tuk Hon Dan soul continuing pill to replenish soul power. Dealing with these demonic fish felt somewhat wasteful. He pondered again. The combination of Ui Vien Thuk and the Fang Tianhua Ji Sky Piercer halberd isn't a bad balance point. It ensures combat power output and can also reduce soul power waste. The Ui Vien Thuk of this era, its armament aspect is too weak. Suddenly his eyes lit up. An idea flashed through his mind. Wait until after this beast tide ends. Find a chance to modify the armament for the Ui Vu Thuk. Van Tuong's mind was filled with new improvement ideas like the flying swords of Dong Yuanju, the heavy firepower of Ao Bing, the mobility of Chao Ren Bai Chi. His triumphant smile couldn't be hidden. Suddenly, the system sounded pulling him from his thoughts. It warned that insufficient soul power would cause deactivation in 8 seconds. He returned to reality, realizing he first had to end the current battle. The battlefield had become extremely fierce. Smoke billowed everywhere. Shouts rang out, boosting morale. They were still fighting fiercely. Although they struggled somewhat to eliminate the fierce beasts, their spirits remained very high. The Jiaoguan observed the situation and warned, "Everyone, only 3 left, but don't be careless, maintain the formation." On the other side, Yunxiang continued to display his overwhelming might. The fierce beasts were all easily handled by him. He was enthusiastically swinging his halberd when the system displayed a notification. Soul power below 1% deactivation in 6 seconds. Another notification followed, reducing the deactivation time from 6 seconds to 4 seconds. Van Tuong scanned the situation. He realized only 1 fierce beast remained. His eyes narrowed in thought. Along with the notification of deactivation in 3 seconds, he held the Fang Tianhua Ji Sky Piercer halberd in a stance as if preparing to throw it. The halberd shot forward, energy enveloping it, making the halberd even more powerful. The halberd impaled the fierce beast directly. The sudden blow left it no time to react. High above, Yunxiang was diving down. He landed on the halberd, creating a small shockwave, directly killing the fierce beast. His posture now couldn't be more imposing. The system announced deactivation in 1 second. The remaining martial practitioners, after strenuously dealing with the monsters, looked towards where he stood and exclaimed in awe, "This person is too strong." The system sound indicated soul power was depleted, deactivating. Accordingly, the battle armor was gradually dissolving. As if witnessing something extraordinary, the remaining individuals were utterly astonished. The person appearing from the armor was none other than Song Yunxiang. He was slowly descending as the armor disappeared. He landed gently, but his aura hadn't diminished at all. One person was so shocked he exclaimed, "How could that person be him?" Another turned and asked, puzzled, "Do you know this person?" The atmosphere suddenly became somewhat tense. That guy then pointed his sword at him and spoke disparagingly. "He's the famous waste of the first year Song Yunxiang, known as the 3-Minute Man." The Jiaoguan, surprised, looked at that guy and repeated his name, full of doubt. Meanwhile, Shangguan was repeating Yunxiang's name as if trying to memorize her crush's name. Her face had turned red at some point. He was still panting. The excessive consumption of soul power was leaving him exhausted. In the observation room, Gu Shijing witnessed the entire battle and was unconsciously surprised. She and Xiaoyue below exclaimed his name in unison. Their faces were blank with astonishment, as if they couldn't believe what they had just seen. She frowned, unable to help but wonder. The one who saved them was actually Song Yunxiang. Xiaoyue turned back to report to Gu Shijing that all monsters at the 8 o'clock direction had been killed. In his Uivian Thuk, he killed 23 and assisted in killing 9. Gu Shijing's face stiffened. She couldn't believe Yunzhang could become so strong. She thought back to how he was just a waste with a crippled soul meridian, and concluded he had hidden it deep enough. Suddenly she wondered, when the Fang Tianhua Ji Sky Piercer halberd appeared, was Lu Bu him, but she still didn't believe that hypothesis. But realizing something, she frowned, her eyes thoughtful as she murmured, "Spirit General Zuo Qi." According to her, Spirit General Zuo Qi can freely change appearance using illusions to deceive the world. Gu Shijing pondered further. Has this kid become Zuo Qi's host already? Could the Songjia have used connections to get him into the Mech Martial Academy, aiming for Spirit General Zuo Qi? She decided she must question him when the beast tide ended. She ordered Xiaoyue to report the situation in other areas. A map of the combat zones appeared before her. On the battlefield, the smoke had stopped rising, only embers floated in the air. The Jiaoguan spoke, discussing with Jiaoguan Wang upon seeing Yunxiang deactivate his form and begin regulating his soul power. She suggested they should also deactivate to avoid consumption and also to stabilize their soul power. After the command was given by the Jiaoguan, all the battle spirits were deactivated. They landed, everyone looking utterly exhausted, drained of strength. Jiaoguan Wang looked towards him, who had already been regulating his soul power, and ordered everyone else to do the same to avoid lacking soul power when fierce beasts attacked. In Yunxiang's hand were 4 cards enveloped in his soul power. He smiled with satisfaction and declared it complete. A voice interrupted his thoughts. This classmate. Zhao Guanwang had approached Yunxiang to express thanks and also ask for his information. His confident attitude was the reply, Song Yunxiang, Class 10, first year. As he answered, he quickly put the cards into his pocket to avoid being seen. The other martial practitioners exclaimed in shock, Is it really Song Yunxiang? How can a first year be so strong? No way. Shangguan, face flushed, approached him saying gently, Junior Yunxiang, thank you for saving me. I am Shangguan Ngam from Class 153. Hearing this, Yunxiang froze. He muttered, Shangguan Ngam. It couldn't be that coincidental, could it? In his memory, Shangguan Ngam was the host of Spirit General Longshu in the war between Tiandu and Diluan 5 years later. The great Guan family had betrayed Tiandu. This woman in his past life had caused Yunxiang countless difficulties. His face darkened as he seriously walked towards her, silently recalling that if not for luck back then, he would have died at her hands. Suddenly, he unexpectedly grabbed Shangguan's wrist tightly. Pulling her hand towards him made the bewildered Shangguan just cry out. The martial practitioners outside showed indignation. Who is that kid daring to hold Sister Shangguan's hand? What does he want to do? Bringing her hand to his face, he thought triumphantly, got Spirit General Longshu without any effort. As for Shangguan, her face was flushed, her heart fluttered, beating non-stop. She stammered out, What do you want to do? Yunxiang immediately ordered the system to replicate Spirit General Longshu. He thought to himself he must take this early chance to kill her before she became a real threat. Only then could he eliminate a powerful enemy early. Shangguan only thought Yunxiang grabbing her hand meant he was about to confess, plus her father saying he only wanted a live-in son-in-law. Afraid he wouldn't agree, a bolder idea was to make it a done deal, cook rice into kanji, then her father and brother couldn't object. Suddenly the system announced replication failed. Target likely does not possess the Spirit General yet. Hearing this, Van Tuong glanced at Shangguan in surprise, thinking, doesn't have the Spirit General yet. He questioned the system if there was some mistake here. He affirmed she was indeed the host of Spirit General Longshu. In his past life, he had replicated Longshu from her. The system provided its analysis result. Possibility 1, the current host of Spirit General Longshu is not yet dead. Possibility 2, Spirit General Longshu has not yet manifested. Soul Jade is in an ownerless state. Yunxiang realized the key point. He recalled the Shangguan family obtained Longshu's Soul Jade when searching the Tanba secret realm. According to his calculations, the Tanba secret realm would open within the next 10 months. The romantic scene in everyone's eyes was interrupted by the Jiaoguan signaling them to stop. Only then did he notice he had been holding Shangguan's hand for quite a while. He immediately let go, looking embarrassed. Sorry I was abrupt. I didn't hurt you, Denqi, did I? She was already infatuated with Yunxiang. Stammering and blushing, she said, It's okay. Junior Tong, did you know me before? Why were you so agitated just now? Shangguan's junior brothers couldn't help but sigh. The Danqi's demeanor is really strange. Even her tone of voice has changed. This isn't the Danqi we know. Van Tuong waved his hand dismissively. I just heard about Danqi Shangguan before. Just now was just a moment of excitement. Those around heard this and immediately became jealous. He has other intentions. It's clearly lust. Stay away from our Danqi. Van Tuong took out a vial containing pills from his person. Then he took one pill, put it in his mouth, and swallowed. Looking towards Shangguan, he gestured for her to hold out her hand. She flustered, could only extend her hand towards him, not daring to look into Yunxiang's eyes. Her heart pounded with anticipation, wondering what he wanted to do. Could it be he wants to hold her hand again? Shangguan's face grew redder by the moment. Hesitantly, she said, Junior Tong, be gentle. Don't hurt me. He could only feel helpless, miserably refuting, I didn't mean that. Turn your hand over, palm up. Shangguan was bewildered, not understanding what was happening. It seemed different from what she imagined. Saying that he placed a pill in her hand. The pill sparkled attractively. She stared at the pill and questioned, soul-continuing pill. Van Tuong decisively confirmed, directly causing the Jiaoguan to exclaim in shock, What, Tuk Hondan? He hurried over to the two, looked at the Tuk Hondan, and cried out, It really is a Tuk Hondan. 1 pill is worth 10 months of my salary. Shangguan grew even fonder of him. Her eyes were filled with love, while the Jiaoguan beside them could only stare covetously at the pill. Putting the vial back in his pocket, he said, "For you. Use it quickly. Quickly recover your combat ability." According to his memory, if he hadn't saved her earlier, she would have survived through her own means or luck. But the current history had been disrupted by him. He had to ensure Shangguan wouldn't die before obtaining her spirit general. Following his words, she put the pill in her mouth without hesitation. The Jiaoguan watched the pill with even more regret. Suddenly it felt like an abundant stream of power flowed through her body. Soul power surged within her body. She felt it was both potent and gentle. She even gained a significant harvest. Her body felt like billions of stars were pouring into it. Shangguan had never experienced this feeling before. Excitedly, she exclaimed, "The quality of this Tukondan is better than the one I used. It's not even comparable. Is this top grade? I'm afraid even supreme grade isn't enough to describe it." The Jiaoguan seized the opportunity to approach him and flatter, "Aren't you being extravagant, classmate Tong? Look, the Jiaoguan and other classmates fought and are very tired. I wonder if you have any spare Tukondan to share with everyone." Van Tuong quickly refused, tactfully saying he didn't have many pills like that left either. The Jiaoguan still tried to coax, "Then at least leave 2 pills for the Jiaoguan, that's fine too. If not, 1 pill is also okay." To avoid being bothered further, he had to console the Jiaoguan, "Although I don't have spare Tukondan, I prepared this." Everyone didn't understand what he was preparing to do. He took out 6 cards from his person. They emitted green energy spinning in his hand. Van Tuong threw his hand high, those 6 cards flew upwards. He shouted, "Set up formation." The 6 cards spread out evenly in 6 directions. They linked together, creating an encompassing barrier. Tiny energy particles rained down from the barrier. Those particles fell onto the people below. Instantly, they felt their recovery ability increase 5-fold. Someone suddenly spoke up, surprised, "This is a level 4 formation, Jujing Zhen, but normally, it only helps recover 2 to 3 times faster. 5 times like this is the first time I've seen it." Seeing everything was settled, Van Tuong told everyone to stay and regulate their energy. He would go over to the training grounds to check. Taking out the Ui Vian Thuk card, preparing to deploy, he bid farewell to everyone there. Shouting Spirit Soul Construct, the Ui Vian Thuk appeared again, its posture as imposing as before. He dashed off, leaving words for everyone, "If fate allows, we'll meet again." Shangguan, unwilling to part with him here, called after him, "Wait, I'm going with you." Taking out her summoning card, her eyes showed determination not to let Yunxiang leave her side. While shouting, "Spirit Soul Construct," she chased after him, leaving the Jiaoguan behind, bewildered. He angrily shouted after them, "Shangguan, stop for me. We must continue defending this position." The only reply was the comforting voices of those remaining, "Don't call any more Jiaoguan, they've gone far." At the Mech Martial Academy central area, thick black smoke billowed, signaling an intense battle. At the training grounds, 8 o'clock position, the defense area of Ubei's team, the command rang out, "Position number 3, fall back and rest." Ubei rushed forward to attack while giving instructions, "Jiao Guancheng, cover position 3. They were facing a fierce beast. She called out with satisfaction, "Good, this stray fierce beast has entered." She clearly commanded the defensive and offensive formations. Following Ubei's command, the formation was quickly established. The fierce beast was surrounded on all sides by them. Immediately, 2 people rushed in to attack the fierce beast. Simultaneously, 2 sword strikes were decisively swung at the monster. Another guy also charged in, following the attack rhythm, giving the fierce beast no time to react. Seizing the opportunity, Ubei leaped high. She prepared to bring down a heavy blow onto the fierce beast's head. An extremely powerful sword strike descended. Its might was not insignificant. This blow consumed much of her strength. Panting, she ordered, "Change formation. Wings spread out." Following Ubei's words, a new formation was established in an instant. They formed 2 lines to support her. Everyone was showing signs of fatigue. Suddenly, strange points of light appeared in the sky. Realizing the approaching danger, she immediately shouted, "Careful, it's artillery fire. Robots, get clear." The warning came too late. They couldn't dodge in time. Countless beams of artillery rained down right where they were. Almost everyone was hit. The scene was now chaos. The ground was destroyed by the beams, smoke billowed thick and fast. Ubei's group, after taking the full brunt of this attack, still didn't understand what was happening. The injuries inflicted were not minor. Worried, she quickly asked about her teammates' condition. In the distance, other fierce beasts approached. The fierce beasts appeared with mouths wide open, smoke rising from them, indicated the previous artillery fire was theirs. The difference here was they weren't standing near them, but were positioned quite far from the battle. Ubei noticed the abnormality. She thought to herself, they didn't come closer. The beasts realized close combat would be slowed by the strange formation, so they fired from a distance. Without waiting for Ubei's team to stabilize their formation, they continued gathering energy, preparing for the next wave of attack. One guy shouted a warning, "The next artillery barrage is coming, prepare defenses," saying that he raised his shield ready to defend. Ubei sharply turned and shouted in refutation, "No, quickly disperse. The Uivu Thuk's shield can't block this type of attack." Suddenly a streak of light shot down from the sky, carrying terrifying power. Surprised, she exclaimed in confusion, feeling startled by that immense power. The beam of light flew through one fierce beast. Its power was so terrifying it even destroyed a building before stopping. The noise stopped. What appeared was the Fang Tianhua Ji Sky Piercer halberd embedded straight into a building after sweeping through. The fierce beasts realized a new enemy was attacking. They looked in that direction, growling menacingly. They changed their attack target, preparing to fire artillery at the new enemy. Below, Ubei's group could only stare blankly at where the shock occurred, repeatedly asking who did it. Over here, Yungjiang, with a cold, murderous look, smirked slightly. "Looks like I'm not too late." He raised his hand to summon the halberd back to himself. Immediately, it slowly began to appear. The halberd gradually materialized in his hand. His aura didn't diminish, but seemed to increase slightly. The fierce beasts began a massive artillery barrage towards Yungjiang. The beams just shot forward like that. Ubei, worried for him, shouted a warning, "Someone quickly dodge!" Van Tuong gathered soul power at his feet to aid movement. Just enough soul power was gathered to avoid waste. He used it to glide smoothly across the ground. He slid gracefully across the ground, dodging the artillery barrages. Those attacks couldn't trouble him. Gliding towards them, he swung his halberd. One fierce beast was instantly cut in half. A series of halberd slashes rained down. The fierce beasts couldn't resist that terrifying power. Aobei witnessed this, astonished and admiring. That person used a tiny bit of soul power under his feet to launch, using a subtle body double to slide out of position while floating. Unbelievable such advanced maneuvering skills exist. And there's that large halberd too. Never heard of the Uivu Thuk having such a weapon. Yunxiang continued his performance. The more powerfully he swung the halberd, the more Ubei wondered who the person attacking these fierce beasts really was. The martial practitioners below could only exclaim, "The robot this person is using is our academy robot, right? Academy robots can do that." Even Chung Yi spoke up in admiration. "Who is this person? Unbelievably strong." Ubei turned and agreed, saying, "The combat strength of this expert is at least equivalent to 30 Chung Yis." As for him, he didn't understand why she was looking at him. The fierce beasts continued to attack Yunxiang. They continuously fired artillery at him. These beams didn't trouble him at all. Van Tuong easily dodged them. Realizing single beams couldn't hurt him, they switched to firing in bursts. Countless beams were fired. Yet he still dodged easily. He slipped through the falling rain of fire incredibly smoothly. Ubei couldn't help but exclaim in amazement, "That movement method is the Daptin That Bow 7-star stepping of the Xuanjia Wei Mystic Armor Guard." Van Tuong leaped high, swinging a downward slash with his halberd. The energy wave slashed out, shooting forward powerfully. The hit beast could only roar in pain before being split in two. Ubei was still stunned. She didn't understand why the ultimate skill of the Lac Nguyet Tram, Moonfall Slash of the Martial Saint, among the 8 generals, could be executed so smoothly by a mere academy robot. Van Tuong dodged while counting the remaining fierce beasts. After observing only 4 were left, as he swung his halberd towards them, he counted down from 4. Instantly 1 was down. Next the count of 3 rang out. Another unlucky fierce beast couldn't escape a similar fate. He was mercilessly sweeping through them. The second to last one was also eliminated. Chung Yi had a bold thought flash through his mind. This person killed over a dozen fierce beasts at once. If I were that strong, never mind Wu Jiao Guan, even the dean's secretary would be possible. I must take this person as my master. Ube heard his murmuring and angrily threatened, "Do you dare repeat what you just said?" He could only make excuses, saying he was just joking due to the expert's aura to liven things up. The single remaining fierce beast refused to give up. It fired a burst of beams towards Yunxiang, but he still managed to dodge, holding the halberd firmly ready for the counterattack. An extremely powerful strike was unleashed with a loud shout. "The last one?" The scene was the fierce beast being helplessly split in two. He stood on the spot posture imposing and said with satisfaction, "Finished." The system also announced insufficient soul power would force immediate deactivation. Ube could only exclaim, "Too strong, killing over a dozen in just a few short seconds. Like this, even 50 Chungyis wouldn't be his match." In the distance, Shangguan was running breathlessly towards them. As she ran, she called out, "Song Yunxiang, wait for me!" Her eyes filled with an infatuation she couldn't shake off. Ube was stunned. She exclaimed, "What? Song Yunxiang?" The name caused her utter astonishment. Even Yi was the same. He was also stunned upon hearing the name Song Yunxiang. The academy students were in an uproar, whispering amongst themselves. "Who is Song Yunxiang? Is that the name of that expert?" Ube gripped her twin swords tightly, walking step by step towards him. Seeing this, Shangguan was extremely surprised by her action. Pointing her sword straight at him, Ube questioned, "Who exactly are you?" His battle armor was simultaneously deactivated. It was gradually fading into the air. The armor disappeared, revealing the figure of a man slowly descending within. Song Yunxiang's figure gradually appeared. One side of his martial uniform appeared, then the other side appeared, implicitly confirming for the others that this was someone from the academy. He landed gently, unhurried, yet full of power. The academy students started gossiping again. "He's wearing the Martial Academy uniform. Was that expert just now a student? How is he so strong?" Chung Wai exclaimed, mouth agape in shock. "How can it be the kid who's been missing for 3 days?" Ube's face became more tense than ever. It seemed she feared something. Casting his gaze towards her, Van Tuong just spoke gently and calmly, "Hello, Wu Jiaoguan." He stood there amidst the thick smoke where the battle took place. He raised his hand in greeting and spoke, "I've returned." Amidst the fierce battlefield scene, Ube's piercing scream echoed everywhere. "Song Yunxiang, is it really him?" Still not over her surprise, she asked again. This time, Chung Yi chimed in, "Is it really him below?" Yunxiang smiled friendly in response. "Hello, Wu Jiaoguan." "Cheng Jiaoguan, long time no see." Chung Yi sighed. "It really is this kid. Just now I almost took him as my master." Suddenly realizing something, he pointed at him and asked, "You've been missing these past few days. Where did you go?" Unconvinced that Yunxiang was so strong, he immediately questioned, "How were you so strong just now? Aren't you the crippled soul meridian who can barely last 3 minutes?" He could only put on an innocent face and reply, "Isn't it just automatic deactivation when the time runs out?" As he spoke, Yunxiang thought to himself. He realized the duration had increased by 20%. His body was gradually adapting to the recovery from the Tai Tao Dan recreation pill. Cheng Yi still didn't accept that reason. He continued to question, "Trying to fool me. Just now you lasted at least over 5 minutes." He turned to ask Ube, simultaneously seeking an ally for himself. "Right, Wu Jiaoguan." Her eyes were still thoughtful, not replying immediately. A moment later, Ube spoke, her eyes stern, determined to question thoroughly. "Song Yunxiang, shouldn't you explain clearly to us?" Waiting just for that, Chung Yi chimed in to support her. Angrily, he yelled, "That's right, hurry up and explain." Ube continued to question him why during his enrollment period, Yunxiang pretended his soul meridian was damaged to hide his true strength. Chung Yi was about to chime in again, but suddenly realized something wasn't right in Ube's previous statement. He sharply turned and quietly asked her again if it was true she previously said Yunxiang was hiding his strength. Chung Yi looked confused, as if not understanding Ube's meaning. Ignoring him, Ube spoke seriously once more to ask him, "Who really are you? Although we're very grateful for your help, we still need an explanation." Yunxiang could only force a smile. He truly didn't know where to start explaining so they would understand. Suddenly, a sound attracted his attention. Quickly turning towards it, he couldn't help but be surprised. Both Ube and Chengyi were much the same as Yunxiang. They were also surprised by this appearance. High above a suit of battle armor was descending. This armor was completely different from the previous ones. Its demeanor was also unusually imposing. A hasty landing creating a large tremor on the ground. It seemed this person was in a great hurry. The resulting shockwave was so strong, Yunxiang had to shield his face. He stared intently at that battle mech. It landed with an appearance full of majesty, imposing and awe-inspiring. The person inside shouted, "Spirit dissolve!" Immediately, the battle mech also began to deactivate. The person inside slowly appeared. It was Gu Shijing. She was descending from the battle mech. Her face looked very serious, mixed with some tension. It seemed the reason she came here was very important. Seeing Gu Shijing, both Obei and Chengyi immediately exclaimed in surprise, "It's Dean Gu!" Both quickly dissolved their battle mechs. Then the two respectfully bowed. "Greetings, Dean." Gu Shijing raised her hand, signaling them not to do that anymore. Walking towards Yunxiang, she emphasized his name in a stern voice, but he appeared calm, showing no fear. Amidst the tense atmosphere, he gently clasped his hands in a salute to Gu Shijing. "Greetings, Dean Gu." She looked at him questioningly and spoke first. "On behalf of the Jiaoguan and students, I thank you for your timely assistance. But I also want to hear how you will explain hiding your strength." He thought back that he hadn't hidden the Star-Lord system in his past life either, but whether Gu Shijing was friend or foe to him was still unclear. He could only hesitate and reply, "About this I don't know where to start." Gu Shijing's eyes narrowed. She seemed displeased with this unclear and indecisive answer. She opened a system panel, manipulating it. Beeping sounds were heard. Then a giant cage fell down, completely enclosing Gu Shijing and Song Yunxiang. He observed the cage around him and wondered, "Can't hear any sound from outside. Is this a soundproof formation?" After a moment, Van Tuong realized Gu Shijing, through coordination, was using the great mountain-protecting formation of the Mech Martial Academy, creating 2 layers of soul power membranes as thin as paper blocking sound transmission through the 2 layers of separation. He showed interest in this novel formation. Feeling safe, he spoke in reply. "The matter concerning my strength can be considered private information. Does the Mech Martial Academy have the right to ask about this?" The control panel disappeared. She spoke directly to him. "I don't have much time to beat around the bush with you. Whatever it is, just say it straight." As she spoke, she moved towards him. "The Mech Martial Academy doesn't necessarily need to know your private information. But what if it relates to Spirit General Zuoqi?" Gu Shijing moved closer, forcing Yunxiang to quickly step back, not understanding what she was saying and afraid of the weapon in front of her attacking him. Gu Shijing presented her analysis. "You hid your strength, pretended your soul power was damaged, used family connections to get into the academy through the back door. Your main goal is targeting Spirit General Zuoqi." Van Tuong blushed slightly, having almost been attacked. He asked her why she said this. Swallowing nervously, he thought, "The soul jade is too big. Ah no, Zuoqi's soul jade really is in my hands." Gu Shijing pointed straight at his face and asserted, "Stop pretending. Actually, you've become Zuoqi's host. Lu Bu appearing in the West City District was you using Zuoqi's illusion ability to disguise yourself." His reply was bewilderment. Van Tuong was also surprised to learn Zuoqi had this ability. In his previous life, he hadn't replicated it, so he didn't know at all. The surroundings became silent as the formation blocked all sound from escaping. 2 martial practitioners discussed amongst themselves, "What are they saying? I can't hear anything at all." One envied and sighed, "So envious, I also want to admire the dean's weapon at such close range." Shangguan, standing outside, took a while to infiltrate the system to eavesdrop. Her expression was thoughtful and surprised upon hearing Yunxiang was Zuoqi's host. Gu Shijing was presenting her own arguments. These scenes captured Lu Bu's trajectory. Someone saw you appear on the battlefield with their own eyes. According to the sacrificial records of Tian Du Nashin, Zuoqi not only uses illusions to take other generals' forms, but can also copy some of their abilities and techniques, even hiding the true strength of the Spirit Soul Master. It's impossible for someone to advance 3 minor realms consecutively in just 3 days. Therefore, the sign of faking cultivation level confirms you are indeed the host of Spirit General Zuoqi. Cheng-Yi heard this and was stunned. That kid is Zuoqi's host. How is that possible? I always thought he was a waste. As for Yunxiang, he was genuinely confused by her seemingly convincing reasoning. He even sighed. Their deductions, I almost want to believe them myself. He hadn't intended to hide the existence of the Star-Lord system from others. Something obtained in a strange secret realm in his past life. There were still many puzzles now. He decided to wait until the beast tide ended to explore that secret realm. But Gu Shijing had mistaken the system's replication ability for Zuoqi's illusions. He would take advantage of that and directly admit it. Let Zuoqi take the blame for the system. He just needed to pretend to be Zuoqi's host. Thinking this, he spoke up, putting on an act of having his secret discovered. Hesitantly, he said, I hid it so well, yet the Dean saw through it. He smiled confidently and raised his voice. Dean Gu's thinking is truly brilliant. I won't pretend anymore. That's right, Zuoqi's soul, Jade, was indeed obtained by me. A voice sounded, unexpectedly you admit it like that. So the old master of your family must have discovered you and Zuoqi's soul Jade had a certain compatibility long ago. Gu Shijing smiled triumphantly. Therefore they started planning to arrange for you to enter the Mech Martial Academy. Then take the chance to take away Zuoqi's soul Jade, right? Unfortunately, man proposes, God disposes. Because of this sudden beast tide, Song Yunxiang forced to reveal his strength to save people. Otherwise, after graduating smoothly in 3 years, no one would discover you obtained Zuoqi. At that time, Spirit General Zuoqi would become the foundation for the Songjia to rise again. Hearing this, Cheng-Yi was a bit moved. He felt Song Yunxiang was truly a loyal person. Song Yunxiang wiped the sweat from his forehead with his hand and forced a smile. This forced reasoning, I also want to believe it. Gu Shijing continued, original spirit soul statues are different from other mechs. Every inheritance of a soul jade containing an original spirit soul general is recorded. Your Songjia, acting arbitrarily like this, seriously violates regulations. This matter can be big or small. If taken seriously, a verdict of treason isn't impossible. Song Yunxiang awkwardly scratched his head. It's not that serious, right, Dean Gu? My family's old master, for better or worse, is still a... Before he finished speaking, Gu Shijing interrupted. Stop talking nonsense. Song Yunxiang, how about making a deal? He felt a bit confused by her meaning and frowned, asking back. Gu Shijing believed this beast-tide outbreak was likely induced by someone. Currently, she had discovered 3 key locations suspected of having sensors installed. Gu Shijing pointed to the map at the key location of the East City District and said a TNG Heavenly Stage expert had been invited to suppress it. Here, the South City District, close to the Mech Martial Academy, she would personally lead elite troops to control this area. Hearing this, Song Yunxiang understood somewhat and smirked. So what does the Dean want me to do? Indeed, Gu Shijing needed Song Yunxiang to go to the key location of the North City District. She didn't need him to suppress this core rift only to save one person. Now, Song Yunxiang was serious. Save someone. The person you want saved, I fear their identity isn't simple, right? Gu Shijing immediately confirmed, correct, the person I need you to save is from the royal family. The second prince of Tiandu Nation Tianzihai. Knowing this person, he became suspicious. Second Prince Tianzihai represents the war faction within the royal family. Song Yunxiang heard he was a warmonger who had several times acted first and reported later launching military actions against Diluan. Rumor had it, in his past life, he died during the Beast Tide event in Yuending City. The cause of death was assassination. Song Yunxiang deduced to himself, Atan was also wanted by Tiandu Nation because of this. In the past life, Atan wasn't saved by me must have used a life-saving trump card to escape. But regardless, the one who assassinated the second prince wasn't Atan. Deducing this far, he seemed to discover something incredibly surprising. Diluan Nation. Could it be people from Diluan playing tricks? Seeing Song Yunxiang hadn't replied, Gu Shijing continued, help me save His Highness the Second Prince. I, representing the Mech Martial Academy, will request the Star Observation Bureau to allow you to use Spirit General Zuoqi. This deal do you accept? Van Tuong felt she overestimated him and added, His Highness surely has experts with him, yet he could still fall into danger. I fear if I go save him, I'll also have to pay a considerable price. Seeing this, Gu Shijing crossed her arms, looking displeased, and agreed to one more condition. After hearing, he thought, compromising so easily. Outwardly, the Gu family supports the Crown Prince faction. So asking me to go is to avoid revealing secret contact with the second prince faction. Thinking this, Song Yunxiang ultimately accepted the deal. However, he still had some doubts in his heart. Is the Gu family actually on the second prince's side? Or are they playing both sides? The core rift in the North City district, will I meet a Tan there? After some rambling thoughts, Song Yunxiang decided to ignore it and join the fun. Then he took out a vial of pills and poured a few into his hand. Then he put them in his mouth, swallowing while thinking, Star-Lord system, investigate the Qi Yan Huo Long Cho Crimson Flame Fire Dragon Ball for me. A powerful blue light shone down. Van Tuang's entire body floated and was pulled up. It was the spirit-soul construct. At this moment, the spirit-soul fragments seemed to be merging together, forming Lu Bu. The core emitted a magical blue light like a flickering flame. The details of the spirit-soul general also became clearer. Finally, the spirit-souls merged into Lu Bu, looking truly imposing. Everyone witnessing this scene was stunned, speechless. This is... Elsewhere, everyone was also surprised, eyes wide, discussing, what spirit-soul general is this? This is way too cool. Cheng Wai exclaimed in amazement. So cool, this martial prowess. Wait a minute, why doesn't it look like the sculpture of Zuoqi? Gu Shijing also felt this way, because the appearance was Spirit General Lu Bu, but the color wasn't like the Lu Bu she knew. Suddenly she shouted loudly, Song Yunxiang coordinates 351-696 of the North City District. Receiving the location. Song Yunxiang signaled he understood. His hand tightened on the iron chain, readying his stance. Shangguan Ngam Kam ran from somewhere, quickly chasing, demanding he take her along. She thought to herself, host of Spirit General, Zuoqi definitely makes him the son-in-law of the Shangguan family. As she ran, Shangguan Ngam Kam transformed into a robot. Her mechanical legs stomped hard on the ground, gaining momentum to charge forward. Before Song Yunxiang could resist, she jumped onto him and hugged him tightly. He angrily shouted, This crazy woman is overloading me. She didn't care, laughing delightedly as she hugged his waist tightly. Song Yunxiang was angry but then reconsidered. She supports the second prince's faction, so I'll take her along, then she doesn't need to die. After thinking, Song Yunxiang told Shangguan Ngam Kam to hold on to him tightly. Hearing these words from him, she liked it so much, she blushed. Pursing her lips, she smiled shyly with the face of a lovesick girl. At this time, Song Yunxiang still didn't forget to remind Shangguan Ngam Kam to hold on to him tightly. After giving instructions, Song Yunxiang quickly spurred his horse, leaping thousands of meters. Gu Shijing below observed all his actions, pursing her lips with an unreadable expression. Cheng Yi saw Shangguan Ngam Kam following and shouted loudly, Dean Gu, why did that student follow too? Is it okay not to manage her? Gu Shijing said there was no time to manage her. Then she told Ubei and Cheng Yi to gather people to go to the core rift location in the South City District. As soon as she finished speaking, Cheng Yi and Ubei immediately followed the order and acted. Gu Shijing looked up in the direction Song Yunxiang left and wondered, Are you really Zuoqi's host? Hopefully my words just now can help you deceive others. Your secret will be dragged out by me personally. Amidst a devastated city surrounded by burning fires, suddenly a blue flame speck was rapidly approaching. That blue flame speck came from Song Yunxiang's horse. On the horse's back, Shangguan Ngam Kam was strenuously shooting at the monsters. She used her gun to shoot blue sparks at the monsters, causing them to angrily charge down. Seizing the opportunity, Song Yunxiang quickly drew his sword. With just one slash, he could eliminate them. The slashed monsters cried out miserably. Right behind Shangguan Ngam Kam was still enthusiastically shooting down the charging monsters. While Song Yunxiang still used his sword, a few swings were enough to kill them. After a while, Song Yunxiang grumbled with some annoyance, Can you please stop pulling monsters for me? We're in a hurry right now. Hearing that, Shangguan Ngam Kam quickly apologized. I just entered the battlefield and got a little carried away. He thought logically, even back at the Mech Martial Academy, if he didn't manage this crazy woman, she could probably survive, but if his rebirth started changing things, then taking her along would be better. Wait until Spirit General Longshu is replicated. Ensure nothing goes wrong, then I'll kill her. However, now I can use her as a human-shaped tool. Then Song Yunxiang asked her to help him with something. Shangguan Ngumkam heard and quickly agreed, even telling Song Yunxiang he could do whatever he wanted with her. Speechless, he told her to be serious and instructed that he would teach her a few things later. Meanwhile, at the core rift location in the North City District, dust and smoke billowed densely. This place was just as desolate and ruined. All around were small, blazing red fires. Numerous armored robots were lined up horizontally to protect the civilians inside. This gold-armored robot is the Ui Vian Thuk form of the Royal Imperial Guard. On their hands stood 3 people. Clearly they had endured a fierce battle. The young man is Tianze Hai, the second prince of Tiandu Nation, shouting, "Commander Liu, hold on." The person lying in his arms is Liu Shen Wu, commander of the Royal Imperial Guard Cavalry. He was dying. "Sorry, Your Highness. It was my carelessness." Tianze Hai continuously slapped his own leg, cursing Di Luan Nation while blaming himself. Zehai didn't expect Di Luan to actually cause a beast tide. If he had known earlier, he could have swiftly dealt with them. He continued blaming himself for harming millions of remaining citizens who fell into Di Luan Nation's trap. Seeing this, Liu Zhenwu reassured, "Your Highness need not blame yourself. Protecting my master is my duty." As he spoke, he coughed up blood. Tianze Hai's face showed clear worry. "Commander Liu, don't speak anymore, hold on." He looked up and hurriedly said, "Xiao Mai reinforcements haven't arrived yet." "This is Xiao Mai, the combat maid. She reported to Zahai that reinforcements were on their way." As soon as she finished, Tianze Hai raised his hand, telling her to give him a Hui Chundan spring return pill. But Xiao Mai hesitated. "But Your Highness, this pill is kept for you as a precaution." Liu Zhenwu grabbed Zahai's hand. "Your Highness, no, my injuries are already severe. Don't continue wasting the precious Hui Chundan." Ignoring those words, Zahai pushed his hand away and snatched the Hui Chundan from Xiao Mai's hand. Tianze Hai took out the last precious Hui Chundan and put it into Liu Zhenwu's mouth. Just then the Royal Imperial Guard rushed in to report that fierce beasts were coming again. Tianze Hai quickly ordered Xiao Mai to go command them to block the enemy. Receiving the order, Xiao Mai quickly summoned her spirit soul construct, manifesting her spirit soul to join the battle. Xiao Mai also quickly gave orders. 8 robots formed the Xuan Yue Zhen Mystic Moon Formation. Then they followed the order, forming the formation to protect the second prince. In the middle of the night, a loud piercing sound tore through the quiet space. On both sides of the road, the fierce beasts automatically moved aside, making way for something. From the smoke, a fierce beast appeared. Its powerful steps caused the ground to crack. This is the Chongqi species, a fearsome monster with Tianzhai heavenly stage combat power. It has a tough body and destructive power like a tank. One Imperial Guard warned that there was an enemy on this side too. Another was shocked. What, there are enemies on both sides? From the distance, amidst the hazy smoke, appeared a person holding a weapon riding a horse, majestically causing everyone to panic. Elsewhere, at the central position of the South City District, a tear in the gloomy sky created a vortex in the middle of the air. At this time, Gu Shijing controlled her robot standing proudly on a skyscraper rooftop. She suddenly shouted loudly, "All troops deploy formation." Gu Shijing raised her hand to command. City guards in front are responsible for defense. Jiaoguan robots on the wings are responsible for guerrilla tactics. Academy robots at the rear are responsible for covering fire. Seen from afar, numerous robots stood throughout the city, dense as ants. Their aura was imposing and awe-inspiring. The tear in the sky grew larger by the moment, as if wanting to rip the sky in two. From the tear, giant white teeth gradually became visible. Finally, a huge, fierce beast slowly emerged from that tear. Sensing the time had come, Gu Shijing decisively ordered, "It's here, prepare." Receiving the command, numerous robots below readied their aim. Immediately after, numerous glowing arrows were shot by the robots, like a dense rain filling the sky. At the same time, in the East City District, right at the core rift location. Over here, the robot army was just as numerous. Perhaps they were also waiting for an incredibly large, fierce beast. Amidst the rubble appeared a fierce beast, both large and terrifying, while the robot team stood distributed everywhere, waiting to destroy that fierce beast. Amidst a legion of robots standing around on rooftops, in the very center someone stood pondering. 2. Heming stood calmly, showing no fear before that terrifying, fierce beast. Suddenly, the fierce beast let out a huge roar, creating a great gust of wind as if showing its might. That gust blew strongly like a storm, forcing the robots to shield their faces. In contrast, Tu Heming still stood proudly unmoved as if feeling nothing. At this moment, he suddenly put his hand into his pocket and pulled out an old card. "Old friend, fight alongside me one more time." One robot voiced its question. "Are we just going to watch like this? Don't we need to go down and help old Tu?" The robot next to it hesitated and replied, "Don't old Tu is a Tianjai heavenly stage expert who can tear fierce beasts apart." That robot continued, "A battle at the Grandmaster level. It's best for us to watch from afar." At the North City District battlefield, the surroundings were desolate and ruined. The sky was gloomy and dark. Suddenly, from somewhere, a fierce beast's foot stomped hard on the ground with dark power. Numerous fierce beasts shaped like hounds equipped with iron armor were charging forward. These are the Hoa Dao Chung, disaster-fighting species fierce beasts. Small-size Huangjai desolate stage combat power. They form groups to bite and tear enemies that fall behind. Compared to fighting, they prioritize consuming food by gnawing on the corpses of other fierce beasts. At this time, the Royal Imperial Guard panicked slightly. "We're doomed, both sides have large fierce beasts. Against this kind of strong enemy, I fear we are no match." One Royal Imperial Guard turned back and said, "Miss Xiao Mai, we will hold the enemy here. Please protect His Highness and escape from this place." Hearing this, Xiao Mai hesitated, turning back, wanting to ask Tianze Hai's opinion. Just then, Liu Zhenwu suddenly coughed, violently spitting blood. His voice was weak. "My injuries are beyond saving, but burning all my soul power. I can probably still buy your highness 20 seconds. Before Liu Zhenwu finished, Tianze Hai raised his hand, signaling him not to speak hastily. His eyes held a hint of consideration. That direction doesn't have the aura of a fierce beast. The person coming is likely not an enemy. Xiao Mai also judged for herself. The person coming isn't an enemy. Could it be reinforcements? The fierce beast emerging from the mist was trying to create something from the tentacles on its hands. Finally, the giant fierce beast transformed its arm into something sharp like a blade. Then it suddenly roared incredibly loudly. Its roar created a terrifying power that overwhelmed everything, causing even the Royal Imperial Guards to waver from its roar. Rocks and dirt flew everywhere. On Tianze Hai's side, he also used his body to shield Liu Zhenwu. The Royal Imperial Guards suddenly realized the fierce beast was roaring towards the dark figure. It ignored them because it thought the enemy over there was the real threat. From the dark figure's side, a dazzling blue light shot straight towards the beast. Witnessing that scene, the fierce beast was somewhat confused, not understanding what was happening. That blue light charged forcefully, then struck the ground, causing the fierce beast to tumble down. Those fierce beasts were startled by the power coming from that dark figure. The clatter of horse hooves approached. Very cool blue flames covered the horse's ankles. That dark figure was Song Yunxiang slowly approaching on his iron horse. The Royal Imperial Guard was also surprised. It's a spirit soul general. Are the reinforcements from the Mech Martial Academy here? Tianze Hai thought to himself. It seems to be a spirit soul general never seen before. And it's even riding a star beast mount. Song Yunxiang turned back and said to Shangguan Gamkam, "While I'm intimidating this big guy now, Dan Qi, quickly go search the corpses of the beasts I just killed." She felt a bit confused, her face blank as she asked back, "Huh, beast corpses?" Song Yunxiang grimaced. "Didn't I teach you on the way here? Inside the same stomach pouch 50 centimeter from the left ribs? Can you dig out the Ket Tin Liet Kong, void-splitting crystal?" At this time, the beast stood still, growling for a moment. In front of it was a spear emitting blue sparks. That fierce beast intended to move forward, but was blocked by a glowing curtain. The group of royal guards standing not far away silently witnessed the strange scene. Observing from afar, Tianze Hai speculated it was a formation. Hearing this, Xiao Mai was also amazed and exclaimed, "What a formation!" He gritted his teeth and continued, "On the weapon that the horse-riding spirit soul general just threw, it seems some kind of formation or barrier was added." Now the Royal Imperial Guard noticed the abnormality. So now this Chongqi species is trapped by the formation. Should we retreat now or quietly observe the situation? Wait, something profound like a formation can't be arbitrary. Tianzahai frowned, reasoning, not right looking at the dissipation speed of soul power, this formation probably won't last long. He thought that Spirit Soul General just wanted to temporarily stall for time. Seeing this, Xiao Mai also wondered, Your Highness, why stall for time? Inside, she was also observing the situation outside through a small screen. She saw an academy robot digging a stone from a beast corpse. Just then, Tianzahai seemed to discover something and shouted loudly, Is that a Ket Tin Liet Kong? Xiao Mai then replied, Ket Tin Liet Kong, is it that purple crystal? Tianzahai explained, Ket Tin Liet Kong, also called Space Stone, is said to grow in the stomach pouch of the Tauti fierce beast. It has the ability of spatial compression. The Tauti relies on this to devour things 10 times larger than its body volume. Hearing this, Xiao Mai remembered this was the precious material used to create storage talismans. She thought to herself, so this thing grows inside fierce beasts. Tianzahai continued, correct Ket Tin Liet Kong is priceless. Storage talismans and soul talismans for Spirit Soul Generals all require this material. Now Xiao Mai suddenly understood Song Yungxiang wanted to stall for time to collect treasures. Elsewhere, the weapon Song Yungxiang threw to the ground was continuously dissolving, while he was still exerting effort to increase its power to prolong the time. Inside the robot, Song Yungxiang panted continuously exhausted. The Hunlao Zhen soul cage formation probably can't hold this guy much longer. He took out 3 pills while asking Shangguan Ngam Kam if she was done. Outside, Shangguan Ngam Kam held 3 Ket Tin Liet Kong, running back towards Song Yungxiang, and asked him, Only managed to dig out 3, is that enough? Seeing this, Song Yungxiang quickly reached out his hand. 3 is barely enough. As soon as he finished speaking, he used his power to retrieve the 3 Ket Tin Liet Kong towards himself. Okay, give them all to me. Shangguan Ngam Kam was secretly surprised. He can actually control things remotely with soul power like this. Unexpectedly, Song Yunxiang rode his horse towards the beast along with the 3 Ket Tin Liet Kong. The Royal Imperial Guards were also startled and scared, clearing the path for him to charge through. The horse's hooves dented the ground. The Royal Imperial Guard still stood mechanically staring blankly after his figure. Witnessing that scene, Tianzahai also felt no less astonished. Inside, Song Yungxiang also glanced at him through the small screen. Outside, Song Yungxiang's Spirit Soul General continued riding fast, without a word. Tianzahai gaped in astonishment. Is this Spirit General Lu Bu? But looking at it, there's something not right. Suddenly, Song Yungxiang gathered momentum, leaped high, and shouted loudly. Qi Yanhuo Longqiu, Crimson Flame Fire, Dragon Ball Spirit, dissolve. At the same time, he also summoned back the weapon he had just used as an intermediary. In just an instant, the spear appeared in Song Yunxiang's hand. This was also when the beast escaped the Hunlao Zhen. It roared incredibly loudly. Unexpectedly, the fierce beast opened its mouth wide, and something spherical emitted a powerful beam of light. Then a large purple beam shot straight towards Song Yunxiang. Instantly, he leaned, flexibly dodging that giant beam. Seeing this, the fierce beast stamped its foot hard, showing dissatisfaction with a growl. Its stomp caused the entire ground surface to crack open. At this moment, Song Yunxiang suddenly leaned back. Hand still gripping the spear tightly, his whole body prepared to exert force. He used all his strength, aiming straight at the fierce beast. Shouting loudly, he charged forward. The 2 sides clashed in mid-air, creating flashes of lightning. Just then, Song Yunxiang controlled 1 Ket Tin Liet Kong to stab into the beast's arm. But not only did it fail to injure the beast, instead, Song Yunxiang was sent flying thousands of meters by it. Its blow was so strong it sent him flying through several buildings. Xiao Mai was terrified. We're doomed, Your Highness. That red Spirit Soul General that looked so cool is no match for the Chongqi at all. Very quickly, Song Yunxiang regained his composure and appeared before the fierce beast. Before he could recover his strength, that fierce beast charged straight at him. Inside, Song Yunxiang thought, right now I'm merely at the peak of Huangjie Desolate stage. Even controlling Lu Bu. It's hard to solo a Tianji Heavenly Stage level Chongqi. Then the eyes of the Spirit Soul General Lu Bu, controlled by Song Yunxiang, suddenly flashed with a small light. He suddenly shouted loudly, "Explode for me!" Finishing his words, The Ketin Liet Kong on the beast's hand moved as if hearing the command. Then it exploded, causing the fierce beast to roar in pain. Observing the situation, Tianze Hai's eyes widened in shock. What was that exploded? The fierce beast lost an arm due to the explosion just now. Its body staggered as if losing its center of gravity. At this time, Song Yunxiang spoke up. Sorry, the me of now is no match for Tianjie. Can only use some small unreasonable tricks. Suddenly, from somewhere, shouts praising Song Yunxiang rang out. The Royal Imperial Guards in the distance shouted loudly, amazing channeling soul power into the Ketin Liet Kong, creating a small-scale spatial collapse through an overload explosion. Tianze Hai also stood up, applauding in admiration. Unexpectedly, I could witness such VIP maneuvers. The Mech Martial Academy in Nanzhou is truly full of hidden talents, crouching tiger, hidden dragon. Xiao Mai's voice became panicked. Your Highness, are you saying the host controlling that spirit soul general only has Huangji cultivation? Tianze Hai then replied, correct, during the battle just now, I sensed the soul power emanating from it. Probably only the peak of Huangji. Xiao Mai couldn't believe her ears. She thought just a peak Huangjie yet could cross 3 major realms to severely injure a Tianji fierce beast. At this time, the Chongqi beast along with the Huadao Cheng were charging over. One Huadao Cheng with sharp teeth was charging as fast as lightning. Grasping the situation, Song Yunxiang took a defensive stance, one leg braced on the ground. He gripped the weapon tightly, spun around, decisively eliminating the rampaging Huadao Cheng. The monsters were sliced apart piece by Song Yunxiang's weapon. Another Huadao Cheng continued charging straight at Song Yunxiang. He quickly used his weapon to slash once, cutting it in half. At this moment, Song Yunxiang seemed exhausted. He used another 3 pills. Afraid of the explosion just now, so sending these puppies up, trying to wear me down. On the Chongqi species side, it continued opening its mouth wide, emitting a purple mass of light. Then another powerful purple beam shot straight towards Song Yunxiang. Once again, he reacted quickly in time, dodging that attack. Witnessing the scene before him, Tianze Hai was secretly terrified. That movement technique is the body art of the Zhuanjia Wei Mystic Armor Guard. Seeing Song Yunxiang dodge, the beast looked at him and roared angrily. He wasn't scared at all, gripped his weapon tightly, then snorted softly. Song Yunxiang charged straight at the fierce beast and slashed it decisively once. His sharp weapon immediately shattered into pieces after the attack. Inside, Song Yunxiang thought, indeed at my current realm the durability the form can maintain. Still absolutely can't withstand TNG. But just being able to create a small hole in its tough outer shell for the Ketin Liet Kong is enough. After thinking for a moment, Song Yunxiang followed the plan. Taohua Chengzhi creation becomes finger. Chifen Ni energy dividing rebellious intent explode. As soon as he finished speaking, a large explosion occurred on the beast's body. Behind Song Yunxiang, the entire beast's body emitted thick black smoke. Now the other fierce beasts seemed to go crazy, charging straight at him, wanting revenge for their comrades. Sensing the tremor behind Song Yunxiang stepped back. The beast's mouth opened wide. He immediately leaped high to avoid that bite. Then Song Yunxiang landed safely but lost an arm. Inside the control area he was exhausted, but still forced himself to strike. This move is for you. Taohua Chengzhi Chifen Ni. At this moment the entire beast was surrounded by purple lightning sparks. Song Yunxiang shouted loudly, explode for me! Then suddenly a large explosion occurred in a corner of the city, emitting purple rays of light. After that shocking large explosion, the fierce beast vanished, leaving only swirling smoke that hadn't dissipated yet. Spirit Soul General Lu Bu also gradually dissolved. Blue crystals slowly scattered into the air. At this time, Song Yunxiang also landed gently. The swirling smoke looked truly mystical. He brushed his clothes with his hand and sighed. Unfortunately, this precious Ket Tin Hach Tam core crystal also exploded along with it. Xiao Mai seemed to recognize the uniform Song Yunxiang wore was from the Mech Martial Academy. Only now did Song Yunxiang look around. He seemed to realize something. Around him now were all members of the Royal Imperial Guard. They stood straight and stern. The robot Tianze Hai was standing and lowered its hand to the ground. He clasped his hands together and laughed heartily. Many thanks, Your Excellency, for lending a hand. Seeing this, Song Yunxiang also politely greeted back, "Second Prince, no need to be polite. Are you all okay?" Hearing these words from him, both Tianzihai and Xiao Mai were slightly wary. "Your Excellency knows my identity." Song Yunxiang was awkward. No need to be defensive. "I was personally asked by Dean Gu Shijing of the Mech Martial Academy to come reinforce." Seeing this, Tianzihai also felt reassured. "So that's how it is, sorry for the abruptness. I am the second Prince Tianzihai of Tiandu Nation. Once again, thank you for your assistance, Your Excellency." "May I ask how to address Your Excellency?" He clasped his hands and introduced himself. Tianzihai was surprised to see his surname was Tong, and also the body art of the Xuanjiao Wei. He suspected Song Yunxiang had connections with the Tong family's Juan Ho, Marquis Juan. He felt Yunxiang seemed to be joking when claiming to be just a student. Tianzihai remembered in the secret report from 5 years ago by the Secret Investigation Division, it mentioned the old Marquis of the Tong family using back channels to arrange a descendant into the Mech Martial Academy. He thought Gu Shijing knew this, so he would wait until it was safe to ask. He was also curious about that Red Spirit Soul General. Moreover, if an expert of this caliber becomes an ally, it would be good. Tianzihai continued, "Your Excellency's strength. I fear no Jiao Guan in the entire Mech Martial Academy is your match." Song Yunxiang was embarrassed. "Your Highness praises too much. My strength is merely peak Huangjie, all relying on luck." While chatting, everyone was interrupted by Liu Zhenwu's cough. Tianzihai turned back, worried. "Commander Liu Xiaomai, how much longer until the doctor arrives?" Xiaomai immediately checked. City Lord Fu of Yuanding City has arranged an emergency squad. They are on their way. Estimated arrival in 3 key approx, 45 minutes. Tianzihai feared Liu Zhenwu couldn't hold on that long for 3 key. Hearing someone was injured, Song Yunxiang offered to take a look. He intended to step forward to help, but was immediately blocked by Xiaomai. Seeing her attitude, Tianzihai reminded, "Xiaomai, don't be rude." Song Yunxiang took momentum and leaped gently onto the robot's hand where Liu Zhenwu lay. He gently placed 2 fingers on Liu Zhenwu's chest for a moment. A blue light appeared, enveloping the severe wound. 5041 Roy An, Chan Zhouan. Then he diagnosed. It's a piercing wound caused by the external soul power release of a Tianji expert. Although internal organ damage isn't severe, the broken soul meridian prevents the injured from circulating soul power for self-healing. Tianzihai, seeing he seemed proficient, wondered, "Your Excellency also knows medical arts?" Van Tuong said he only knew basics, but without tools, now he could only use Zhuandan spring pills to sustain life. Tianzihai also recounted using one earlier, fearing using more wouldn't help. Song Yunxiang took a vial of Xuandan from his pocket and poured the entire contents into Liu Zhenwu's mouth, causing Tianzihai to gasp in shock, mouth agape. He thought if one pill didn't work, use a few more. Then he threw another vial to Xiaomai to sustain Liu Zhenwu's life. At the East City District Battlefield Core Rift, a fierce beast was rampaging here. Tu Huming stood opposite, looking at the monster with a contemptuous cold snort. He pursed his lips slightly. "Still want to force open the rift and struggle one last time. If that's the case, let's end it with this move." The robot controlled by Tu Himing heard the command, quickly raised its sword and shouted loudly, "Wan Li Jian Shi, 10,000-mile sword form, 3rd stance." As soon as he finished, a long streak of light appeared in mid-air carrying immense power. 1 stance, Yijian Sui Shan He, 1 sword shatters mountains and rivers, descended, leaving half the city desolate. The fierce beast right in the center of that technique was instantly slashed to pieces. A long deep slash split the ground open. Rocks and earth shattered from it. The fierce beast on the slashing path couldn't dodge any corner. The sword energy was gradually enveloped by blazing red flames from the monster. Immediately after, the fierce beast exploded into pieces in space, dyeing everywhere red. The onlookers were stunned and shouted, "Too strong." Actually insta-killed other robots witnessing couldn't help but marvel at that terrifying power. One robot turned and denied, "No, old Tu isn't an ordinary TNG. He's likely the closest to Shengjai Saint Stage among all spirit soul masters in Nanzhou." Another robot nearby heard and was utterly shocked. They looked down together and were quickly startled not to see Tu He Ming anywhere. They looked east, then west again. Their faces couldn't hide their panic. Searching for a while without finding him, they shouted, "Where is old two?" Elsewhere in the city, on a tall building, a group surrounded a device emitting pitch-black lightning sparks. One among them frowned, ordering an immediate retreat because everything had failed. That young man walked while looking back, regretting the equipment left behind. The leader pulled up his scarf to cover his face and replied, "Don't worry about these things. Leave here and rendezvous with the other squads." Tu Heming suddenly appeared opposite them, speaking clearly, "Want to leave? Have you asked my slippers yet?" Seeing him, the group panicked and demanded his identity. One among them sweated, pointed, and stammered, "Captain, he's the one who just killed the Chongqi with one sword strike." Hearing this, the other members were all startled. The captain quickly yelled, ordering everyone to transform to kill Tu Heming. But before finishing the transformation shout, a divine slipper flew over. It landed straight on that guy, making him scream in pain and fall backward. The surrounding members saw this and were stunned. The captain was sent flying several meters and finally stuck fast to a distant wall. He foamed at the mouth-nose, bleeding profusely, and fell unconscious. Seeing their captain defeated, the other members were angry on his behalf. They cursed, calling him despicable for sneak attacking their people. Before finishing the curse, a foot landed forcefully on that guy's jaw. In an instant, they were all knocked down, lying scattered like dried fish. Hakming stepped on the guy's head with his foot, grumbling, "Are you stupid? If you're gonna make a move, make it. Talking so much, who would wait for you?" Saying that, he slowly approached the unconscious captain. Hakming gently grabbed the guy's ear, lifted him up, and jumped to a higher position. From here, he could observe the entire city gradually sinking into a sea of fire. Tu Hakming exclaimed in surprise, "The last one is about to be dealt with too." Hakming lowered his gaze to the captain, squinted, and said, "Come with me for a trip." That guy was pulled until he hurt terribly, begging him to let go. Hakming held onto the ear and leaped lightly from building to building. Combined with each of his jumps were the screams of that guy. Tu Hakming used his extraordinary speed to jump continuously. Even carrying a young man in his hand was nothing. On another side, at the battlefield core rift of the South City District, Gu Shijing was on the city wall, observing the battle below. Below, a mutated fierce beast was surrounded by tens of thousands of other robots. Their leader clearly ordered everyone to hold the formation and maintain high alert. The fierce beast roared continuously. Slime also dripped incessantly from it. The surrounding robots constantly guarded against that beast, afraid it would go berserk and cause trouble difficult to resolve. Not long after it collapsed, the surrounding robots won amidst their own astonishment. They happily cheered their victory over the Tianjie fierce beast. It was truly incredibly surprising. Victorious, they couldn't help feeling proud, thinking Tianjie beasts were only this much. Not tough at all. Then they shouted together loudly, "Tian, Du will surely win." Gu Shijing still stood stunned, watching the other robots celebrate victory. Outwardly, the robot controlled by Gu Shijing rested its sword down, standing sternly in smoke and fire, looking incredibly cool. Over here, she sighed in relief and wiped away sweat with her hand. "Tianjie fierce beasts are truly too strong." Gu Shijing observed the front and thought to herself, "Even gathering the strength of 1,000 Zhuanjai mystic stage can only barely fight one battle." Luckily, we achieved victory. But we paid a considerable price. Suddenly, Hakming flew over from somewhere at this moment, startling her. He landed gently still, holding the unlucky black-clothed guy's ear, and said hello to Gu Shijing. When Tu Hakming arrived was also when Gu Shijing had just finished dissolving her spirit. Only saw Gu Shijing respectfully bowing. He also happily replied, "Yes, tough work for little Gu." Hakming threw down an unconscious Diluan person. He said he caught him at the rift location in the East City District. Glancing over, Gu Shijing guessed he was a spy from Diluan Nation. She didn't know whether to hand him over to the City Guard or the Secret Investigation Division. But Tu Hakming suspected the City Guard and Secret Investigation Division might very well have been infiltrated by them. "I don't feel at ease, so this person is handed over to you." Suddenly, in the distance, on a building rooftop, an unusual light flashed. The image of the two standing discussing was captured within the sights. Tu Hakming also discovered their crosshairs were aimed right at his head, but he didn't show any concern at all. Conversely, the attacking side became panicked upon being exposed. He was using the Wu Fu La, an early-period mass-produced spirit-soul general type from Diluan Nation. Tu Hak Ming calmly offered, "Need my help dealing with those brats?" For Gu Shijing, this wasn't a big deal because she had already made arrangements. The attacking side grew increasingly panicked. They immediately ordered, "Quickfire and kill them." As soon as the words finished, the Wu Fu La was pierced through the heart by a sword. It couldn't move anymore. The attacker didn't expect Gu Shijing's side to act so quickly. Just then a wide net fell from the sky, giving him no time to react. The attacker was trapped by the net. He could only struggle and scream, "Spirit soul, construct, what's going on?" Looking behind, he realized this was done by the spy type Ui Vien Tuk. This special type is responsible for executing secret missions like sabotaging the enemy rear or assassination. The spy type Ui Vien Tuk kindly advised, "It's useless, this is a soul-binding net that can disrupt soul power flow. Obediently put out your hands and surrender." In just an instant, the Spirit Soul General team captured all the attackers from Diluan Nation. The spy type Ui Vien Thuk finished its mission, sheathed its sword, and awaited further orders. At that time, Xiao Yue spoke up, reporting Dean. "Target total is 5 people. All have been controlled." Gu Shijing received the signal from her via the virtual screen and immediately gave instructions, "Bring all living persons back to the Mech Martial Academy. I will personally interrogate them." Tu Hak Ming was very satisfied with her ability to handle matters. He happily praised, "Seems you discovered them long ago, right? Although your cultivation realm is ordinary, your deployment of troops and tactical application are truly excellent." Gu Shijing also replied very modestly, "Old Tu, your cultivation is unparalleled. One sword kills Tianji, truly worthy of being the head of Nanzhou's 4 swords. This minor skill of mine is not worth mentioning before you." Seeing the situation here was no longer worrying, Hak Ming didn't have time for empty words and announced his departure. "Your place here seems to have no more problems. I'll go check the North City district. There's a kid over there I find very interesting." As soon as he finished, he leaped away lightly. Tu Hak Ming's lightness skill was indeed extraordinary. He moved between buildings with great ease. Hak Ming's words made Gu Shijing a bit curious, wondering if the kid old Tu found interesting referred to His Highness the Second Prince, or was it that mysterious Song Yunxiang? But now wasn't the time to find answers to that curiosity. Instead, she had to go handle matters in this district immediately. At the North District Battlefield Core Rift, the Spirit Soul Generals were gathered in one place. In Tianzihai's hand was a vial full of pills emitting a faint light. He couldn't believe it, looking at the vial with suspicion. How could it be? Is this really Hui Chun Dan? Seeing this, Song Yunxiang curiously asked, "Your Highness the Second Prince also studies pill refinement," Tianzihai replied, "although I'm not a pill master. As a prince, I once followed the royal family's level 5 pill master to learn some pill refinement knowledge. Although the quality reached an extremely high level, it surely isn't just this." He analyzed with a bewildered face. "The pill patterns on this Hui Chun Dan weren't refined using the techniques and processes I know. Meaning from the aspect of crafting technology, I fear it's many years ahead of Tiandu Nation. If the effect is also..." Tianzihai immediately turned to ask, "Commander Liu, how do you feel?" But then he was very surprised by the scene before him, although still unconscious color had gradually returned to Commander Liu's face. The wounds on his body were also recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing Liu Zhenwu had woken up, Tianzihai immediately went beside him to inquire, "How are you feeling now?" He immediately replied with a relieved face, "Your Highness, I just had a dream. Dreamt I seemed to be in the warm waters of Wanwu Jinghua essence of all things. Like a beam of light shining into my chest, making the energy in my body increase so rapidly it even blew off my clothes. I felt naked with nature, innocent like a seed. No, I am a seed immersed in that ocean of light. I feel my entire life has been renewed because of this." After immersing in the fresh feeling for a while, Liu Zhenwu realized, "My wounds are healed." Tianzihai couldn't help but be surprised. Really, this matter was too hard to believe. He noticed another strange thing. Was it an illusion? Why did it feel like the hidden ailment accumulated in my waist after many years of cultivation seemed to be gone as well? This discovery surprised everyone even more. Suddenly, Xiao Mei trembled and pointed at him. Wait, Commander Liu, do you seem to have become younger? Comparing his image before and after taking the pill, Tianze Hai then discovered indeed the wrinkles on his face were all gone. The man who originally had an old face like the commander now looked only 30 years old. His gray hair was also gone. He stared at Song Yunjiang's face full of question marks and thought. Originally, I thought he was just a martial artist with outstanding strategy. I even considered whether I could recruit him to work for me. But if there was such a powerful alchemy master behind him, then I could only think of ways to establish good relations. Tianze Hai decided it was imperative to establish good relations. Suddenly, a joyful voice broke the awkward atmosphere. Junior Song, Shangguan. Yinkin chirped from afar. I've searched through the corpses of the carnivorous beasts around here. Look, I dug out a lot of crystals. A robot carrying a pile of spirit stones ran over, following her voice. Seeing the number of crystals, Tianze Hai couldn't believe it and stammered, so many void-shattering crystals. His hand trembled so much that he accidentally dropped the medicine bottle. Luckily, some hand reached out and caught the medicine bottle. Xiao Mei angrily gritted her teeth and shouted, Hey, Your Highness, be a little careful! The situation just now made Liu Zhenwu break out in a cold sweat. Phew, it's okay. Luckily, I was quick-witted and nimble-eyed. Tianze Hai heard something, so he told everyone to be quiet. The robot controlled by Shangguan Yinkin was carefully counting the spirit stones she brought back. Shangguan Yinkin happily announced a total of 9 pieces. A figure jumped down from above and approached. She was very proud of the spoils she had obtained and was also eagerly waiting for everyone's praise. This time, Song Yunjiang had to admit that her technique for extracting crystals was quite good, achieving a high success rate. So he had no choice but to praise top quality, perfectly extracted. I didn't expect the young lady to be so skilled with her hands. As expected, Shangguan Yinkin was very happy with this praise. I've been very good at dissecting corpses or something similar since I was young. As long as I hold a knife, I naturally start to get excited. Tianze Hai jumped down from the Star Soul General to join everyone. He sincerely proposed thank you for your elixir that saved Commander Liu. I have an unreasonable request, but these void-shattering crystals, I hope you can give them to me. This also made Song Yunxiang feel awkward. This isn't very good, Your Highness the Second Prince. Shangguan Yinkin seemed surprised by the Second Prince's actions and let out a soft cry. Seeing this, Tianze Hai immediately tried to persuade, Rest assured, I naturally won't take your spoils for free. Song Yunxiang started to feel interested. Oh, Your Highness, are you planning to make a deal with me? He confidently held up 3 fingers. For this amount, can I take all the void-shattering crystals? You should know that void-shattering crystals are strategic materials controlled by the Imperial Court. It's not easy for you to take them out. Song Yunxiang didn't back down and negotiated, Surely Your Highness isn't buying these crystals through government procedures, right? Your Highness is using personal funds to buy them, so I've already given the lowest discount no one will know, and we can cooperate long-term in the future. While the other 2 were still negotiating, Shangguan Yinkin had already begun to dissipate her spirit form. She looked intently at the 2 of them. The light from her star soul was slowly dispersing. Shangguan Yinkin landed gently and then gracefully knelt down. She showed great reverence as she bowed, her eyes closed with a serious expression. Then Shangguan Yinkin solemnly clasped her hands. Shangguan family pays respects to Your Highness the Second Prince. Hearing her name sounded a bit familiar, so Tianze Hai asked Shangguan Yinkin, Are you the daughter of Shangguan Hongchen? She calmly replied, Yes, my father is Shangguan Hongchen. My second brother Shangguan Lingshu works under Your Highness. Seeing they were all his people, he welcomed them happily, his smile also much more genuine than before. Then Tianze Hai boldly held up 5 fingers and generously said, For the Shangguan family's sake, this amount. But Song Yunxiang didn't agree. Your Highness, this kind of offer from Your Highness is very difficult for me to accept. At least it should be like this. Suddenly, Tianze Hai turned to Shangguan Yinkin and excitedly announced, When I return, I will immediately promote your second brother by 3 ranks. Hearing this, she was as happy as if she had struck gold and hurriedly thanked him. Thank you, Your Highness. Then he quickly turned to Song Yunxiang and secretly whispered, "Please, I only have that much in my budget for now for my sake. Consider it as me owing you a favor." After hearing that her brother was promoted, Shangguan Yinkin began to lean towards Tianzihai's side and looked expectantly at Song Yunxiang. Seeing her expression, he had no choice but to agree. "All right, consider it my loss a little this price then." The order was successfully confirmed, so Tianzihai also felt relieved and signaled to leave for a moment. Song Yunxiang thought to himself, "Based on the memories of my previous life and the current situation, the Shangguan family indeed supports the second prince. Could it be that their betrayal in the previous life was related to the second prince's death during this period?" Only now did he notice that Shangguan Yinkin's gaze seemed a bit too intense. She lunged and grabbed his sleeve. "Junior Song, I also want a void-shattering crystal rest, assured the Shangguan family will pay." Song Yunxiang asked back in confusion. "Can't you just go dig out another one yourself?" Shangguan Yinkin said with a regretful look. "But the Taudi you just killed, there were only 12 of them in total. Moreover, I've tried the corpses of other Taudi as well, but it's very difficult to find complete crystals." This was the reason she didn't go look for another one herself. The three of them, Tianzihai and his group, were secretly discussing something over here. Xiaomei clutched the card and sobbed, "Your Highness, do we really have to spend so much money? This is what we've painstakingly saved for over a year." As she spoke, she lamented, "I'm sorry, Qian clearly said he would always protect you all." Xiaomei proposed another plan. "That young lady from the Shangguan family knows how to extract them, and she's on our side. Just give the order. Tell her to get a few more for us. Wouldn't that do it?" Liu Zhenwu immediately explained. "No, Xiaomei. You're thinking too simply. Taoti are not rare among ferocious beasts, but void. Shattering crystals are so rare and precious, I'm afraid the difficulty lies not in how to extract them, but in how to kill them." Tianzihai added, "That's right. Previous transactions of void-shattering crystals were all obtained through lucky low probabilities. Those dozen or so pieces are all of perfect quality, or higher. I'm afraid Song Yunxiang possesses some special killing method." Hearing this, even if Xiaomei cried her eyes out, she had to hand over the treasure goodbye money. This made him chuckle as well. "Hey, you're exaggerating too much?" Tianzihai pondered, the Song family of the Juan Marquis Mansion, one of the 4 great clans of the past. The previous generation's family head was one of the 8 generals of Tiandu 20 years ago. They even produced a genius youth who suppressed a generation. Unfortunately, it's rumored that it was because of some woman. Not only was the entire clan implicated, the saint-rank ancestor was also severely injured and died. Finally, they were exiled to a small city near the southeastern border, responsible for guarding the Nanhuang Great Wall. He thought deeply. If my speculation is indeed correct, this Song Yunxiang is from the Song family. I'm afraid the Song family will make a powerful comeback. They will rise completely because of him. At the base, robots stood facing each other. In turn, the group of people in the middle were transacting something. Tianzihai presented a storage card very neatly and decisively. He held it out in front of Yunxiang and said with a smile, "It's all in this storage talisman, 500 million in cash, but it's in Yishui currency." Holding the storage card, he couldn't help but be utterly shocked by the information he just heard. Zahai crossed his arms and smirked. "Very surprised, aren't you? Actually, you've profited. Currently exchanging Yishui currency for Tiandu currency will get you 5% more." Yunxiang took it and thought to himself, because the Tiandu kingdom and Yilun often fight, the Yishui kingdom has always maintained neutrality, so its economy is indeed more stable. Thinking this, he grinned, accepted the storage card, and replied, "Your Highness the Second Prince, on the contrary, is much more cautious than I expected." He chuckled in response. "No choice, too many eyes are staring at me. Such a large amount, aren't you going to check?" Yunxiang quickly replied, "It's okay, I trust these 3 words from the Second Prince." Tianzihai turned slightly and replied, "Thanks then, I'll have my soldiers come transport the void-shattering crystals." Suddenly, Yunxiang took out a few strange cards from his pocket, as if preparing to do something. He chuckled and said, "No need, if the Second Prince is so generous, I'll also provide packaging services for you." After hearing the 2 words packaging, Zehai didn't understand and looked bewildered. To his surprise, Yunxiang quickly shouted to open the formation. Liu Zhenwu saw the formation array. his face unable to hide his horrified expression. Is this a spatial formation array? Xiaomei heard this and immediately wondered. He frowned and explained void-shattering crystals because they have spatial attributes are things that cannot be stored in a storage talisman. But he actually used a spatial formation array to compress them. This kind of operation, not only have I never heard of it, I really dare not imagine it. Yunxiang handed it to Tianzihai. Void-shattering crystals are inconvenient to transport. Using a Star Soul General for transport is too conspicuous. This spatial formation talisman is for one-time use. The code to dispel the formation is 6 6s. Remember to find a spacious place. After being instructed, he awkwardly accepted it and thanked him. I really didn't expect Brother Song to have such a strange trick. He turned and waved goodbye to Tianzihai. No need to be polite. If your highness is safe, then we'll go back and report first. He clasped his hands towards Song Yunxiang sincerely, thanking him for this kindness and promising to help him in the future. Yunxiang also smiled and accepted Tianzihai's gratitude, silently looking forward to their next meeting. The second prince's group stood there for a while, watching him leave. He watched Yunxiang's retreating figure and secretly pondered this song. Yunxiang, I must interact with him more, even if I can't pull him into my camp. I hope not to be his enemy. After Yunxiang had left for a while, he also thought idly, this Beast Tide event seems to have ended like this. I also didn't sense a Tan's aura here. If things here are over, then I should go home. Last time, the Jiwu Academy and Yuanding City were both destroyed in the Beast Tide. I followed the refugee group through the Death Desert, and it took more than 20 days to escape back to the Song family. Naturally, less than a month later, the Nanhuang border defense line was swallowed by the Beast Tide. The soldiers of the Song family and the guards of Yong'an City were almost all killed. And at that time, I didn't have the strength to stop everything and once again escaped alone. Later, I met the Zhuangjia guards, who rushed to rescue and was saved by that female master. As he thought, he clenched his fists. Yunxiang felt that it hadn't even been 2 months yet, there was still time. Suddenly he sensed something and quickly turned around. Yunxiang intended to knock down the opponent with one kick, so he quickly launched his attack. A cloud of dust rose in all directions. Yinkin also turned her head to observe. Thin legs and familiar slippers appeared in the dust. A calm voice sounded, "You brat, you're indeed interesting." The newcomer used one hand to stop Song Yunxiang's legs. Tianzihai and the others heard such a loud noise and quickly approached. Everyone's face was tense. At this moment he sensed an aura even stronger than a heavenly rank aura. Liu Zhenwu raised his guard and spoke. This aura is close to the saint rank. Could this be a half-saint? Seheming slowly released his hand from Yunxiang's leg and chuckled. Clearly only at the peak of imperial rank, yet you could detect me. You've hidden yourself deep enough in the Jiwu Academy for over a year. Hearing his voice and seeing his face, he was extremely surprised. This person was the gatekeeper uncle of the Jiwu Academy. He stood up straight and laughed heartily for a while. Same to you, you've hidden yourself deep enough as well. Who would have thought that a heavenly rank grandmaster would hide in the Jiwu Academy as a gatekeeper? Shangguan Yinkin, hearing this, also didn't expect him to be that gatekeeper. Yunxiang faced Chai Hemming and continued. Among the 7 rumors of the Jiwu Academy, one of them is about Dean Liu Shui gatekeeper Ti Da. I think this refers to you. After hearing him, he rubbed his chin, smiled lightly, and denied, Not at all. Ichi Hemming am the chief gatekeeper of the Jiwu Academy's security office. Yunxiang grinned, clasping his hands. Song Yunxiang pays respects to Mr. Chai. At this moment, he vaguely guessed that this old man in front of him was the person the dean had mentioned. Liu Zhenwu couldn't help but be startled when he heard Qi Hemming's name. Xiaomei, seeing his reaction, wondered, You know him. Liu Zhenwu frowned and revealed to her, This is a legendary half-saint. 10,000 Li Sword Chai Hemming. Entered heavenly rank at 30, used his famous technique, one sword shatters mountains and rivers, to roam the eastern continent, raided alone just for a promise. Rushed to the battlefield to rescue one move, cut down 3 void-suppressing ships. 20 years ago, he entered the peak great perfection of heavenly rank, and there are countless other glorious rumors. Yunxiang stared at Si Hemming and thought something was amiss here. If Mr. Si is the backup that woman can command, then if I hadn't appeared, she would definitely have arranged for Mr. Sai to come to the rescue first. He, as a half-saint powerhouse, should logically be invincible, so why did the second prince die last time? The host chosen from the primordial Star Soul generals created by 108 gods. It's said that once the host awakens, as long as their cultivation is sufficient, they can reach saint rank. But ordinary Star Soul masters controlling artificial Star Soul generals are bound by the rules of heaven and earth. Not only does cultivation grow slower, but they are also suppressed by realm barriers for thousands of years since ancient times. No mortal Star Soul master has been able to break the shackles of the saint rank. Liu Zhenwu lowered his head and explained, "Heavenly rank is already the limit for mortals. That peak, great perfection of heavenly rank, is an existence close to saint rank. That is the limit mortals can achieve through hard work and effort. Half-step to saint rank is also called half-saint." Everyone listened silently as he explained. He lowered his head and clasped his hands. Commander of the Piaoki Battalion directly under the Tiandu City Imperial Guard, Liu Zhenwu pays respects to half-saint Sai. After his words, Zehai Xiaomei and Yingqin paid their respects in turn, seeing everyone like this. Qi Heming smiled broadly. "You all don't need to be so polite." Song Yongxiang lowered his head and thought for a moment. The eastern continent in this era seems not to have yet established a system for cultivating mortals to break through their shackles. So if I can train a saint-rank army, wouldn't I be able to crush this era? Isn't this old Sai before me a test subject delivered right to my doorstep? He is the first experimental subject of the mortal heavenly rank army plan. His eyes were now filled with resolute determination. Heming looked at Yunjiang feeling a bit restless and spoke. "Brat. Song, why do your eyes show the kind of excitement a chef has when seeing rare ingredients? You brat, you're not plotting something, are you?" Hit right on the mark. He scratched his head and avoided that scrutinizing gaze. "You're overthinking it. My eyes only hold reverence for you." Though he said that in his heart, he wanted to exclaim in awe at this old man's profoundness. Heming forced a smile. "Brat, don't act in front of me." Heming changed the subject. "I heard from young Lasgu that you are the host of Zuoqi." Hearing his words, Zehai's group couldn't help but show surprise. Xiaomei couldn't hide her emotions and asked, "He is the host of Zuoqi. Your Highness, didn't you just say that fiery red star soul general was Lu Bu?" Tianzihai rubbed his chin, thought for a moment, and finally understood. He looked up and spoke. "I've also heard that the Star Soul General Zuoqi can transform into the appearance of other Star Soul Generals. Moreover, this legend is known through storybooks circulated everywhere. So was the Lu Bu just now what Brother Song used to deceive others?" Hearing this song, Yunqiang could only laugh secretly. "Why do you all think so? All right, if that's the case, the burden of the Star Soul system will decisively be borne by Zuoqi." After thinking for a moment, he suddenly burst out laughing. "This concerns my matters. I hope you all can keep it a secret for me." Zehai looked at Yunxiang with admiration for his sworn brother. "You didn't hesitate to reveal your identity to help. I accept this sentiment. We will keep your secret." Seeing his sincerity, Yunxiang also felt a bit guilty and expressed his thanks. Heming had been squinting and staring at him intently all this time. Finally, he lowered his head and asked Brat Song, "If I'm not mistaken, the heavenly rank beast that appeared at this core fissure was dealt with by you." Yunxiang was silent for a moment and then replied, "You could say that." He continued to address the previous issue. "Even if it's the Star Soul General Zuozi relying on your peak imperial rank cultivation, it wouldn't be easy to win, right? I'm very curious how you could kill an enemy of a higher rank. Or to be honest, you concealed your true strength. Your actual cultivation is even higher than that. Could it be that your Song family has an unspeakable secret?" Just as Xiaomei was about to speak and explain, she was stopped by Tianzihai. She quickly obeyed and covered her mouth with her hand, looking over with a puzzled expression. Yunxiang waved his hand. "It's okay if old Sai has asked, then I don't need to hide it anymore." He briefly described the process of detonating the void-shattering crystal to defeat the heavenly rank beast of the same level. Sai Heming, after hearing everything, couldn't help but shout in surprise, "What detonate void-shattering crystals? As far as I know, void-shattering crystals are important materials for making storage talismans and soul-fusing general talismans. Even if they are processed by dissolution, I've never heard of a situation like you described." He frowned at this news. Yunxiang smiled and explained, "Detonating void-shattering crystals is of course not that simple. I used some special tricks. Just as he said a few words, the people around quickly perked up their ears to listen. He couldn't stop everyone, so he just smiled wryly and continued. I carved a formation array on the void-shattering crystal and used alchemy techniques to trigger it. Reversing the inherent attribute structure of the void-shattering crystal led to a spatial collapse. Zahai, somewhat puzzled, spoke up. So that's how it is. It actually involves formation arrays and alchemy. Then isn't that method impossible to imitate? Hearing this, he just smiled proudly. I'm afraid others would indeed find it difficult to learn. Suddenly, Yunxiang sensed something and, highly alert, scanned his surroundings. He quickly warned everyone around, "There are enemies, be careful." Si Hemming felt surrounded and stood silently in one place. He looked at Yunxiang, secretly surprised and pleased. This brat actually detected it a step faster. The Royal Guard robots also quickly gathered, shouting to protect Tian Zihai. On the rooftops of tall buildings, the figures of other robots appeared, causing the Imperial Guards below to panic. Robot Captain Wu Fuluo crossed his arms and snorted coldly. So we were discovered, huh? The stealth quality of Shengzong's new experimental product, it seems there's still a lot of room for improvement. It quickly issued an order: robots on command deactivate stealth. The main target is to kill Second Prince Tian Zihai. 5th-minute combat time begin action. Song Yunxiang scanned his surroundings and counted from 1 to 15, 23, then 24. Finally, he raised a question. 3 robots per group, a total of 8 groups, and a heavenly rank robot captain. Yunxiang's agility from start to finish surprised Si Hemming, who sighed inwardly. This brat's reaction speed is actually faster than mine and even more precise. He glanced sideways and smiled wryly. Your Highness, if it's just the Yilun Kingdom wanting to kill you, do they need to resort to such grand schemes? Tian Zihai crossed his arms and reasoned, to allow so many Yilun experts to infiltrate the center of the Tiandu Kingdom. I'm afraid my eldest brother, the Crown Prince of the Stable faction, caused this. Suddenly, Yunxiang sensed a hidden heavenly rank aura and warned everyone. Once again, he astounded Si Hemming with his sensory abilities. That robot Captain Wu Fuluo began to give orders. Robots, listen up, target Tian Zihai, aim precisely. Receiving the order, a series of other robots aimed their guns at the designated target, preparing for action. Zihai's group's robots seemed to be surrounded by those gun barrels with no way to escape. An imposing figure from the Yangjian Imperial Guard shouted loudly, "Switch to shields, protect His Highness." Simultaneously, other robots upon command switched to shields surrounding Tian Zihai. Song Yunxiang suddenly threw 2 formation array cards into the air, his attitude calm as if he had anticipated it. 2 protective formation array cards enveloped Tian Zihai and Shangguan Yinqin. After using 1 protective formation array card for individual protection, Yunxiang then used the remaining card and began to operate it. Instantly, a larger shield formed, protecting everyone inside. Si Hemming watched this series of actions, secretly amazed. A level 5 protective formation array, huh? Moreover, all in an instant, this brat's methods are truly profound and unpredictable. Yunxiang tossed him a bottle and asked for help. Old Si, this is for you. These 2, please protect them with heightened vigilance. His sudden words made Si Hemming a bit confused. He quickly reached out and caught the bottle, although he didn't know what it was. As soon as he opened his hand to look, Si Hemming couldn't hide his surprise. Robot Captain Yun Fuluo lowered his hand and ordered to fire after a long preparation. Immediately, the gun barrels flashed continuously. Bullets whizzed by. From all directions, where there were Yilun Kingdom robots, they all opened fire. All warheads were aimed in one direction, which was where Tian Zihai was standing. A cloud of dust enveloped the area, making the imposing Imperial Guards unable to determine their surroundings. Xiaomei quickly turned back and urgently asked about Tian Zihai's situation. He looked at this sturdy protective formation array and replied, "This formation array can actually absorb the soul power light beams fired by the enemy, too powerful." At this moment, Yunxiang had secretly separated and jumped high, preparing to do something. He jumped high-stepped on Xiaomei's imposing form to gain momentum, surprising her. Immediately after, Xiaomei, extremely angry, aimed at Yunxiang, wanting to fire a volley. He jumped away, not forgetting to turn back and remind old Si, "You protect those 2, I'll go deal with the small fry. Commander Liu, the heavenly rank robot captain, is yours." Following his instructions, Liu Zhenwu quickly turned to Tian Zihai to request permission to fight. He didn't hesitate and immediately agreed. With half St. Chi here and the protective formation array, Commander Liu rest assured and go. Permission granted, Liu Zhenwu nimbly left the protective formation array preparing to join the battle. He jumped up and kicked Xiaomei's imposing head. She was extremely angry and questioned, "Commander Liu, why did you kick me too?" But he didn't listen and immediately ordered the summoning of his star soul form. After a few seconds, Liu Zhenwu's imposing Imperial Guard robot captain form was also constituted. Robot Captain Wu Fuluo snorted coldly again. "Just a heavenly rank who was severely injured. I'll take your life in 10 moves." As said, it quickly took out a gear-shaped round shield to quickly determine victory or defeat. Wu Fuluo forcefully threw that round. Barbarian head-shaped flying shield with extreme speed. Liu Zhenwu quickly judged its trajectory and leaned to the side to avoid it. But that barbarian head flying shield curved its trajectory and flew back. Xiaomei saw this scene and loudly warned him. Liu Zhenwu sensed it and immediately brought out his spear, swinging it powerfully. A powerful force knocked the shield off its trajectory. It was chipped and flew back. Robot Wu Fuluo summoned another spear, a very eye-catching gold color with trivial cumbersome decorations, redundant structure, and no practical value. "You Tiandu Kingdom people, it's your culture of liking flashy things that has made you so corrupt." Just as it finished speaking, it jumped down from the rooftop of the tall building. The Yilun Kingdom robot swung its spear powerfully towards Liu Zhenwu, with the malicious intent to kill him. In one move, the two weapons collided, creating a series of sparks. He struggled to defend, but his anger made Liu Zhenwu want to curse, "I despise abandoning the ancient Central Plains. You savage Mandi people, what the hell do you understand about culture? Your red crab shell with green trim is the flashy one." At this moment, in a dark place, another robot was hiding and observing the chaotic battle. It watched for a while and wondered. Just now, another robot jumped out. Where did it go? Suddenly, Song Yunxiang appeared right behind it, preparing for a sneak attack. He pierced the robot's body with one sword strike, and it didn't detect it, taking the full hit. The gun in its hand also dropped. Song Yunxiang smiled mischievously and teased, "I'm behind you." The robots were surprised to see the Star Soul General Lu Bu, controlled by Song Yunxiang, suddenly ambush them from behind. The robots also quickly reacted and raised their guns to counterattack Quick Shoot. But Song Yunxiang was too fast, too dangerous, flying high, causing the robots to hit their own comrades. One of the Yilun Kingdom robots spotted him and immediately informed its comrades, "He's here. Quick switch to melee weapons." But by the time they got close to him, Yunxiang was already a step ahead of them, causing the robots to panic immensely. Too fast. The Star Soul Lu Bu, controlled by Song Yunxiang, quickly struck one of the robot's shoulders, making it unable to believe its eyes and stammer, "How is this possible?" The other hand also raised a spear, emitting a cold light. Soon a few robots were split in two, completely unable to resist. Then Song Yunxiang gained momentum, stomped hard on the ground, and suddenly leaped high. Raising his spear, he aimed straight at the robot in front of him, making it panic and shout, "How can this speed be so fast?" It fumbled weakly, defending. "Damn it, what kind of monstrous Star Soul General is this?" He seized the opportunity, creating a straight line, aimed at the robot, causing it to scream in pain. Inside the control cabin, Song Yunxiang was a bit short of breath from expending so much energy. Wu Fuluo's armor was thicker than the imposing forms. Plus, these people are all at the Earth rank. Using my current cultivation to fight is still too exhausting. Back to Liu Zhenwu, who was soloing with Captain Wu Fuluo of the Yilun Kingdom over here. The robot couldn't help but wonder, is that the Star Soul General Lu Bu? How can it be? Why would Lu Bu appear here? Although it didn't show it outwardly, or reveal any weaknesses, it couldn't help but feel bewildered. Could it be that the second team failed to lure and capture Lu Bu? Those Taihei mercenaries are indeed useless. Liu Zhenwu, as if reading its thoughts, rushed forward quickly. Still have the mind to think nonsense during a battle. Take a hit from me. He launched a move, a headshot to the robot's head, killing Wag's tail. Luckily, he reacted quickly and avoided the dangerous blow. Wu Fuluo shouted loudly, "Damn it!" Elsewhere, the Star Soul Lu Bu, controlled by Song Yun, was no less formidable and took down another opponent. His spear pierced a Yilun Kingdom soldier who was forced to dissipate his spirit form due to losing combat strength. On the rooftop, the Yilun Kingdom robots were still aiming their guns at the enemy. "Quick shoot. Don't let him get close." That Yilun soldier was also quickly thrown several meters away like a rag. Song Yunxiang quickly dealt with Wu Fuluo's small fry and jumped high. The Yilun soldier thrown from above fell with a thud outside the barrier, completely motionless. Inside the glass enclosure, Tianzihai pursed his lips and commented, "Not only can he use the smallest force to pierce the enemy robot's armor, he can also capture a living person so quickly he's like a fish in water amidst the slaughter of the Star Soul General." From afar, a call echoed from the glass enclosure. Generals on command switch from defense to offense provide full support for Song Yunxiang. Xiao Mei immediately received the order, switched to a super fiery stance, holding 2 crossbows, and said, "All units switch to bow formation to support Song Yunxiang." And other royal guards immediately counterattacked, providing covering fire for Song Yunxiang. Wu Fuluo's Yilun Kingdom robots soon fell into a passive state, having to find cover and wait for a chance to counterattack. But it seemed heaven wasn't smiling upon them. The whole group immediately clamored and shouted, "Oh no! He's come around from behind!" It turned out Song Yunxiang had quickly dodged the dense bullets and, carrying his spear, rushed to settle scores with them. Tianzihai was stunned, as if discovering a new horizon. That divine technique is the 7 steps of star treading of the Xuanjia Guard. When he fought Chongqi, he also used that Xuanjia Guard movement technique that uses force to hover. But it's said to be a movement technique from the star treading sect within the Xuanjia Guard. Only a few elites are qualified to master it. He put his hand to his chin, deep in thought. Although the Xuanjia Guard has been established for 100 years, the ones who truly reached the peak were the 6 heroes of Xuanjia 20 years ago. Among them, Song Lang was the leader of the 6 heroes of Xuanjia, an 18-year-old heavenly rank youth, the 3rd son of Marquis Juan Song Jingzhong. Song Yunxiang is also from the Song family, perhaps related to this person. Unfortunately, 5 of the 6 heroes of Xuanjia are said to have unfortunately died in the Battle of Diling 16 years ago. The position of Grand Marshal of the Xuanjia Guard was vacant for 7 years before the current female Grand Marshal took over. The current Grand Marshal Di Lan of the Xuanjia Guard is a saint-rank powerhouse. She doesn't participate in any political factions. Her conduct is also extremely modest. The Xuanjia Guard has also completely become a fighting force, loyal only to the nation. For over 10 years I haven't heard of that person having any contact with the Song family. Song Yunxiang leaped up and immediately swung a bright spear strike down at the hiding place of the Yilun Kingdom group. The Wu Fuluo Yilun Kingdom soldiers were immediately cut in half. Meanwhile, one remaining one jumped up and luckily escaped. It fell onto the roof of an empty building nearby, its body hitting the floor with a jarring sound. Wu Fuluo struggled to get up, wanting to escape. Too terrifying are all the Star Soul generals of the Tiandu Kingdom monsters. Song Yunxiang quickly rushed forward, thrusting his spear to destroy the robot that intended to flee. Tianzihai observed secretly, suspecting the move he just used was the falling moon slash, wondering why Song Yunxiang knew Marshal D's ultimate technique, and guessing that his strength was greater than he himself had thought. Yunxiang rushed from the top of this building to the top of another and quickly charged towards the Yilun Kingdom robot. Although it tried to resist, it couldn't withstand his powerful attack. Sweat drenched his face, accompanied by heavy, difficult breathing. Song Yunxiang wondered that hidden expert still hasn't shown up. Meanwhile, the royal guards continuously fired laser beams into the sky to protect everyone inside the shield. Suddenly, a beam of light from the sky shot straight down onto the shield, creating intense vibrations. The shield instantly vaporized into fantastical blue mists. Hemming turned to observe and praised Song Yunxiang's protective formation array. Suddenly, other Wu Fuluo rushed over and exclaimed, "There's a chance. Ranged weapons are ineffective against that defensive barrier." Xiao Mei's robot, worried upon seeing this, quickly turned back and shouted a warning. Meanwhile, Song Yunxiang's spear descended powerfully, carrying a sharp, cold light. It plunged straight into the Wu Fuluo robot rushing from behind. Angrily, he quickly rushed forward, opened his mouth, and shouted Hemming's name. The Yilun Kingdom robot stood opposite Tsai. Hemming raised its large axe and roared, "We must kill this old man first." He showed no fear of Wu Fuluo and looked at it with a gentle smile. A powerful force descended from the sky, causing dust to fly everywhere. Liu Zhenwu, struggling with the Yilun Kingdom captain, gritted his teeth in bewilderment at the scene before him. Xiao Mei, witnessing that power firsthand, was also extremely bewildered. Robot Wu Fuluo still stood motionless amidst that dense smoke in a downward chopping stance. It sensed the stagnant air around it, looked bewildered, and couldn't help exclaiming, "What the—" The sight of T. Hemming catching the saber with his bare hands struck its eyes. He caught the saber blade, instantly calmed, and spoke. "In today's world, morality is lost, a dignified Earth-rank expert, yet you control a Star-Soul general to attack an unarmed old man." His voice, filled with disbelief, echoed in the quiet space. Bare-handed catch a saber. Robot Wu Fuluo shrieked in panic. "How is that possible? How can bare hands block a Star-Soul general's attack?" Tsai Hemming's entire body slowly emitted a blue aura. His face was also obscured, his expression unclear. His eyes immediately glowed red while his whole body emitted streams of blue smoke, looking very strange. The Yilun Kingdom robot immediately sensed something was wrong and exclaimed, "Oh no, that's the aura of a peak, heavenly rank. No, it's half-step to saint rank." Tsai Hemming then gently leaped high standing level with the giant robot that was still stiffly spraying adhesive. He quickly landed with a powerful kick to Wu Fuluo's arm joint. Its arm slammed hard onto the ground while Tsai Hemming continued to jump up. He extended his arm and poured his own strength into it. Tsai Hemming then swung his arm straight down. Wu Fuluo's arm was instantly split in two. Not stopping there, he continued to gather his strength into his palm, preparing for a major move. Immediately, Tsai Hemming released that power into the freshly cut part of the Yilun Kingdom robot. Wu Fuluo, overwhelmed by Tsai Hemming, immediately fell to the ground. The smoke from its body rose into the night sky, making people feel suffocated. He gently landed. Wu Fuluo's body was now just a pile of scrap metal. The Royal Guard robots observed from afar, amazed and endlessly praising Tsai Hemming's terrifying power and resilience. The robot controlled by Xiao Mei spoke up, "A half-saint expert is actually that terrifying." Song Yungxiang was astonished and thought to himself, "This old enemy Qi, why is he acting so cool?" He smiled and thought to himself, avoiding Wu Fuluo's heavy armor, only attacking the weak connecting parts. Creating the effect of bare-handedly cutting a robot acting so ostentatiously, is it to lure out that hidden expert in the darkness? Meanwhile, the fiery battle between Captain Wu Fuluo and Liu Zhenwu was still inconclusive. Liu Zhenwu's robot captain, firmly holding the axe, charged forward, shouting loudly. The Yilun Kingdom captain also firmly held his large saber and quickly rushed to attack. Wu Fuluo was immediately thrown off by the powerful swing of Captain Ui Vian Thuk's robot. It flew from this section then to another and slammed hard into the stone wall. Captain Wu Fuluo shouted, "Why, he should clearly be severely injured. Moreover, his strength seems to be several degrees stronger than intelligence reports indicated. Damn it! Why is he still so strong?" It knelt down, thinking to itself, "Damn it, our people have suffered so many losses. There aren't many left unexpectedly. Not only did Lu Bu appear next to the target, but there's also a half-saint expert." Wu Fuluo immediately clasped his hands together as if preparing to welcome something. It raised its hands high and exclaimed, "The enemy experts are too strong. I request Lord Holy Envoy to lend a hand." The robot captain, puzzled about the Holy Envoy Wu Fuluo mentioned, hurriedly searched around. On the rooftop of a nearby building, a mysterious red light emanated. Manlo stood proudly on it, arms crossed, looking down at the battle below as if watching a circus. She crossed her arms, pouted, and chided, "What a bunch of useless trash." Tianzihai recognized that person and exclaimed, "That person wearing the ox head mask is from the demon sect." Xiao Mei tensed up and quickly looked up. What from the demon sect? Tsai Hemming spoke as expected of the demoness from the demon sect. An ominous sign is truly a sign of great disaster. Song Yungxiang frowned his face, unable to hide his utter panic. Pingtian Shengzong. Pingtian Shengzong is a super-level sect controlling most of the military and political spheres of the Yilun Kingdom. The peak strategy of the Eastern continent involves two god-rank ancestors who lived for 400 years, the Yilun Kingdom and the Shui Yi Kingdom. Each country has one overseeing them. 100 years ago, the Eastern Heavenly Emperor's whereabouts were unknown. The Yilun King forced the previous emperor's illegitimate child to become a puppet and ruled from behind the scenes. The eldest imperial daughter, Princess Yi Shui, established the Yi Shui Kingdom, proclaimed herself Empress, the illegitimate child upon adulthood, allied with the Yi Shui Kingdom to defeat the Yi Lun King, and established the Tiandu Kingdom. Before his death, The Yi Lun King was rescued by a god-rank expert with her help. The Yi Lun Kingdom was established. The once unified Eastern Heavenly Empire located in the Central Plains continent was then divided into three. The Tiandu Kingdom has no god-rank expert overseeing it, but relying on the number of saint ranks. It barely maintains a delicate balance. The god-rank expert who saved the Yi Lun King is precisely the Ping Tian ancestor. His terrifying image appeared in his mind. It said, "He's an old monster who has lived for 400 years and is still not dead." Yunxiang frowned. Ping Tian Shengzong is like the stable faction of the Tiandu Kingdom. It doesn't support the Yi Lun Kingdom's external military expansion. When Tiandu City fought decisively, that god-rank ancestor wasn't seen to intervene. Although dust enveloped the surroundings, Manluo still stood calmly with her arms crossed. This made him suspicious. Could there be some change on the Yi Lun Kingdom's side that I don't know about? Song Yunxiang prodded. "You don't have the face to meet others upstairs. Don't stand in a high place. It's easy to be exposed. Do you want to come down here and talk?" She fumbled for something in her chest with her hand, while grumbling, courting death. Manluo gave a sinister smile. "I'll use you useless lot to test this new robot of mine." She kicked up her leg, causing the tiny stone fragments around the ground to scatter. Manluo decisively jumped down, holding high a glowing red gem. She muttered, "Star Soul." Constitute, just as she finished speaking, the Star Soul General. Idrishi slowly appeared behind her. His long, sturdy legs gradually appeared under the connection of the Star Souls. Idrishi's characteristic white ponytail gradually appeared. He suddenly jumped up and then disappeared into thin air, startling the robot captain. It couldn't help but be horrified by the sight, looking up at the sky and shouting loudly, "Oh no!" She landed, creating a large explosion, sending the robot captain's weapon flying far away. Manluo leisurely trampled on it brutally. Even though this was just a test version, it still made people wary. She sat in the control cabin, smirking contemptuously, then taunted, "Dealt with one." Tianzihai glanced, his face darkening. Even Commander Liu couldn't withstand a single blow from her. This person is not an ordinary heavenly rank. Song Yunxiang wondered, is she the next generation robot of the Yi Lun Kingdom? Why did it appear so quickly? Dust filled the air, making the surrounding atmosphere even more tense. Manluo turned her head, her face filled with killing intent, clearly not satisfied with what was happening. She drew a weapon from the robot's hip. Just looking at it was enough to understand how dangerous it was. Suddenly, Manluo charged forward aggressively, her eyes flashing with bloodthirsty red light. Yunxiang, seeing her so aggressive, couldn't help but panic, immediately shouting a reminder, "Old C." But C. Hemming calmly took out a blue card and focused on chanting something. Manluo raised the two swords she had prepared, ready to strike down hard. She sat inside, controlling Yizhishi's every move, and shouted angrily, "Go to hell." But this time, her attack was blocked by the robot controlled by C. Hemming. The lightning bolts surrounding the two were so strong that other robots were also sent flying. But luckily, Tianzihai's group was inside the defensive shield and avoided disaster. He raised his hand to cover his face, thinking to himself, "The demoness empowered by the robot can fight evenly with a half-saint. It seems she's even a step stronger than old Sai." The shield suddenly developed a crack, which then spread. He quickly realized something was amiss, looking up with a bewildered expression. Facing a critical situation, Tianzihai issued an order: "Go save Commander Liu first." Although Ui Vianthuk's robot body was covered in scratches, it still obeyed and tried to defend. The dense black smoke and lightning bolts combined to destroy the shield. The sight before him made Tianzihai even more panicked, not knowing what to do. At this critical moment, Song Yunjiang appeared from nowhere in front of the two inside the shield. He spoke. "I'll leave this place to you. Fighting at your level, I can't help much. I'll take them to a safe place to continue observing." Sai Hemming, busy blocking the enemy's attack, just coldly replied, "Save your breath." Without further ado, Yunxiang immediately led the two of them away. Manluo smirked contemptuously. "This centuries-old antique dares to block me, the holy envoy." He didn't bother with her taunts, simply snorting coldly. Then Shi Hemming silently stomped on the ground, gaining momentum to counterattack. Then he swung his arm to attack, but unfortunately Manluo dodged it. She retreated to increase the distance, then immediately threw two knives at him. They whizzed past Shi Hemming's head, startling him a bit. Sai Hemming, extremely angry at Manluo's recent action, warned loudly, "Brat, be careful." She flew in the air and quickly launched attacks at the nearby tall buildings. Then Manluo suddenly circled behind him, catching Chi Hemming off guard. She delivered a fatal blow, sending him flying dozens of meters away. After that, his robot body was quite severely damaged. She seized the opportunity and continued to throw knives towards Chi Hemming. He quickly reacted by using his sword to block Manluo's attack. The knife changed direction and flew towards the building, piercing deep into its wall. Only then did Chi Hemming suddenly realize something was wrong. Where did she go? Before he could react, a black shadow appeared behind him, rushing forward. She flash-stepped behind him, holding a sword to Chi Hemming's throat. Since when? He surprisingly turned to attack, but Manluo reacted in time. Striking straight at his head. Sai Hemming knelt on one knee, gaining momentum to swing his sword. Then he leaped up, swinging his sword with a sharp, cold strike towards the enemy. Manluo continued her old trick, circling behind Chi Hemming. She glanced while raising her leg, preparing to give him a kick. With a spin, Manluo kicked the robot he controlled, sending it flying. Chi Hemming's body slid far and slammed hard into a large rock. Tianzihai observed from afar. He seemed unable to believe what was happening before him. Old Sai is being suppressed by that demoness. Song Yungxiang explained Old Sai's cultivation is higher than that woman's, but he loses in the robot features of the Star Soul General. However, Old Sai still has an ultimate move he hasn't used. The two knives previously stuck in the building suddenly glowed as if controlled by someone. A strange pink light emanated from around it, signaling that something thrilling was about to happen. Manluo's face was filled with killing intent, hands firmly holding two knives. She charged forward. The ground around was enveloped in black smoke. She rushed towards Chi Hemming, who stood imposingly, shouting loudly, "Go to hell." He said nothing, channeling magic into his sword, creating dense lightning. Seeing the unfavorable situation, Manluo immediately tensed up, wanting to find a way to retreat. Song Yungxiang realized he was about to unleash a move and shouted excitedly, "Quick look! Old Sai is about to make a big move." Chi Hemming sat in the control cabin, speculating, "You surely can't dodge this move, can you?" He released his magic power into the sky, shouting loudly, "Demoness, prepare to take a sword strike from me." But somehow this time Manluo still dodged Chi Hemming's attack. She smirked contemptuously. The power of this move is indeed astonishing, but if it doesn't hit, it's meaningless. Over here, seeing him miss, everyone started to panic. Shangguan Yinkin's face turned pale. Half-Cent Chi actually missed. Tianzihai also couldn't hide his tension. Old Sai is a half-saint. He wouldn't make such a low-level operational error, right? Only Song Yungxiang smiled. Rest assured, Old Sai's move isn't that simple. Sai Hemming was executing a technique. This move, I originally prepared it specially for some saint-rank Star Soul General. The magic was so strong it shattered his sword, unable to withstand the pressure. Sai Hemming's magic shot straight into the sky, piercing through the black smoke. I specially call it... After piercing the smoke, it dissipated into tiny sparks, as if nothing had happened. They gathered into a beam of light one by one, flying down to the ground like falling star fragments. Manluo panicked and jumped up to dodge, but quickly realized something strange. Can't dodge it, it's still chasing me. She looked up at the sky. Chi Hemming's magic converged and flew towards Manluo. She could do nothing but receive Chi Hemming's attack. His magic enveloped Manluo's entire robot body. She tried to reach out and resist, but failed, enveloped in a dazzling light. Chi Hemming chanted "Pass through" with divine fire. His magic power was so strong that even the surrounding buildings were affected. Chi Hemming's magic gradually dissipated in the air, leaving behind a desolate ruin. The surrounding Royal Guard robots couldn't help but be amazed by the scene before them. The surrounding dust and collapsing buildings made the scene even more chaotic. The body of the Star Soul General Yi Zhishi was now completely shattered after receiving the attack. The robot captain was extremely surprised. What, that vicious woman is still not dead? Tianzihai stammered. That heaven and earth destroying strike from Old Sai, she actually withstood it. Song Yunxiang gritted his teeth. Yi Zhishi is the next generation robot of the Yilun Kingdom. Not only is its mobility far superior to Ui Vienthuk and Yu Fuluo, the durability of its armor is also greater than Yu Fuluo's. Manlo sneered as expected of a half-step saint rank. Using such a tattered robot, he can still unleash such a powerful move. She reached out and pressed a secret latch. A control panel immediately appeared. In front of Manhwa was a complex array of mechanical shapes. I really didn't want to use this. She smirked and ordered the robot to activate. Clearly something fishy was going on here. A magic talisman appeared before her eyes. One of Manhwa's eyes flashed excitedly as she shouted loudly, "Heavenly demon form dissolve." Just as she finished speaking, Yi Zhishi's body immediately recovered. A tremendously powerful magic aura emanated from around it. Tianzihai tensed up. This aura completely surpasses Old C's previous aura. This is even more terrifying than a half-saint. Yi Zhishi's hair became brilliantly bright. As if alive, it flew chaotically in the air. One of Manhwa's eyes glowed as she said smugly, "In my heavenly demon dissolution form, I'm already close to saint rank. You can call me a quasi-saint." Song Yunxiang was surprised. Through reverse soul materialization in a short time, one can forcibly raise terrifying abilities to a strategic level. Ping Tian Sect actually installed this system on the prototype robot. Geheming, after that burst of power, had also reached his limit. He was so tired he was panting heavily. She seized the opportunity while everyone was still reacting and disappeared in an instant. It didn't take long for Manhwa to quickly approach Zi Heming, leaving him helpless. With such a surprising situation, Zi Heming naturally couldn't react in time. She very quickly unleashed a powerful move, wanting to finish off her opponent. Manhwa landed a straight punch to his stomach, causing him to lose balance and fly far away. Space warped and then suddenly tore open, creating a strong gust of wind. She stepped out from it, raising her leg high, ready to kick down. Then Manhwa delivered a painful kick in midair to Old Sai, who was unable to resist. Before Zi Heming could hit the ground, she teleported towards him to continue the torment. Kicking Zi Heming hard, sending him flying high like her toy ball. Just like that, Manhwa continued to unleash a barrage of punches and kicks, leaving Zi Heming unable to resist. He gritted his teeth, thinking angrily, speed actually increased to this level. No, I must think of a way to counterattack. She raised her leg, intending to kick Zi Heming away again. But this time he found an opportunity to counterattack and swung his arm in return. Zi Heming grabbed Manhwa's leg. "Even if your speed is faster, as long as I catch you." She held the sword she had prepared, wanting to stab down hard, accompanied by curses, "Fool." Manhwa stabbed through Zi Heming's robot body. He sat inside, trying to control it. Zi Heming's robot, after that fatal blow, still tried to grab her leg. Manhwa grabbed his robot's head, drawing her sword to threaten. "Still not letting go, are you?" Manhwa held Zi Heming's head tightly, swinging her sword, wanting to chop down. She cursed vilely, "Go to hell for me!" Manhwa, without any hesitation, decisively beheaded him brutally. In this irresistible situation, Zi Heming could only let go helplessly. After his robot was beheaded, its body gradually dissipated into the air. She tossed Zi Heming's robot head into the sky mockingly. Then Manhwa unleashed her magic, attacking it clearly, wanting to pursue and kill to the very end. Zi Heming's body glowed as he slowly fell to the ground. His body slammed hard onto the ground, the fall causing the ground around to shatter. Manhwa, holding Zi Heming's robot head, slowly walked across the messy battlefield. Manhwa arrogantly held up the robot's head and cursed it vilely. Trash. She brazenly crushed Zi Heming's robot head with an extremely twisted smile. Manhwa became even more smug with her actions. This kind of powerful feeling truly makes one intoxicated. She laughed loudly and arrogantly. "Me right now, let alone killing a half-saint, like killing chickens and dogs. Even if facing a true saint rank, it's not impossible to fight a battle." After the battle, the road was filled with dust. The hot, dry air made it difficult to breathe. Zi Heming lay on the shattered ground, coughing up a large mouthful of blood. His hand trembled, trying his best to reach the pocket of his trousers. He tremblingly took out the medicine box already in his trouser pocket. The pill shone with a strange light. 6-star Super Realm pill. Using it below Earth rank can in a short time increase combat power by a major realm. It's one of the last trump cards I prepared for myself. Song Yunxiang smiled. With Old C's half-step saint rank realm, the pill's effect will surely be greatly reduced, but increasing by a minor realm in a short time should still be more than enough. Just now, to prepare a super realm pill for Old C in advance, I could also test if it's effective for a half-step saint rank stuck at a bottleneck like Old Sai. Si Hemming opened his palm, pondering. I'm afraid this is indeed the super realm pill. 20 years ago, I saw the legendary 6-star elixir in sacrificial texts. He observed the glowing pill and sighed. I didn't expect this brat to actually be willing to give me such a treasure. Si Hemming sighed and swallowed the pill. This time I owe this brat a big favor. He closed his eyes to feel the effects of the precious medicinal pill. After entering Chi Hemming's body, the pill immediately took effect. He began to drift into another dimension. Is this my inner self, my spiritual world? Si Hemming looked down at his reflection. Is this inverted shadow myself? He reminded himself that this was not right because something was very strange. Si Hemming was dazed. This is deep within my inner self regarding that deepest obsession with the path to saint rank. That was 30 years ago under the 100 Jang high wall of Quancheng Yishui Kingdom. I was utterly defeated. His robot body slammed hard onto the ground, causing the ground around to shatter. Si Hemming's robot gradually dissipated into the air, representing his inability to fight. He slammed his fist on the ground, clearly an unyielding posture. Si Hemming's appearance had now changed. He gritted his teeth, looking resentful. Damn it! Just as he finished speaking, 2 figures from above approached, calling down to Hemming. Gu Ying and Zhu Hun were both worried about him, and quickly asked. Si Hemming was very surprised by the appearance of the two, and quickly asked why they were here. They explained. When we, the 3 swords of Nanju, became sworn brothers, we once vowed not hoping to be born on the same day, same month, same year, but wishing to die in the same year, same month, same day. He sighed helplessly, but was deeply moved by their words, not forgetting to thank them. The 3 of them all focused their gazes on General Wenzhong, who was high above. In its hand was a large cage imprisoning Suni inside. Gu Ying held the talisman, glancing at him. Second brother, let's advance. Not letting things delay, the 2 of them immediately unleashed their magic Star Soul Constitute. Si Hemming saw this and warned, Stop, Star Soul General Wenzhong is not an enemy you 2 can face. It flicked its hand, and a purple magic stream immediately flew towards them. That magic changed gravity, causing Gu Ying and Zhu Hun to be pushed down to the ground. All 3 of them were controlled by magic, flattened on the ground with no strength to resist. Gu Ying's eyes widened, bloodshot. Star Soul General Wenzhong is one of the 4 great saint rank guardians of the Yishui Kingdom. Is saint rank power so terrifying? The difference between heavenly rank and saint rank is actually so great. Si Hemming gritted his teeth, trying to resist. Damn that wretched woman. On the glowing robot's body, the image of Huang Miaoyin gradually appeared. She stood proudly above, calling down Chi Hemming. Now you know, right? Miaoyin looked arrogant. Even if you are a genius of your generation entering heavenly rank at 30 under saint rank, all are ants. Mortal rank in my eyes, with a flick I can kill 10,000 times over. Suni pleaded in pain. Don't miss, don't kill them. I'm willing to go back to Quancheng with you. I won't run away anymore as long as you spare my brother. Si Hemming could do nothing but helplessly call her name. Suni knelt down, crying and calling Chi Hemming's name. He also called out her name. Huang Miaoyin explained, Huang Suni, you are from our royal family and you possess a rare 100-year innate host. Your future is destined to step into saint rank, a vital national treasure of the Yishui Kingdom. Moreover, the lifespan of an innate host is incredibly long. These mortal rank ants on the ground will turn to dust, and you might still maintain your youthful appearance. Suni still refused to listen, continuing to whimper and beg, I beg you, miss, don't kill him. One of her eyes was filled with killing intent. Si Hemming, you dare to entice a daughter of our royal family to leave a crime punishable by death. But Suni pleads for you. If I kill you here, I'm afraid it will leave her with a deep-seated mental demon. But the other 2 ants are different. How about we make a deal? If you scram back to your Tiandu kingdom and swear never to step into our Yishui kingdom again, I, the saint, will spare your lives. Si Hemming drew the knife he had prepared in his waistband. Seeing this, she tried her best to stop him, while Gu Ying looked bewildered, not understanding what was happening. He grabbed his ponytail, held the knife to it, seemingly having made up his mind. Then Si Hemming decisively cut off his hair before anyone could react. He held up the cut lock of hair and said sonorously, I, Si Hemming, swear here, I will definitely find the path to saint rank for mortals. Before entering saint rank, I will not take a step into Yishui. The day I enter saint rank will be the day I step into Yishui to propose marriage. At that time, I will teach you a lesson. Suni, there will be a day when I shatter this 100 Jang high wall. His sonorous voice from that day echoed everywhere. T. Hemming's hair flew in the wind. He promised, "I will take you away from this royal cage." She was extremely moved by Tsai Hemming's solemn vow and smiled happily, replying to him, "I'll wait for you." Returning to reality, his eyes shone brightly, suddenly opening wide, emitting a strange golden light. Suddenly, a large explosion occurred, sending earth and sand flying, causing Yi Zhuxi to cover its eyes with its hand. Tsai Hemming's body emitted a powerful magic aura, as if he had completely become a different person. Manlo seemed unable to believe what was before her eyes. What's going on? This feeling of being suppressed. She gritted her teeth. This is the aura of Saint Rank. What did this old man eat just now? The robot captain tried to cling to the ground. This pressure, could it be, that old Tsai has broken through to Saint Rank? Shangguan Yinkin used her hand to shield from the wind. This intense pressure that surpasses life ranks is the aura of Saint Rank. She speculated inwardly. Could it be the elixir Junior Song gave just now? Song Yungxiang observed from afar, although it probably won't last long if the super realm pill can make old Tsai temporarily break through to Saint Rank. It proves that it's not that hosts cannot enter Saint Rank, but the Eastern continent's firm belief can be shattered by external forces. The difference of Saint Rank will not draw boundaries nor the limits of Star Soul Masters anymore. Relying on the few short minutes a super realm pill provides, old Tsai still couldn't grasp the threshold of breaking through to Saint Rank. Later, I'll find an opportunity to truly impart a transcendent cultivation method to him and see. C. Hemming laughed heartily. Is this the power of Saint Rank? Up to this moment, I finally understand why that woman said under Saint Rank all are ants. He spotted a piece of plastic lying on the ground. An aura enveloped that piece of plastic. T. Hemming extended his hand, using his magic, wanting to summon that piece of plastic. It was immediately electrified and flew towards him at an astonishing speed. Tsai Hemming's face was emotionless, grabbing that piece of plastic, confusing everyone. He looked at it and muttered, "Sorry, my friend, this power will truly surpass the limit you can endure." Manlo's limbs suddenly trembled before Tsai Hemming's power. She shouted loudly, "Move quickly! This damned feeling of suppression! I just need to take this opportunity to interrupt him, but why can't I move?" He began to gather all the magic power he had, his whole body enveloped in strong golden light. Tsai Hemming's body shone brilliantly. He emitted a magic aura stronger than ever before. Tsai Hemming transformed into a muscular robot with dazzling golden armor. Tsai Hemming's magic power was so strong it sent earth and sand flying. He couldn't help but be surprised. The power of Saint Rank is actually so strong. No wonder she could look down on all beings from her high position, so that's how she saw us back then. Memories of the past flooded back. Manlo started to panic. She fearfully begged Tsai Hemming, "Don't come over here." Tsai Hemming recalled how Huang Miaoyin had once beaten him. The scene of Star Soul General Wenzhong emitting enormous magic power and then decisively swinging his hand appeared. Then Tsai Hemming also imitated, swinging his hand in the exact same way. Seeing him like that, Manluo was also bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Tsai Hemming recalled the past, how miserably he was beaten back then, falling countless times. So now Tsai Hemming would also strike her back in the same way. Manluo's Yi Zhishi spirit general body dragged on the ground, sending earth and stones flying. She flew far away, crashing hard into a nearby building before barely managing to stop. Manlo sat in the control cabin, her body trembling. She cursed. She unleashed her magic heavenly demon dissolution mode, increase power to maximum for me. Suddenly Manluo paused for a moment. It was unclear what she saw that made her look so terrified. It turned out Tsai Hemming had flown high and approached, startling her. He looked at his hand and whispered softly, "If I just needed to cut you, I wouldn't even need to use a sword." Song Yungxiang, seeing the unfavorable situation, quickly spoke to stop him. "Wait, old Tsai, keep her alive." But it was probably too late. By now he had already used his magic. An enormous amount of magic power emanated, shooting straight towards where Manluo was standing. She tried to raise her hand to surrender but couldn't succeed. Manluo was hit with a painful blow and could only helplessly scream miserably. The robot body she was controlling also slowly dissipated into the air. It broke into many small pieces, flying into the sky like colorful butterflies. The robot body disappeared and Manluo gradually returned to her original body, lying still in midair. Her figure glowed, making Manluo stand out in the dense smoke. Her body suddenly flew into the air as if some force was pulling her. It turned out Si Hemming was using magic to lift Manluo. He suddenly felt his body depleted of magic power. His body slumped, sighing sadly. Have I reached my limit? A beam of light emanated from Hemming, returning to human form, and then he also fell. Perhaps due to overexerting his energy, he knelt on the ground panting, that last strike. Manluo also fell to the ground. Si Hemming speculated on the reason. Has all the power unleashed by the super realm pill been consumed? Wu Fuluo, hiding from afar, witnessed the entire event and cursed loudly. Damn it, even a saint rank lost. It quickly ordered, operation failed. Now inform our robots, immediately split up and retreat. After leaving the battlefield, hide and await orders. Without delaying another moment, it planned to quickly escape from this place. But before it could execute the plan, it was surrounded and blocked by a group of guard robots. Wu Fuluo's comrades were also quickly captured, not letting any of them slip through the net and escape. They were quickly subdued by the robots' knives held to their necks, as obedient as puppies. Under the command of the Ji-Wu Academy, the Tiandu army led by the city guards completely broke the encirclement here. In this battle, the Tiandu army won a great victory. Song Yunxiang stood on the rooftop observing the robots below. He sat inside and smiled lightly. This vixen's timing for appearing was quite well calculated. After the glorious battle, everywhere was a scene of desolation and ruin. A voice rose from the crowd. Where is the medical team sent by the city lord's mansion? Quickly come here to assist the injured. The city guards here will send people to clean up thoroughly, control the prisoners, and collect evidence. Gu Shijing politely bowed and introduced herself. Subordinate Gu Shijing pays respects to Your Highness the Second Prince. Tianzihai smiled and gestured. Dean Gu, no need for such formalities, please rise. But she remained polite. Your Highness fell into a dangerous situation. Your subordinate couldn't arrive in time to rescue. I hope Your Highness will forgive me. He didn't blame Gu Shijing at all. It's okay. Luckily, this great battle was only startling, not dangerous. Moreover, the expert the Dean sent not only has outstanding individual combat power, responsive tactics, but also brought me an unexpected surprise. Tianzihai said enthusiastically. She vaguely speculated, this person is the grandson of Marquis, and Song Jingzhong, the master of Zuoqi. Tianzihai voiced his thoughts, but the power behind him is surely not just a simple Song family. Gu Shijing's glasses flashed. Your Highness means, she speculated inwardly, could it be that Your Highness also suspects it's related to a super-ancient civilization? But in reality, he was talking nonsense. I suspect this person is very likely a great master of alchemy or formation arrays. Gu Shijing froze, thinking to herself, all right, I overestimated His Highness. Song Yunxiang picked up the red plastic piece from the ground when no one was looking. Then he silently put it in his pocket while everyone was focused elsewhere. Song Yunxiang approached and helped Si Hemming up, asking about his well-being. Faced with his attentiveness, Chai Hemming waved his hand and reassured, I'm fine, still okay. He explained, the side effects of the super realm pill will weaken in an hour, just rest a bit. He sighed. Such a precious super realm pill, if used in a better state, perhaps I could have comprehended the opportunity to break through the bottleneck. Song Yunxiang smiled sinisterly. Or perhaps later I'll give you another one, you find a place for seclusion and slowly comprehend it. Hearing him say that, Chai Hemming broke into a cold sweat, panicked, and shouted loudly, What did you just say? But it seemed he realized he had spoken a bit too loudly just now. Si Hemming leaned close to Song Yunxiang's ear. This precious 6-star elixir, you actually have 2 of them. He forced a smile and replied perfunctorily while thinking to himself, If I'm in the mood now, I can give you a bottle. He continued to sigh, such a rare treasure, how can I ever repay this favor? Only then did Song Yunxiang notice 2 people watching him from afar. He immediately raised his hand and ordered you 2 go capture that female bandit on the ground, hand her over to Dean Gu of the Ji-Wu Academy. Hearing this, those 2 immediately obeyed Song Yunxiang's command like 2 robots. But only then did he realize something was wrong. That person seems to be wearing the Ji-Wu Academy uniform, right? Why does he dare to order us around? The person next to him spoke up for Yunxiang. Never mind anyway, it's helping Dean Gu with her work. That young man suddenly shouted loudly, This demoness is too brutal, truly incredibly vicious. Song Yunxiang felt skeptical. Pingtian Shengzong, I wonder if I can get any valuable information from this woman's mouth. Si Hemming suddenly poked him in the stomach. Actually, you're not the master of Zuozi or some dog fart, right? Song Yungxiang, seemingly not understanding what he was saying, laughed feignedly and asked back. Sai Hemming coughed a few times. I've traveled the world, experienced the mortal world for decades. I can be considered somewhat knowledgeable. I've helped you deal with all traces in the Jiwu Academy and in the city. You just continue playing the role of Zuozi's master. This can be considered repaying half the favor, right? Yunxiang scratched his head, playing dumb to the end. Huh, what are you talking about? His inner thoughts sighed. This old man seems not as simple as I imagined. He continued, emboldened. You must have obtained some fortuitous encounter in some secret realm. Rest assured, I'm not interested in your secrets. While the two were talking, Xiaoyue suddenly walked up to them. She politely bowed to the two. It seemed she wanted to ask for something, hence this attitude. Ci Hemming wondered, Aren't you young Las Gu's tail? Where are they? Xiaoyue opened her electronic tablet to report, The location you provided is in the East City District. We've found the fissure-creating device left by the Yilun people. He was extremely surprised fissure-creating device the Yilun Kingdom actually uses such tactics in military affairs. She asked for his opinion. Your Highness, the second prince and the dean have gone there to receive the device. Do you two want to go over there? Xiaoyue checked the information. Currently, the road is severely damaged. Transportation is inconvenient. If you two want to go there, I will arrange for the Jiwu Academy's void ship. Hemming directly refused. I'm not interested in that thing. I want to go back to the duty room to guard the door. Take a nap. What about you? Song Yungxiang looked tired. I also have to go back and rest, fighting continuously for half a day today while thinking to himself. Although the method to help me break through to peak imperial rank only took half a day, it felt as long as half a year. She immediately did as the two said, now arranging the void ship to take you two back to the Jiwu Academy. Xiaoyue instructed classmate Song. The dean asked me to relay a message to you. Don't run around these few days. The dean is preparing to publicly announce your identity as Zuo Qi's master at the banquet. He also agreed. Although there were many casualties in this battle, for better or worse, it's considered a victory. Indeed, a celebratory banquet is needed to boost morale. He finally agreed. At this time, the ship also flew to where the two were. It quickly landed on the ground. The ship's engine pushed back the sand on the ground. The aircraft quickly opened its door and lowered the stairs to welcome the two. Ci Hemming went inside, but for some reason Yunxiang stopped. Seeing him standing there dazed, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. What's wrong? Did you forget something? Song Yungxiang put one hand in his trouser pocket while scratching his head with the other. It seems I forgot something. But after standing there dazed for a while, he also decided to leave. The ship began to depart. Xiaoyue stood below, waving goodbye to the two. It sped across the sky, creating a trail of light wherever it went. Then the ship disappeared into thin air. Perhaps it had teleported elsewhere. At this time, Shangguan Yinkin went looking for Yunxiang again. Where is Junior Song? He wouldn't leave me behind, right? Someone in the camp suddenly shouted loudly, Hey, someone, have you got the cotton and bandages? She immediately ran over, though crying inwardly. Why drag me here to help the medical team work? 10 days after the beast-tide battle in Yuanding City, the robots were all working hard to build houses. Star Soul General is a production type from the Tiandu Kingdom, a simplified version of Uivian Thuk, used in agriculture protecting transported goods and construction projects. One robot began to lament, who on earth destroyed the Zuozi statue like that? The other one heard this and reminded, stop complaining and get to work. At the Jiwu Academy of Nanzhou, the dormitory area was very quiet. In the first year male students' dormitory, the loud ringing of an alarm clock came from inside the room. Yunxiang was now sitting suspended in midair, releasing a powerful magic aura. He ignored the alarm clock. Trying to concentrate intensely because he wanted to break through his realm. Song Yungxiang strained as much as possible to cultivate magic power amidst the loud ringing. He silently looked at the pile of medicine bottles on the floor, clearly having tried for a long time. Seeing no success, Song Yungxiang was very disappointed, sighed and got out of bed. He looked at his hand and chuckled softly. Although I've used quite a few elixirs and supporting formation arrays, but thanks to my perseverance and arduous spirit, in 3 days, I leaped through the Zhuan rank and reached the early Earth rank. Unfortunately, the elixirs are all used up. I have to ask shopkeeper Hong to help me buy some more. Song Yungxiang put the watch on his wrist, ready to go out. An electronic tablet immediately lit up, attracting his attention. He checked the notifications and saw many missed calls and messages. Song Yungxiang sighed. Why so many missed calls like this sickly senior sister is truly a headache. He clicked on Shangguan Yinkin's profile picture, clearly the person who had been continuously calling and messaging him. A note appeared on it. Tool person number 3. A notification popped up. Do you want to block this friend? Song Yungxiang didn't hesitate and immediately blocked her. Very good, the whole world is clean now. He clicked on Gu Shijing's profile picture and muttered, let's see what this vixen wants from me. Song Yungxiang video called her to inquire about recent events. Gu Shijing's face appeared on the screen. He hesitated for a moment, then asked Dean Gu Shijing, were you looking for me? She yelled straight at his face. Finally got in touch with you, why do you keep your do not disturb mode on? Song Yungxiang picked his nose nonchalantly. Why wasn't it because you harmed me a few days ago? He recalled that day Gu Shijing stood giving a speech. Please welcome the one with illustrious achievements in this overwhelming operation to the stage to receive the award. Then he grumbled, what kind of ridiculous celebration is she organizing? In front of everyone she announced, I am the host of the Soul Spirit General ZSC. The result is that I haven't had any peace these past few days. I can only lock myself in the dormitory to cultivate. She quickly explained, the Star Sky Observatory's archives have updated the records officially recognizing you as the host of ZC. My public announcement at the celebration was for your own good. Yunxiang was skeptical. Making such a big show, I think the dean has other motives, but deep down he felt it was reasonable. This is also good. I can use ZC as an advertisement utilizing the replication system of the Star Master system. Gu Shijing got to the main point. It might be a bit exaggerated, but it's more beneficial for your safety, isn't it? Don't blame me anymore. The design blueprint you gave me a few days ago, the workshop has completed the prototype. He broke out in a cold sweat, completely surprised by her words. Could it be done so quickly? Gu Shijing explained, the Shengshuan Zhonggong Sacred Profound Heavy Industries workshop was destroyed in the Beast Tide, but there were many skilled masters in the workshop. Luckily, they escaped death and are now housed by the Jiwu Yuan Mecha Martial Academy. With their help, your design blueprint could be successfully implemented. Go take a look quickly. Song Yungxiang urgently pressed the hang-up button and replied, I'll go over there right away. He hung up abruptly. Her image on the screen disappeared before she could reply. Yunxiang thought, is this vixen ultimately trying to use me as bait? Or in her eyes, am I the biggest fish? I don't care about her anymore. I'm confident I can reach Saint rank within a year. On this eastern continent, the only ones who can threaten me are those 2 god-rank ancestors. Although the Ji Wu Yuan Mecha Martial Academy and Cheng Yuan Ding Cheng Yuan Peak suffered serious losses, this time they successfully suppressed the Beast Tide. It also foiled the Dilun Guo's Dilun Kingdom's conspiracy, saving those instructors and classmates, which can be considered changing the trajectory of fate. The items looted from Atan's pursuers were also given to the second prince. After he returns to Tiandu, he should be able to use them. He recalled the past. Zhai Hai disturbed Song Yunxiang in the middle of the night. Sorry to bother you so late. I'm returning to Tiandu City now, specially came to say goodbye. He just coldly threw a bag and said, this bag of spoils, I got it from a D-Loon squad outside the city. I guess you'll need it. Goodbye. Not only that, Zhu Heming also came to visit Yunxiang. I've helped you handle all the evidence. He replied nonchalantly, well done. This elixir is for you. Goodbye. Song Yunxiang thought, and that crazy woman who owes me money still hasn't transferred it. Blocking her just now was a bit foolish. While Shangguan Yinqin was saying goodbye, he interrupted, this is a void-shattering crystal I happened to pick up. Remember to transfer 30 million to me. Goodbye. As Yunxiang was walking, he saw Wei Yuan Shi adjusting a stele. 1 guided, move it left 1 qi and 3 kun. The other immediately followed. He remained silent. He just quietly walked to a giant stele covered in writing. Song Yunxiang thought, a memorial stele? I didn't expect so many people to still die this time. His face turned sad. Having gone through life and death so many times, I thought I had become numb long ago. As Yunxiang was standing still, someone suddenly approached from behind. Cheng Yi said nothing and unexpectedly placed a hand on his shoulder in a familiar gesture. Then he greeted him. Song Yunxiang was stunned. Instructor Chung Yi said sarcastically, no need to blame yourself. Even if you are the host of Soul Spirit General Jitsai, you only have the meager strength of peak imperial rank. He glanced at him. Chung Yi suddenly fell silent. Then he started to feel that something was not quite right. Chung Yi shouted in panic, why can't I see through your cultivation level? Has your cultivation surpassed mine? Don't tell me you've broken through to the mid-mystic rank. Yunxiang just smiled faintly. Only then did he realize he had provoked the wrong person. He clutched his heart in frustration and resentment. Chung Yi wondered, how on earth did you cultivate in just over 10 days? Your cultivation speed is faster than my 5 years of cultivation. He replied, it's based on my relentless effort and willpower. He didn't believe what Song Yunxiang said. Your answer is too perfunctory. Instructor IA said before that you were hiding your cultivation. In fact, your cultivation has always been at mid-mystic rank. He brushed off Chung Yi's words and invited him. I'm going to the workshop to find the dean now. Does Instructor Chung want to come along? The little secretary you like might be there too. He got angry. I'm not going, I don't like her. Don't talk nonsense here. Women will affect my cultivation speed. I must return to cultivate. Farewell. Yunxiang replied, all right, see you later. The scene was now the backyard of the Jiwu Yuan Mecha Martial Academy at the workshop area. A group of people gathered at the training and testing ground of the workshop area. Gu Shujing introduced, this is the prototype crafted based on the design you provided. As soon as she finished speaking, she handed him the test product contained in jade green cards. Song Yunxiang felt there were too few, so he asked, only 3 units. Gu Shijing explained based on your design, only 3 could be made. The other 2 still have some unresolved technical issues. This is Workshop Head, Nanguo of the Chengyuan, Ding Chengyuan, Peak Manufacturing Workshop from the Xuanzhonggong Profound Heavy Industries faction. Workshop Head Nanguo leads the mecha engineers of Shengxuanzhonggong Sacred Profound Heavy Industries. They are temporarily stationed at the Jiwu Yuan's Mecha Martial Academy's workshop. These test robots were made with their help. She quickly introduced, this is the hero who contributed greatly in this beast tide, the host of Soul Spirit General Xiezi Song Yunxiang. The design for this test robot was provided by him. He politely and gently greeted Nanguo Dongfeng, but for some reason the man flinched. Nanguo Dongfeng trembled, then hesitantly introduced himself. Suddenly he knelt and shouted, greetings, Mr. Song, causing everyone around to be startled. Yunxiang hurried over to help Dongfeng up, thinking, what is this old man doing? Kneeling just like that without a word of disagreement. He stubbornly kept his head bowed. This kowtow from this old man is to thank Mr. Song for saving the lives of everyone in our manufacturing workshop. Only then did he recall. Could it be that day when I ran to the Jiwu Yuan Mecha Martial Academy, passing by the place where ferocious beasts were rampaging, I unintentionally saved the workshop. Nanguo Dongfeng clarified the reason. At that time the workshop was surrounded by ferocious beasts. It was all thanks to Mr. Song killing the beasts and attracting their attention that we managed to escape. Although the workshop was eventually destroyed, most of our mecha engineers managed to keep their lives. The debt of saving lives cannot be repaid. This old man can only kowtow to thank Mr. Song on their behalf. He bowed deeply and sincerely. Song Yunxiang scratched his head. Actually, I was just unintentional. I dare not accept this kowtow. You should still get up. But he remained kneeling on the ground, unwilling to stand up, seemingly wanting to say something. Dongfeng suddenly wanted to make a request that he himself considered very unreasonable. He could only accept the request he made, thinking, if you don't know clearly, please don't open your mouth. Nanguo Dongfeng asked, the design for these test robots, was it really done by Mr. Song? Yunxiang thought it was just adding a few previous ideas to Wei Yuan Shi's armed form. It's not that astonishing, right? Outwardly, he didn't deny it. His face was drenched in sweat. Dongfeng frowned, looking like he wanted to say something, but then stopped. Nanguo Dongfeng kowtowed and begged him, please accept me as your disciple. His action shocked Gu Shijing and the other person to the core. Shijing said in confusion, Song Yunxiang is a first-year student of our Jiwu Yuan Mecha Martial Academy. With your status as a 4th-rank mecha engineer, our Jiwu Yuan's Mecha Martial Academy's engineering teachers are not even worthy to carry your shoes. Deng Feng brushed it off. You may not understand structural engineering. Just with these few blueprints, I'm afraid the master's skills have already surpassed a 6th-rank mecha engineer. That's an existence for whom even I am not worthy to carry shoes. This old man is willing to recommend the master to Tiandu City, representing the mecha engineers of Nanzhou, to participate in the 2nd-generation Soul Spirit Mass Production Design Conference of Tiandu in 3 months. Yunxiang thought, a design conference in 3 months, in my previous life. Tiandu's 2nd-generation Soul Spirit General Huang Yeshi was stillborn due to various problems and couldn't make it to the Great War later on. He still felt awkward. Old master, let's talk about this later. Why don't you stand up first? He sincerely pleaded, I beg Mr. Song to accept me as a disciple to give me some guidance on the path of structural engineering. Yunxiang thought, at this age, he's only a 4th-rank mecha engineer. This old man's manufacturing talent. Outwardly, he said, I temporarily don't have the ability or intention to accept disciples. How about you discuss it with me first? I can share design ideas with you. If you have any doubts, we can discuss them together. Shijing also agreed. I think what Song Yunxiang said is quite appropriate. Please stand up first. Besides, these 3 prototypes haven't been tested yet, have they? Let's test them, and then talk. Nanguo Dongfeng said nothing, and was dazed for a moment, clearly still not back to his senses. He sighed. This time, this old man crafted 3 prototypes. I've learned a lot from your design. In the future, this old man will be shameless and use the status of your nominal disciple to stay. He was helpless. This old man is really stubborn. Song Yunxiang forced a smile. Mr. Nanguo, why must you be like this? We should test these 3 prototypes first. He started to move to the center of the field, completely separating himself from the other 3. He started to hold up the card and cast his magic to summon the Soul General. As soon as he finished speaking, Yunxiang immediately transformed into a strangely shaped robot. It was the cannon-firing type prototype of Wei Yuan, sure its appearance also much changed from the original. He sat inside and smiled. Very good, let's test the power of this shoulder cannon. The gun barrel on its shoulder immediately lit up, continuously firing bullets. They flew quickly towards the pre-prepared target plates. Those target plates were hit by the bullets and shattered simultaneously, creating a large explosion. The surrounding area was quickly enveloped in thick smoke and dust. That explosion created a large crater in the ground after the smoke and dust dissipated. Gu Shijing was extremely surprised. Just one shot could blast a crater over 100 meters wide, almost reaching the power of an aerial warship's main cannon. Song Yunxiang smiled. This power, it can be considered barely as expected. He continued to test the beehive cannon on its left shoulder, his hand pressing the cannon's symbol. A gun barrel on the robot's left shoulder immediately locked onto a target. Yunxiang ordered fire all. As soon as he spoke, shells whizzed towards the designated target. They embedded themselves in the target plate, but strangely they didn't explode. She was surprised. After hitting the target, it didn't explode directly. These are grenades. Everything seemed to be going as planned. Yunxiang smiled faintly and snapped his fingers. Very good, Bloom. That pile of grenades immediately exploded on the spot, their power undeniable. Gu Shijing thought, exploding after penetrating armor. This is truly a potent weapon for killing heavily armored beasts. I'm afraid this will be the nightmare of the Dilun Guo's Dilun Kingdom's heavy armored soldiers. The formation before them was neatly arranged. Yunxiang seriously evaluated. Although the soul power conversion rate has been greatly enhanced, the consumption of this type of cannon is still too high for ordinary students. However, luckily, it doesn't require precise control operations, making it quite suitable for those with ample total capacity and fast recovery speed. He suddenly smiled, simultaneously raising the card. Try this again. Xingjia Star Replica. The surrounding space immediately underwent a transformation. Wearing the Wei Yuanshi armor, the flying sword-type test robot was formed by Soul Spirit. Yunxiang frowned, wondering to himself, only 8 small flying swords. He quickly controlled the robot with the intention of testing its power. Countless sharp points were deployed on command. Shijing witnessed it and exclaimed in amazement, this is an induction weapon controlled remotely by soul power. Using both arms to create techniques, the terrifying power made the earth and rocks tremble, the scene shattering. Shijing had to brace herself and roared, If this flying sword-type robot is controlled by an elite, it can fight alone, even kill a squad of 2 or 3 same-level groups. She further explained, flying weapons like these flying swords not only require strong spiritual sense and precise soul power for control, but also a full understanding of the enemy's structure. Yunxiang said softly. If you can't deliver a one-hit kill punch through a weak point in the defense, then it can only be a tactic to restrain and harass the enemy. This type of flying sword seems only suitable for a few elites with innate talent to use. Never mind, let's see the next robot. He continued to command the soul spirit to form, transforming Wei Yuan, testing the shield shooting type. Shujing observed. Is it just integrating a shield onto a shooting weapon? This test robot seems quite ordinary. I can't see anything special. Dengfeng spoke slowly. The designs of the previous 2 robot types could shock this old man, mainly in terms of technical aspects. As for the current one, there isn't much that's transcendent, but it astonishes me with its tactical application. After hearing this, Yunxiang said loudly, Dingu, can you use the Jiwu's Mecha Marshal's Grand Formation to bring out some live targets for testing? Shujing asked in surprise. Live targets. Yunxiang had to clarify those small, fast-moving, ferocious beasts will do. Shujing pointed to the smart screen and hesitantly replied, Oh, I understand what you mean. Combat type, right? About 3 of them. Okay? Yunxiang took a combat stance, a few more, about 10. Shujing grimly approved. All right, this one is a remnant image condensed from soul power. Its actual attack power isn't very specific, but don't be too careless. A series of robots attacked simultaneously. They were extremely ferocious, rushing towards Yunxiang like bloodthirsty beasts. He immediately changed his gun, and at the same time, activated the defensive shield close quarters combat mode. Streaks of bullets sparked due to friction deployed continuously. The gun's power was extremely strong, making movement somewhat difficult. The horde of monsters was scattered, the loud sounds echoing throughout the area. The protective shield truly its effective role, blocking all incoming damage. In the end, the battle turned into a massive explosion. Shujing trembled slightly and said, So that's it. This is a weapon used for defensive counterattacks against fast vanguard-type enemies. If this replaces the normal hand shield deployment in the first line, Yunxiang stroked his chin thoughtfully. This shield-shooting type requires many robots to form a battle line to maximize its value. Individually, it's a fatal weakness. However, before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by the ringing of a phone. The person on the other end announced the Chongyuan. Ding Chongyuan Peak Spaceport is almost restored. The journey to Yong'an has been expanded. You previously asked this humble one to arrange flight tickets. I have prepared them. The first flight is tomorrow afternoon. Yunxiang replied joyfully. Oh, that's great. Thank you, shopkeeper Hong. By the way, there's one more thing to trouble you with. Help me buy 100 million worth of various spirit medicines according to the previous list. The old man was shocked upon hearing this. These past 2 days, you've already bought 300 million worth. The entire medicinal herb market of Nanzhou has been sold out at high prices. Yunxiang said calmly, It's all right. I'll add another 50 million. It's urgent. It must be handled before afternoon and delivered directly to the spaceport. The old man smiled. All right, I understand, young Master Song. I'll go arrange it immediately. He also replied cheerfully, Thank you. Dengfeng gently asked Dingu, Do you now understand why I stubbornly wanted to take Mr. Song as my master? Shijing looked worried. That's right. If these test robots can be prepared in large quantities for the army, I'm afraid it won't just be able to stop ferocious beasts. Even in the Beijing northern border battlefield against Dilun, I fear the situation will change because of this. Using Xingjai Star Dissolution to revert to the original state, Yunxiang said politely, It has almost reached the level I predicted. I respectfully request Mr. Nanguo to lead the mecha engineers to create more in these few days. He turned to the young woman beside him. Dean, these few days, please enjoy the ability to select suitable soul spirit masters from among the outstanding instructors and students for this test robot. Shujing quickly asked Song Yunxiang, What do you mean by this? Yunxiang cupped his hands in a salute. I want to change the promise you agreed to earlier. In about a month, the Nanhuang Southern Wasteland front line may need reinforcements. At that time, I hope this elite force will come to assist. Shujing was surprised. What Nanhuang Southern Wasteland? Is it the joint national front line of Chongqing where Tiandu Guo, Tiandu Kingdom, and Xishui are stationed together? What do you know? Yunxiang turned his back. Don't ask. I have my own intelligence sources. However, for now it's just speculation. When the accurate information is available, I will inform you in time. The Jiwu Yuan's Mecha Martial Academy's reconstruction will require a 2-month suspension of studies. I will return to Yong'an City first. Farewell. Deng Feng bowed respectfully. Disciple Nanguo respectfully sees off the master. Shijing was suspicious. Song, Yungxiang. What on earth do you want to do? Xiao Yue watched the young man's departing figure with a contemplative look. At the Chengyuan Peak, spaceport passenger-type airships were being transported. The main hall was noisy. A few customers were arguing, "What, the flight is postponed until next week. Sorry, sir, it's currently under Guanji control restriction. We are also helpless. Look carefully. This is a privileged ticket." A little girl with 2 orange pigtails stood there dazed. When her face was gradually revealed, Yunxiang was immediately shaken. It's that little girl. He was momentarily stunned. A stream of thoughts flashed through his mind. It's that little girl, according to Yunxiang's memories from the beast tide of his previous life. He followed the stream of refugees fleeing Chengyuan Peak. Several times they encountered stray, ferocious beasts. The group was forced south into the Death Desert. At that time, everyone thought that no civilization existed in the desert, so they wouldn't encounter ferocious beasts. Yunxiang, with his emaciated body, sat panting on the scorching hot ground. He still held the card tightly in his hand, seemingly unwilling to let go. At that moment, Xiao Wen appeared. The little girl asked with an excited tone, "Are you a soul spirit master?" Finally, she hopped down. Xiao Wen held up a small bag high and mischievously offered, "This steamed bun, it's for you to eat." The corners of her mouth curved into a bright smile. "After you eat it, you'll have the strength to summon soul spirit generals and protect us." Yunxiang looked extremely dazed. He suddenly squeezed his eyes shut and firmly refused. "No need." Yunxiang unhappily explained, "I'm not hungry. You keep it and eat with your family." But in his heart he thought, in a situation like this, even a little food is very precious. Me, a useless cripple, how am I worthy to accept it? Hunger made his stomach rumble. Little Xiao Wen was no different. The two could only look at each other helplessly. The midsummer desert wind further intensified the heat. Carefully, he used his hand to break half of the steamed bun. Inside, it mostly contained vermicelli, no meat. Xiao Wen leisurely stuffed her mouth while Yunxiang sat beside her, completely silent. The little girl with sparkling eyes asked curiously, "You're a student of the Jishueyuan Mecha Academy, right? I recognize your uniform." Yunxiang weakly took a small bite of the steamed bun. Xiao Wen covered her mouth and said, "My sister, too, she's a 3rd-year student at the Jishueyuan Mecha Academy." Her voice then carried a hint of sadness to let us escape. She and the instructor and also the uncles from the Chengwei-jun City Guard all stayed behind to stop the ferocious beasts. They should be fine, right? Yunxiang listened up to this point and was momentarily startled. Xiao Wen hid her small face behind her arm, sobbing out each word. "I'm not crying. I'm very strong. I'm the daughter of a Jigongshi mecha engineer." Her cheeks were flushed with emotion. "My dad works at Taishuan Zhonggong Sacred Profound Heavy Industries." Xiao Wen wants to be like that in the future too, to create soul spirit generals stronger than Wei Yuanshi and destroy all these ferocious beasts. But her stomach started to protest again. The atmosphere became awkward. Yunxiang scratched his nose and tried to explain, "Actually, I don't really like radish-filled steamed buns. How about you help me finish this quarter?" Xiao Wen put her hands on her hips, annoyed, and reprimanded. "You're a soul spirit master? How can you be picky? You need to quickly recover your strength to protect everyone. Besides, radishes are very nutritious, okay?" She even aggressively demanded, "Quick, I'll watch you eat it all here." Yunxiang, dejected, had to comply. "All right, I'll eat." Seeing this, Xiao Wen finally smiled in satisfaction. The little girl patted Yunxiang's shoulder a few times. "All right, you ate the steamed bun. From now on, you're my person. You have to protect all the people well." Yunxiang replied to Xiao Wen with a calm expression. The little girl clasped her hands hopefully. "That's right. After I become an engineer and research new types of soul spirits, you'll be my testing expert, okay?" Yunxiang rubbed his messy hair and stammered, okay." Xiao Wen used her small pinky finger and excitedly said, "It's decided then, this half-steamed bun will be the betrothal gift." Just a second later, she had to ask herself, "No, what's it called? A deposit." "No, After thinking for a long time, she finally decided, forget it, whatever. Quick pinky swear. Yunxiang happily agreed. Okay, we also need to stamp it. The agreement is effective. The little girl excitedly introduced herself. My name is Tang Xiaowen, and you? Yunxiang was also completely at ease when stating his name. While the two were making their pact, a loud call suddenly echoed from afar. Xiaowen, where are you? A woman in ragged clothes anxiously searched Xiaowen. Where are you? Hurried sounds in the vast desert. Xiaowen quickly ran off, saying at the same time, Mom's calling. I'll go over first. See you later. Yunxiang gently watched the small figure. However, even if there was no civilization in the desert or rifts appeared, many sleeping monsters were hidden under the sand buried long ago. Yunxiang transformed into Xinghunshi soul spirit form, trying to block all attacks. Several explosions from the battle ravaged the desert area. Yunxiang clutched his blood-soaked arm wearily, dragging his steps. The entire left side of his body ached. It needed to be treated as quickly as possible. At his feet, 2 pieces of adult and child corpses lay scattered. Yunxiang's heart leaped, his face filled with utter shock. He despaired to the point of collapsing to his knees, recognizing that small arm belonged to little Xiaowen from before. Yunxiang ignored the pain and punched the sandy ground hard. Then with all his might, he screamed loudly, each sound piercing the blue sky. Returning to reality, the Chengyuan Ding Chengyuan Peak spaceport, a middle-aged man angrily scolded, On what grounds? We clearly booked tickets for today. Why has it been postponed to next week's flight? The staff calmly explained. Sorry, sir. The department just explained it. It's currently under government control. The man named Tang Jinshui, a third-rank mecha engineer head of manufacturing. The flight attendant bowed politely and said, You previously used your status as an employee of Taishuan Zhonggong, Sacred Profound Heavy Industries, to book the ticket. But through our checks, you are currently in a resigned state, so you cannot enjoy the priority privileges of technical staff and their families like this. The woman beside him approached with words of dissuasion. Husband let it go. Shen Ruowei, 19 years old, a third-year student at the Ji Shuiyuan Mecha Academy, asked anxiously, Hello, I'm a soul spirit master. I wonder if it's possible. Seeing this, the flight attendants beamed. Forgive our disrespect. If you are a soul spirit master from the Ji Shuiyuan Mecha Academy, then you can indeed board the plane, please. Jinshui was extremely overjoyed and said, Great. As he was about to follow, he was suddenly stopped. Sorry, sir. Only this soul spirit master lady can board the plane. She cannot bring family members. Please understand. Both sides looked at each other helplessly. This tense situation. Then from behind, a voice suddenly asked, I can probably bring them in, right? Yunxiang fumbled in his pocket. The flight attendants were surprised. Who are you, sir? Yunxiang smirked, his voice sarcastic. Save your breath. Arrange for them to be in my cabin. As soon as the staff saw the treasure, they immediately became fearful. So it's Mr. Song Shopkeeper Hong is already waiting for you on the flight. Everyone please come this way. Before striding off, they even received a blessing. Have a smooth flight. Madame Shen looked astonished. Husband, is this young man your friend? Jinshui gently pushed his glasses, bewildered. How is that possible? The card he just took out seems to be the supreme token of the Hongshu Hong Trading Company. Something like this, even the Taishuan Zhonggong Sacred Profound Heavy Industries workshop couldn't get it. How could I possibly know him? Ruowei suddenly blushed shyly and stammered, Aunt Uncle, I know him. Song Yunxiang from the Jiwu Shuiyuan Mecha Martial Academy. Xiaowen suddenly asked innocently, Ruowei, is this big brother pursuing you? Upon hearing this, she quickly and angrily retorted, What nonsense are you talking about? Glancing towards the young man, he once saved me. The parents standing behind were even more dazed. Xiaowen certainly didn't understand what the adults were saying and just looked around furtively. The flight attendant raised her arm to guide everyone, please, this way. The group hurried along, this way. With a respectful tone, she introduced, Mr. Song, your seat is in cabin number 1, Tian Heaven character with the most beautiful garden view. The sound of the elevator echoed in the spacious corridor. The guide smiled brightly. Please, this way. The young lady carefully opened the door a crack. Mr. Song, we have arrived at your cabin. Shopkeeper Hong is already waiting inside. Please. The people behind were immediately astonished. Oh, who is this? This is the Tian character private cabin that only supreme-level members of the Hongshu Hong Trading Company can enter. Hong Fangzhou, head shopkeeper of the Chengyuan Ding Chengyuan Peak branch. Nanshu, belonging to Hongshu Hong Trading, quickly paid attention. He bowed with an extremely respectful demeanor. Young Master Song, hello. It's been many days. Your style is still the same. The group also cupped their hands in salute. Yunxiang smiled and replied, Hello, shopkeeper Hong. The cabin you arranged isn't bad. Thank you very much. Fang Zong silently concluded, the most luxurious 10-character room of Hongshu Hong Airways for young Master Song is merely not bad, worthy of being the young master of the Juanho Fu, Zhuan Marquis Mansion. You have indeed seen grand scenes. He then exclaimed, You're too polite. By the way, these esteemed guests. Yun Xiang introduced with a greeting. These are my friends and the relatives of this little girl. This person in front of you is shopkeeper Fang of the large Hongshu Hong Trading Pharmacy in Chengyuan Ding Chengyuan Peak. Seeing this, Fang Hong suddenly burst out laughing, haha. However, thanks to young Master Song's blessing, this old man was recently promoted to become the general manager of the Chengyuan Ding Chengyuan Peak branch. Jin Shui's jaw dropped in shock. What general manager each region's Hongshu Hong Trading Company is an existence that can be on par with the Chengzhu Da Ren City Lord. Yunxiang happily congratulated him on the good news while Fang Hong silently formulated a plan just by offering young Master Tu that second 5th grade elixir. And I got promoted to general manager. A big thigh like young Master Song's must be held on too tightly. Then he suggested, let's go into the room to talk. Please. He turned his back gently, waving his hand as a reminder, Chief Shopkeeper Hong and I will discuss some business. You all find comfortable seats for yourselves. No need for formalities. They looked much more apprehensive than before. Jin Shui alone stammered, hey, okay. Ruowei's mind was filled with admiration. Clearly 2 grades lower than me, yet he can chat and laugh so comfortably with such an important figure. Classmate Song is truly amazing. Hong Fong enthusiastically guided young Master Song this way, please. Xiaowen observed intently, clearly bewildered. Why can't I hear any sound at all? Hong Fong slowly explained. This reception room is a secret chamber with a formation to isolate it. Sound and soul power fluctuations will not radiate out. Only the Tian character number 1 private room on the entire airship has this. I hope young Master Song is satisfied. Yunxiang graciously praised, Very good, it suits me perfectly. Shopkeeper Hong is very thoughtful. This flight will probably take over 10 hours. It's a good time to refine some elixirs to kill time. Hong Fong held up an item, young Master Song. These are the spirit medicines you wanted this time. They are all in the storage card. Yunxiang received it with both hands. Thank you. I'll transfer the payment to you later. Hong Fong gently replied, No hurry. Whenever it's convenient for you, you can transfer it then. This airship is probably still 2 hours away from takeoff. You can go to the Zhongting Central Courtyard's Grove for a stroll. This old man will disembark first. From outside the main hall, voices could be heard. Everyone, this old man will take his leave first. Ships that pass in the night, we shall meet again someday. The group hurriedly bowed. If fate allows, we shall meet again. Please take care, sir. Before leaving, Hong Fong suddenly remembered, Oh right, the dedicated service staff for the Tian character cabin will arrive shortly. I wish you all a pleasant journey. Goodbye. Xiaowen innocently waved goodbye. Not long after the elevator doors closed, a signal indicated someone's arrival. The female attendant, with a polite demeanor, spoke gently, Dear esteemed guests, hello. Yunxiang quickly noticed something strange. Those ears. Yaozhu demon race. The female attendant knelt and introduced herself, Greetings, esteemed guests. I am Attendant Xiaomeng, in charge of Tian Character Cabin Number 1. Welcome to experience Hongshu Hong Airways. May I ask if you need any food or drinks? He silently assessed the thing hidden by the scarf. A slave collar. His eyes showed a change. Yaozhu demon race. I haven't seen one in over 30 years. In his previous life, after the decisive battle of Tiandu City ended in failure, Yunxiang was sucked into a spatial rift in the Diling's Imperial Mausoleum's secret realm. The turbulent space brought him to the Nandalu southern continent, where he was discovered by 2 girls. Look quickly. Someone is injured there. The character with rabbit ears said worriedly, This person is so strange. It seems he's neither Yaozu demon race nor Lingren spirit folk. Minority races like the Yaozu demon race and Renling spirit folk, due to the innate balance in their dual soul meridians, find it very difficult to become soul spirit masters. Those who can manifest soul spirit generals are extremely rare. The Dongdalu Eastern Continent is dominated by the Renzu human race. They belong to inferior and weak races who for a very long time have received the protection and enslavement of the Renzu human race. But on the non-Dalu Southern Continent in this region, where the Yaozu demon race and Lingminzu spirit folk live harmoniously, their people are conversely extremely rare, so few that they have only appeared sporadically a few times in their written records. Yunxiang recalled, unlike the Dongdalu Eastern Continent, this place has no soul spirit general techniques, but rifts and monsters are also very rare. It's said the last beast-tide appearance was 500 years ago, a subordinate whispered. Brother Song, the Shenjie Laozu god-rank ancestor of the Zhandozu warrior tribe, wants to see you. Please follow me. On the Nandalu Southern Continent, Yunxiang learned a special inheritance using soul spirit power to temper the physical body of the Yaozu demon race, and the outstanding alchemy techniques of the Lingren spirit folk. Later, he even joined the Zhando Feng Yi Mai Battle Peak lineage and was accepted as a direct disciple by the Lao Zu ancestor. The Zhando Laozu battle ancestor was originally one of the few Yaozu demon race hosts possessing a soul spirit general. It's just a pity. Shifu Master was sealed by the Wuxing Dazhen 5 Elements Grand Formation in the war 500 years ago. He himself was not proficient in formations at that time, so he missed the chance to replicate it. Lost in thought until he was awakened by a call. Excuse me, do you need any food or drinks? Xiaomeng's face was full of worry. Young Master Song, are you all right? Yunxiang gently rubbed the bridge of his nose and quickly replied, I'm fine. It's just that, seeing you, I remembered some old stories from a very long time ago. I don't know if I'll have another chance to go to the Nandalu Southern Continent. It holds many regrets and unanswered riddles. After Xiaomeng heard this, she was a bit confused. Yunxiang had to change the subject. Bring me the menu to look at. She obediently complied. All right, please wait a moment. Xiaomeng took out the menu. Please, esteemed guest, take a look. Yunxiang looked through it for a long time, then hesitantly asked, what do you all want to eat? Xiaowen raised her hand with the first choice, Baozi steamed buns. Madame Shen quickly covered her daughter's mouth and said with a forced smile, Haha, sorry, young Master Song. Then she sternly reminded, Xiaowen, mind your manners. How can you eat Baozi steamed buns in such a luxurious place? Besides, don't you already have one in your bag? The little girl pouted sulkily. But I want a lot. Yunxiang had to reassure them, it's all right. Bring the Baozi steamed buns. Give us 5 portions first. Xiaomeng replied worriedly, but esteemed guest on our menu. Before she could finish, Yunxiang interrupted, This Chuwuka storage card has money. You take it first. Otherwise, just tell the chef to make it for me. Xiaomeng stared wide-eyed. That's right, I want 2 portions with radish filling. If you don't have it, go down to the airship and buy some. She clutched the card like a treasure, immediately bowed and agreed, yes, esteemed guest. I'll go arrange it right away. Watching the service staff's figure depart. Yunxiang finally sighed leisurely. Phew,